The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the 4th edition of the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. Well, it's day 2 here in Championship Week, and we're meant to be starting match 6 right now. That's between the England 11 and Spain, 2 teams that played yesterday. England had the honours in that one, but I do have some unfortunate news that due to overnight rain, and you will remember that we had some issues with the weather yesterday as well. Due to the overnight rain, the outfield is too wet for this match to take place, and so officially match 6 of Championship Week is abandoned. The teams will split the points evenly. Vinny Souter here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and it's great to have you with us, whether you watch on any of our international broadcast partners, of course, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. But yeah, that is the situation right now. I can tell you the rain has stopped, and if there's no more rain, we are hopeful that we will have play at some point today, and yeah, certainly that's something that that everyone will be working hard to take place. So we have no further news at this stage except that match 6 has been abandoned. There is still hope for matches later in the day, but I think it depends on a couple of factors, one of them being the fact the rain does stay away. If the sun comes out, it'll dry the field a little bit quicker as well. Obviously, we're meant to have 5 matches today. Now, I know it's frustrating, but I will say, at least this Championship Week, it's a double round robin structure, so that although this match is abandoned, these teams did get to play a match yesterday. Obviously, we had some other no results yesterday that will hopefully be played. But yeah, that is the situation right now, unfortunately. The good news in the forecast is that I think it's not expected that we'd have any more rain at this point, but we know that it's very unpredictable around here. Look, what I will do while we wait is we'll pick up a classic match we left off last night. We're going back all the way to 2021, a match between Romania and Hungary. If you do want to keep up to date with the latest, you can just stay in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'll be trying to give updates in there if anything happens. If you don't hear anything, it's probably because nothing's happening. I will say that. Also, you can check out our website, europeancricket.com. So we are going to go back to the classic match from last night that we were showing from 2021 between Romania and Hungary. When we left the action, Romania were 18 for 1 in the second over. I'll be back here with an announcement when we would be starting match number 7. So that's in around about 2 hours from now. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Whether at some point, that's a wide from Daldar. Got all those signs just with the cloud cover. It's some people who've watched a lot more cricket at Khartoum than I've had the pleasure of doing so across many years, who reckon that that's where it's coming from as well, where you saw those pictures. Daldar goes straighter, chipped back by Taranjeet. Good over this from Daldar, who's brought it right back after that first over went for 18. In fact, actually, to be frank, a lot of the forecasts had the thunderstorms as coming either overnight or much earlier on in the day, so we're kind of lucky that we've got this far. Skied up, keeper's catch, and he's not going to drop that. Taken by Satyadeep Ashraf Narayana. And Daldar has a second wicket in this over. Romania 21 for 2 now. And it is the dangerous Sivakumar Perialwa who has to go for just 1.
Oh, what an over this has been. He's come on after a cracking first over, thanks to Taranjeet Singh's 3 big sixes. And he's come and he's taken 2 wickets straight away. I wouldn't say it was being the best or most sensible bit of batting from the men that have come and gone. We know that Sathian, he was lucky not to be gone before he got his second chance. He wasn't able to contribute to the score, and at this time, Periathwar just getting a single, but only doing the same, just lasting 2 balls as he makes his way back as well, or 3 deliveries if you count the one that he was actually out to. So it's a bit of a shambles here. So score 2 overs gone, 21 for 2.
And the more and more wickets that fall, the more and more psychological pressure that is built up on Taranjeet Singh, the superstar of Romanian cricket on which they are so often dependent.
Gets a pile to bowl. Well, Michael, didn't he bowl well in that match that you did with Vinny? I mean, 4 wickets, outstanding bit of bowling. I'm just trying to ask him the question. And the other thing going to say that I'm glad to see he's still up and standing, because that clutter between him and the two fielders on the boundary, well, I don't know how both of them got up from that.
Yeah, it was him and Gomez. You came together. High catch that wasn't called, one running back, one running forward. It's nicknamed the protractor due to its unusual angle where he sort of runs in from what is quite a straight mid-off position. On to Nadi Gotla. Short, and this is miscued and taken, a simple catch. So it's a golden duck for Nadi Gotla. And Romania are 22 for 3 and in real danger of collapsing in a heap with the bat once more. And it is 5th wicket of the day for Ketapal.
Well, this is a nothing shot, really. I mean, it's his first delivery. And I know that, I mean, if Vinny was here, Vinny was saying, well, look, this format, you know, every batsman's got to go out there, got to attack, got to play this shot. But I think when your team's in a bit of trouble, you've already lost 3 wickets, you've got to be careful. And his wickets are falling, and he's just added to the troubles for his team. Now you need, I mean, while Taranjit is still there, it's just, again, just waiting here for the third umpire. I'm not sure what the wait was for, but eventually the finger has been given by the umpire, in a polite way, of course, not in the way you're thinking, you dirty minds out there. But he has to make his way. And, yeah, they've just got to be a little bit more sensible here. I think Romania now, they know they're not in the best of form. They know they're not getting the results that the way that they need. So they've got to come together. You've still got Taranjit Singh out there. You need a batsman to go out there, have a quick word with Taranjit here and say, look, me and you, buddy, we're going to bat until the 6th over. You do your thing. I'm just going to give you the strike.
I totally agree. And the other problem that you've got is Nadi Gotla eventually belatedly troops off for that golden duck. Nadi Gotla, like most of this Romanian team, plays his club cricket with Cluj, who tend to perennially win the Romanian domestic league. Is that I think it's also about the batting lineup. If you've got a really deep batting lineup, guys down to 9, 10 that can come out and hit big sixes, then as a top order bat, going really hard at every ball in the power play makes complete sense. But we've seen with this Romania lineup, they made 106 for 9 against Austria and collapsed. They made 62 for 7 against the Netherlands and collapsed. I think that there comes a point where you do have to take a little bit of responsibility. Full toss and down the leg side, so that will be a wide. Stepped inside the line, Gohar Manan to take the extra. And so in the context of a team that's struggling like that, you actually can't really be leaving it to 7, 8, 9 to come out and hit, because we haven't seen that from Romania in truth. Well, that's going to be a dot. Good fielding from mid-off, charging in to avoid any possibility of the quick single. It's all eyes on Taranjit. He hit 3 sixes from the first over, and aside from that, boundaries have not been disturbed. Swipe and a miss. Ketapal just continuing on from his form earlier on. I did leave you guys with a brain teaser when I exited the box at the end of match 30. And I might actually throw it at the man to my left. Who got the first T10 International fourther last week, and who picked up the second? Short, not a great delivery, and because Manan's got a flick on this, that will be a dot ball, a fortuitous one for Ketapal. Anybody come to mind?
I can go to my, I'm allowed to go to my notes.
Feels like cheating a bit. We'll give people an over or so and put you out of your misery with the brain teaser. Down the ground from Manan. Well, Taranjit Singh needs some support, and this is an encouraging sign that he might be about to get some. Manan hits a straight 6 down the ground, and it's a first boundary in the innings from anyone whose name isn't Taranjit Singh.
Yeah, I mean, this was a no messing around shot. He just said, right, I've had enough of this. And he's absolutely hoiked this out of the ground. Big hit straight. But yeah, look, this is exactly what Taranjit needs to see. He needs to see another batsman out there that is going to stick around, that's going to play a few shots, and that he's able to make a partnership with. And of course, he's got the other thing is Taranjit himself has got to think about batting all the way through as well. And that is the power play, and you can see it was those 2 wickets in that second over that really put a stop to it from Dildar. And the score 29 for 3. So in terms of where they are with the score, I don't think they'd be too worried about it. They're just under 10 and over. It's about keeping those wickets intact and getting the partnerships together here now.
brought Deldar back. It's not the best start from him. Habib Deldar, who qualified to play for Hungary through CIT status. He's been there since 2004. Short, and that is a 4th 6 of the innings for Taranjeet Singh. That's gone over the Romanian batting dugout. And aren't they enjoying it? Well, they were under threat from this one, but it actually had too much for them, cleared them with a distance.
Oh, it's shaka time from the bat of Taranjeet Singh, and effortlessly plays his away. Too short, it's in that zone. You put it there, and he's going to put it all the way up there. Big hit, and that's what they need. He needs to find the voice of his team. No ball called.
Nice looking shot from Taranjeet, picks up 1. Not something you necessarily see too often in T10, a conventional cover drive. So it will be a free hit to follow. Of course, they're not totally invincible, this pair. Amongst other things, can be run out. Slow ball, completely miscued. And it won't matter because it's a free hit, but the catch was dropped anyway by Zahir Safi Mohammed. Although, ultimately, he did at least get the ball in nice and quickly. See, plenty of fielders in ECN cricket forget that it's a free hit. And I think we've done it a fair few times in the commentary box as well.
That one's been called wide. Will have to be bowled again. That wind is still blowing across this ground now from right to left.
It's a backward point, but this is another front foot no ball. So it would have been a dot ball otherwise. Well, Deldar's got to think about this because this is costing them. It's the second of the over.
Well, there you go, you see, and that's a great call because that foot, that line belongs to the umpire. It's got to be the other side of the line.
Too full, too straight, and Taranjeet Singh likes it there. That thuds into the scaffolding. That's an emphatic shot from Romania's best bat, who's starting to really find his form again.
Beautiful shot, absolutely hammers it straight. Watch out, cameraman's up there. And then that Chris taps in the tower. This one is coming your way. I think it's still vibrating up all the way through his toes to his fingers.
Short and wide. Taranjeet will only get 1 that time.
I mean, a bowler of what Deldar's bowling should never be bowling those foot fault no balls.
Absolutely.
You know, that's a criminal.
Well, I don't think it literally is, but take your point. Take your point. Down the ground. Well, that's Isaac Manan. It was quite wide, but it was too full, and that just allowed him the freedom to swish his hands through it straight, and Romania passed the team 50 in style, 54 for 3, with 1 ball left of the 4th.
This is better, isn't it? This is what they needed. And these two, they can just stay together.
Swung away leg side this time, and that's 6 more. Well, we spoke about Taranjeet Singh needing support. It's come through the 6-hitting prowess of Gohar Manan. He's only faced 7 balls, and 3 of them have disappeared.
Well, this is just amazing stuff. I mean, we know Taranjeet's hit 5 sixes. Well, 3 have come from Manan now. So you can work that out yourself when you know the score. It's only just been a couple of runs that have come off singles. All the rest have been boundaries. As that score has really raced along now to 60 off 4 overs.
So from here, they can go at 2 a ball, and they would be looking at 72 more, which would get them 132. As you can see, your run rates after match 7. It doesn't look good for Romania, does it? It's got to be said. They're conceding at 14.6 with the ball. They're scoring at 8.4 with the bat. And we cannot overemphasise enough, if Taranjeet Singh gets going, that number that they're scoring at's going to shoot up, isn't it?
That's the key, and this is the match where they've got to change all that around. And the way it is now, they started badly, but they're coming back strong. And these two look to be batting sensibly. Look, they're backing themselves to hit the big sixes, and they've cleared the ropes easily. And that's nice to see there as well, that Taranjeet is also, well, he's not afraid to take the singles. As we go back, have a look at that again. And yeah, as Michael was saying, 14.6 against and only 8.44, and that's what they're trying to change. Hungary, well, they'll be looking at those figures from Romania thinking, yeah, we can topple them, and that's what they'll be looking to do.
It's down the ground from Manan. It's another good clean blow, and long on and long off, do just about enough between them. Kukikel and Maligamage in combination here. Almost ran past it, Kukikel, and looked round and was relieved. The ball hadn't touched the dreaded rope. A shot from Taranjeet Singh, and he might well get 4 for this. He does get 4 for this. He's just lent on this and timed this to perfection. Didn't need to hit it too hard, and he's bisected the gap perfectly behind square on the offside.
Taranjeet Singh ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਪਰ ਪਿਆਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਮਾਰ ਸਕਦਾ. Well, that was a beautiful shot, all timing. Doesn't just have to crash it to the boundary. It's all about, well, timing and placement as well. What a beautiful shot that was for 4.
And that's the thing with 50-metre boundaries. You do get rewarded for good cricket shots as well. Effort ball, the grunt, and met with a slashing cover drive from Taranjeet Singh. Well, this is the Taranjeet Singh we know and love here on the European Cricket Network. This is the man that's taken his club team Cluj to consecutive, seemingly endless run of domestic championship titles. And he's such a key pillar of the national team. He looked completely out of form yesterday, but he's right back on it today.
Rocket shot that. The bowler rolled his fingers over it. Salman Khan came out the bat like a bullet. And Dildar, well, he's lucky he didn't get fingers to it.
Just has to respect to that ball. That's the rarest of things in this innings. A dot against Taranjeet Singh, who is very much the star of this Romania side. Got plenty of other talented players, but he certainly embraces his role as the team's frontman. If they were a band, he'd be the lead singer. He might not be the captain, but he would be.
That one was a slow ball, attempted wild ball. Just have a look at the first 4 overs. 18 of the first, that was 3 sixes. 3 in the second, 8 in the third, and then that one from Deldar went for 31. Massive over.
Full toss, horrid delivery.
It's got to be a no ball, surely.
Taranjeet Singh is going to get a single.
Well,
Just having another look.
to me, well, I'm thinking that one's got to be called for me, I've got to say. I think he may have just got away with that. And the umpire's just deciding, well, maybe it's just borderline. But look, you see it again here. I think he's even hitting it on the up, the batsman, Taranjeet. Sort of almost tiptoes as he's hitting this because he's come so high. Look, he's jumping up. So that, for me, well, I think he's got away with that.
Maybe a touch of fortune there for Hungary, as Abhishek Ketapal comes back for his second. Romania well placed at the midway point. Safison, Perialwa and Nadigotla making just one between the three of them. But it's been a magnificent partnership that is now worth exactly 50 runs for this, the second wicket. And it's been achieved off just 18 balls.
Yeah, Ketapal, this is the captain calling upon him to try and break that partnership of 50. Well batted by these two. Can he do it?
Short hit by Taranjeet Singh, straight to long on, and falls just short of him. Well, sometimes when your form turns around, the luck tends to turn around too, and that's definitely what's happened here for Taranjeet Singh.
Yeah, look, it's a big area for him to hit this at, and he hits it to the early place the fielder was, and he's done well, the fielder there, stops it going through him for 4.
Short, skied up, cordon bowled chance, and held by Ketapal. His 6th wicket of the day. He's Hungary's go-to man when they need a wicket, and he's come back on and he shrugs his shoulders as if to say, yep, that's what you brought me on to do. That's what I've done. 73 for 4.
Well, it was certainly the surprise delivery. I don't think Manan was expecting this, and bangs it in short. You thought he was going to latch onto it and put it away, but I think the advantage was here from the bowler that it was short and it was outside the off rather than on the leg. I think anywhere else it would have gone, but all Gohar Manan can do there is hit it up in the air. He's played his part in getting a recovery together for his team. We saw that partnership worth 51 runs, and he's made 20 of them off very few deliveries, just 9. So he'll get a rounding applause from his teammates because they know what an important part he's played.
A rounding applause?
A rounding applause. A rounding, as if they all go round. Never heard that before, a rounding applause. But there you go, look. Well, they're not rounding because they're just sitting back, but he gets the applause. Well batted.
Short.
Oh, he could be gone first ball.
And that's another. Hussein's out now. It goes from bad to worse. Ketapal has a third. He's on a hat-trick. He'll have a hat-trick ball for the second time today. And this is exactly why we were talking about Taranjit Singh and also Manan needing to take responsibility in that partnership, because the moment Manan's gone, Ijaz Hussain is out for a golden duck as well. So it is a second duck of the innings. He joins sufficient in that club. In fact, a third. You can throw in Nadi Gotler too.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's 73 for 5 and the momentum's ebbing away from Romania again.
Yeah, look, this wasn't a good delivery. It's certainly not a wicket-taking delivery. But I'll tell you this, Michael, when I was watching that first match between Hungary and Portugal, he did the same thing there. Short delivery, going on the leg side, the batsman gets something on it, caught behind, it gets away with it, gets away with another one, and maybe it's because it's the new batsman, but this one really, look, that one should have been sent to the boundary. In the end, gets the glove onto it, and Ashwath Narayanan takes what would be a very comfortable catch.
So, a hat-trick ball. We could have just the second ever hat-trick in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and in T10 international cricket. Ketapal has his second chance to take a hat-trick today. His first one missed out on. It was hit away for one by Palabuchiaza. Instead, this time, his possible victim is Vasu Saini. Saini facing up to Ketapal's awkward, ambling sidewards run. Short hand. Could in fact be a run out, but now they will come through for the single. Well, he took his eyes off the ball, Kaiba Deldar, in his enthusiasm to try and run out Saini. It's actually allowed Saini to grab himself a single. So for the second time in the day, Ketapal can't quite finish the job, but if your biggest problem is that you're not succeeding with taking a wicket on your hat-trick ball, then that really is a first world cricketing problem, if ever I've heard one. Short, away by Taranjit, who's got this in the gap. Get one. And while Taranjit Singh's still there, they'll rightly be dreaming of getting up to at least past the 100 mark, but really more that 125 sort of pass score.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the new batsman Vasasani who's trying to do. He's back on strike here again, just to try and stay there with him.
Short, nice looking drive from Saini, who plays his club cricket with Cluj. He's a teammate of Taranjit Singh's. In fact, they're good friends going back to childhood. Played in the same corporate team in India. This is Saini from Saharanpur City. He's had quite the story as to how he's ended up here, like many of these European cricketers. So we see them together because of that scorecard, 76 for 5 after 6 overs. So Saini was working in finance after graduating in commerce, and in 2012 he went on a work trip to Romania for a week. Just a week, met the love of his life. The rest is history. 2016 they married in India, and in 2017 he moved over to Romania. Didn't expect to play any cricket in Romania at all, and then found Cluj Cricket Club, and the rest is history. 7th over starts with a wide from Zishan Kukihel. And what's more, in his first season, he ended up winning player of the match in 2 different finals as Cluj won the lot. And those are the kind of European cricket stories we love. Good Yorker, and he's somehow jammed down on this, Saini. He's managed to not play on and bounce it up into the keeper's gloves. Not a shot you see every day. Slow ball, and Saini was through it early. Could be a chance or could be 6. It's 6. It's just about got over the heads of long on and long off. Well, we mentioned that Taranjit Singh needs support. He hasn't got much of it from the top order. Saying he's starting well here, his first 6.
This was a delightful shot. I've been impressed with the first few shots he's playing. I know he hasn't hit the ball off the boundaries, but he looks like a good batsman. And just as I say that, that's the commentator's course. He has his leg stump taken out. Well, Taranjit, a little shake of the head from the other end because, look, I think this was there for the taking. It was full, it was on the leg stick. Well, you know it was on the leg stick because it's a leg stick that's been knocked back. He needed to get back onto this, Saini, didn't he? And that's another wicket that goes. And Taranjit Singh at the other end, just having a little walk around saying, oh, that's another one that goes. Just when he was starting to look good after hitting a big 6, it's 6 and out.
And just as you were telling me how brilliant he is.
I think he looked, yeah.
Although, to be fair, all jokes aside, I was about to say he bats in the top 6 conclusion, he averages mid-30s. So
yeah, but there you go. I mean, just the opening shots he played, even those ones he played out onto the offside for the single, he looked competent, didn't he? But then after hitting that 6, maybe he got too overconfident. You can see in the background there, dark skies as well, that he has to depart. And then, well, he'd be disappointed, especially after hitting that huge 6.
Does feel increasingly ominous, you would have to say, here at the Khartoum Oval. But for now, on we go. Cookie Hale picking up that wicket, and Romania in real danger of collapsing. So Rakesh Kumar faces up. Rakesh Kumar tries to do the right thing, which in this situation, we've spoken about the fact that Romania don't really have the deepest batting lineup in the competition. If you're a number 8 who's just got out there, and Taranjit has 45 off 20, it makes complete sense just to actually look for singles, unless it's a really poor delivery. Full toss, and that is a poor delivery that fits that description. Kumar plays the attacking shot, flicks it away through square leg. Nicely done, and he picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, well, this is what I think Sani was trying to do, but he played inside out of ease and found the leg stick knocked back, and that's a much better shot. Just kept his shape, kept his eye on the ball, and as soon as bat made contact, that was going to go to the boundary. And this is what they need. We keep saying that. They just need the other batsman at the other end to keep hitting the odd boundaries, but Taranjit needs to get on strike as well.
Just flicked away by Kumar. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. Well, it's back-to-back boundaries for Kumar to finish the 7th over, but this should never have gone for 4. It's a moment that poor old Abhishek Ketapal, who's bowled so well today, will want to forget and have erased from the memory. It's just a shame that there's a global television audience that's seeing it.
Yeah, Ketapal won't be happy with that, nor with his teammates. He needs to stop this, needs to get something behind it. I think he was in 2 minds. I think first he thought maybe it was going to be catchable, and when he realised it wasn't, he got himself in the wrong position. Well, this is where we are, Michael. I mean, Group B at the moment. We know that Belgium and Spain have gone through. And at the moment, Netherlands looking good, but out of those other ones there, it could be anybody, couldn't it, the way these results go?
Absolutely, but we're definitely seeing the folly of the T20 world rankings. We know that those are done off. A lot of those countries haven't even played 10 games yet on the basis of which they're drawn up. Taranjit Singh has finally got strike now, but can't make contact. Hasn't really had much strike for a while now, Taranjit. He's been scoring a lot of singles and then watching wickets fall at the other end. Because Romania are the 2nd highest ranked on T20s, in T20s, but it's not proving in this group at all.
That's
full
got to be
toss,
a no.
horrible delivery, and it is given as a no ball. Taranjit Singh turns around to the square leg umpire, but before he even had, it was given. He'll be a touch frustrated. He hasn't maybe managed to just nudge that away for something, but the free hit will follow, and maybe this can kick Taranjit Singh back into gear.
Yeah, he's on strike for the free hit. Needs to make this count.
Short, down the ground, and what a way to bring up your 50. And Romania's first ever international T1050. And who else was ever going to get it but the superstar of Romanian cricket himself, Taranjit Singh, brings it up with a maximum 51 of 23 balls with 2 4s and 6 6s. What a knock for his team, who are under so much pressure here, winless and desperately needing a victory to keep in the competition.
बहुत बताइए आपने टाज़न तरनजीत सिंह अपनी 50 बना लिया. मैं क्या ऐसे ना परोंठे खा के आया चोरी चोरी.
Full toss, and this time Taranjit will get just 1. And he's near enough single-handedly got them here. If you look at the scorecard for players who aren't named Taranjit Singh, it doesn't read so good. 2-ball duck, 1 golden duck, 20 for Manan. Golden duck, 8 not out. Waits for it. It was a slower ball. He had so much time, Kumar, that in the end he could just about adjust. Slog sweeps it for 4. Romania past the century mark, and they've still got plenty of time to add more. 103 for 6.
Yeah, slower ball, but it was picked by the batsman. And because of the length, he waited for it and then smashes it away towards mid-wicket. They've only got just that one man on the leg side there.
And this time he's miscued it. Should be gone, and is gone. So that is the end of Rakesh Kumar, but that's a helpful cameo in a T10 game. He's made 3 boundaries in his 12 off just 5 balls. Hasn't wasted any time either. He's put on a bit of a mini partnership with Taranjit Singh, but he perishes.
Yeah, I mean, what he has done, okay, he's got some, hasn't chewed up too many balls. He's got some runs as well. But with that, okay, he's helped give Taranjit a bit of a rest as well at the other end. Doesn't feel he's got to do it all himself. But now, this is important because there's still a number of deliveries to come. What they don't want to do is throw the wickets away. The worst case scenario for them here is to be bowled out with still balls to go. They've got to bat the full 10, but they've got to try and get Taranjit on strike for as many balls as possible. That has got to be priority now for every batsman that comes in.
So, Samiola heading out. He's never played a T20 international for Romania. He's been picked almost exclusively off the basis of his impressive showing with the ball and then occasionally throwing the bat in European Cricket Series events across the last couple of years. So he's very much a specialist T10 pick. He's getting his first chance to represent his country in this tournament. He's off the mark there, so he will keep the strike, which isn't necessarily what Romania might want. They're 104 for 7 with 2 overs left. I just wonder whether if you're Ulla, you start this penultimate over looking for that single.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, I've just caught the corner of my eye, the predicted score. I mean, it's saying around 130. If they were to get that, they would be over the moon. But I still think they've got to go some to get there. And it all depends which batsman is on strike. And it all depends also if Taranjit Singh stays out there. That's what he's got to be thinking. A lot of pressure on him, isn't it? Because, I know he's the established batsman. He's scored most of the runs. He's got a fabulous 50 to his name. But he also knows that though he wants to play his own game and his own style, if he gets out, well, they're not going to be anywhere near that 130.
It's a lot of psychological pressure when you know that your wicket is so disproportionately valuable to a team. As the left armer comes back and gets absolutely swiped away for 6. Well, Samiola isn't interested in giving Taranjit Singh the strike. He just flicks it away, no bother. 6 runs. That is an outrageous shot from the number 9 to Salman Khan.
What a shot this is. This is just sensational. Look at the handwork here, the wrist. Well, no messing. He says, well, it's on the legs. Said he could have taken the wide if he preferred to, but just, well, swivels that away. And now the pressure on the bowler. Well, it gets away with this one.
Yeah, well, we've seen the umpires be pretty consistent that if it's touching any part of the blue line, it's given. It's tough, these marginal calls. It's gone the way of Hungary this time. That's a bottom-handed whack down the ground from Ulla. Now Taranjit Singh will get to face. Taranjit, who has joined the growing club of half-centurions in Group B. We saw Rasmus Shigival nearly get 100. 96 against Romania early yesterday. So that is a horrible, filthy full toss, and Taranjit Singh has just thrown his hands at it and gets 6.
This is a sensational shot. This really is. I mean, this is a shot of a man that is in such good nick. I mean, have a look at this. It's wide, it's full, and he's just, well, almost one-handedly hit this backward point over everybody for 6 runs. What a shot.
Suddenly looks like the Taranjit Singh of old, if not even better. And who very used to seeing, played at the 2019 European Cricket League.
Well, the fielders are in no hurry to get the ball back to the bowler. And, well, that was a huge shot. Well, they get to 117 here now. So Romania are finally showing what they can do. And it's mainly one man, it has to be said. Taranjit Singh taking the attack to them.
Taranjit goes again. This will stop just short of mid-wicket. So just 7 balls left for Romania. It's already comfortably their best score in the competition, and this their 3rd game. Well, I'm going to be dubbing their games against Portugal as the survival scraps, because it does look like those 2 teams, who are both currently winless, will know that were they to win both of those head-to-heads against the other one, that would probably be enough to keep them in the competition through to Friday. But this is almost, I dub it as the preliminary survival scrap, in that if Hungary lose this, they're dragged right back into this. If Hungary win it, they are a long way towards being in Group B finals day on Friday. 118 for 7 with 1 ball left.
1 over left. 1 over to come. And well, this one could be out, and it is. And that is a huge wicket. And Taranjit Singh finally falls for 59. And now then. Well, keep an eye on the predicted, and let's see where they get to, because that is the 8th wicket. And it's a big ask now for the new batsman to come in. Will be on strike, of course, because of the new rules. So he'll be on strike, and he's got to really motor away. But also, there's the danger. If he gets it wrong, gets himself out, they may not even complete the 60 balls that they're entitled to.
What a brilliant knock from Taranjit Singh. He's been out of form. His team needed him. 59 off 27 balls, striking it comfortably above 2 a ball. 7 big 6s and 2 4s as well. Caught eventually by Wali Gamage off Kukihel. But he's given Romania a chance in a game that is almost a must-win for them to stay in the competition. We can already say that based on the way the table is shaping up. It does look like they, in Portugal in particular, are going to be scrapping to avoid an early exit.
Kukihel went for 15 off his first, but this is a good way to start his second.
Flicked away by Manani. And they're going to get a rare thing on this ground because he's found the gap. They're going to come back for a 2, and they get there relatively comfortably. So, just 4 balls left now for Romania. They've already got up to 120, which is about where we've got par this week. They'll pick up a leg by here. It's a bit more of a scramble job now as opposed to the big hitting blasting that we saw from Taranjit Singh.
Yeah, but all valuable runs. I mean, this match has something about it which makes you think that every run could be so crucial.
Short, skied up and over the keeper's head for 6. Well, it's unorthodox, but it's 6 in the book regardless. And Samiullah brought in as a T10 specialist. He's playing a handy role here. He picks up his 2nd 6 already.
Well, he's gone all the way over. Quite an amazing shot, really. Of course he played for it. Of course he did. 6 runs. Well, that makes a mockery of the predicted score because they've gone over that. And it keeps... it's gone back to 130 now. It was 125 a minute ago.
Slow ball. And he's caught this right on the cue end. And well, I think he's going to need some chalk for his snooker cue there, because I'm not even sure that's actually hit the main face of the bat. I'm pretty sure it's come off the very toe of it. But they all count. It's not a style contest. Another slow ball with the grunt as well. It's been hit away, and it's gone for 6 over mid-wicket. Lower order resistance from Romania. Manani this time gets his first maximum of the innings. And they're up to 134 with just 1 ball of the innings left. In fact, beg your pardon, that's that, folks. Show's over for now anyway. Romania will be very, very happy. They were put into bat knowing that they were winless and desperately needing something. And they've posted an above-par score of 134 for 8.
Well, watch out, birds, because this one from Demindra was coming your way. What a big hit it was. 6 to finish, and that takes him to 134 for 8. Game on, folks, game on. This is going to be spicy. What was spicy was the umpiring. Got that spot on, Charles Croucher. And, well, it didn't really matter because he still didn't score any runs. He still was out for a duck, but not Taranjit. Taranjit was doing really well. Well, this was the batsman. He had a couple of opportunities, but this time he finally did have to go Satyan, and it was Dildar who was doing the damage with the bowling. Wasn't he on fire? And, at this moment in time, everything was going in the way of Hungary. Wickets were falling. 29 for 3 was a power play. It needed something to happen, and when you need something to happen, class turns up and performs, and that's exactly, Michael, what Taranjit Singh did.
Taranjit Singh came to the party. He and Manan added 51 off just 18 balls, and that was the key part of this innings that brought Romania to this excellent total that they've got. This was the Taranjit Singh that we're so used to seeing, just hitting anything that was full for 6 over long on and long off. And after a while, Gohar Manan decided he was going to have a piece of that. Well fielded there by Cookie Hell. They brought back Ketapal early, despite being their specialist death bowler, to try and break the partnership. And he did, to his great credit. Manan caught and bowled for 20. Then Ketapal was on a hat-trick for the second time in the day when Ijaz Hussain was caught behind. The wickets kept falling at the other end. Cookie Hell cleaning up Bas Hussaini for just 8. That was a poor bit of fielding, it must be said, from Ketapal. And then Romania's brave lower order resistance kicked in. Taranjit Singh out there, back in form, reaching his 50, but he perished here for 59. And then a crucial bit of late scramblage to get them up to 134.
Yeah, and 134, they'll be hoping that it's good enough to bring them victory, a victory they so desperately need. And if they can get that one over Hungary, that certainly leaves this group wide open, doesn't it, as we look at the scorecard. Well, you got to say, I mean, Taranjit Singh, we know all about his talents, but there's a good performance there from Gohar Manan. But well done also to the tail, because Rajesh Kumar and Samiullah, their contribution was hugely vital.
And look, even Manani hitting 8 off 3 with that 1-6 and the 2 singles.
Yeah.
That could end up making all of the difference. It should be said that the Romanian top 6 really isn't firing, and Safisan made a duck, was effectively almost out twice, and that he should have been run out without facing a ball. 2 golden ducks also in that top 6. As for Hungary, well, Ketapal once again was brilliant. 4 for 10 this morning against Portugal, and now 3 for 11. Khan was a bit expensive. Meanwhile, Deldar was very expensive as well, taking 2 for 34.
Yes, Michael, and I think that was... so you have a look at that. I mean, Hungary, as I said, they started really well. They were taking wickets, and I think the bowlers, and Deldar himself particularly, I think he bowled really well. Just was intelligent bowling, just wasn't put the ball in the arc. But the one man they didn't account for was the good hitting of Taranjit Singh. I think anything that was pitched up to him, he was onto it, onto it straight away, hitting it big. It's those straight shots that he hit. I think he missed out on quite a few on the onside, to be fair. I don't think he was at his best on the onside, but look, not only did he hit the one straight, he played a couple of sensational shots out on the offside that were superb as well. He kept them in it. Taranjit Singh 59 of 27, a good contribution from the other lower end batsmen, which helped him to that score of 134 for 8. So Romania, they'll be hoping they've done enough. Hungary, they'll be hoping that they can continue the way they did this morning and chase these down. 135 required for victory for Hungary, which would really be a fantastic finish to the day for them. Well, join me, Rico Full and Michael McCann in just under 10 minutes time for the resumption of match number 8. Hasta pronto! And look, talk about slip. Watch where his bat goes. But maybe it was a bat that put the captain off taking a catch, because this comes right out of his hands. Watch out, bat in the air. Ball in the air as well. But the captain, Ramesh Satyan, puts this one down. That's important.
Certainly was. Well, you are a man that, as I mentioned, thrives rather than just survives. And I feel like we're both thriving by being in the commentary box here, because this is days where I feel... Well, our camera guys at Spring Productions out littered across the ground, are doing particularly heroic work out there in the rain, getting the waterproofs out.
Yeah. Now look, so you see this one.
Huja with good-looking straight drive, but straight to mid-off, and that's another misfield. Well, Manani has good cause to be frustrated here. He should have had a wicket, in truth, to get rid of Cookie Hell, and then Ahuja's just been gifted that single that squirted through Nadi Gotla.
Yeah, Rajesh Kumar, I think it was probably that made that the misfield. But look, the good sign is, I mean, I know you're talking about the weather, but it looks like what's coming behind it is a lot clearer. So let's just hope that this is just a passing moment and that we're not going to have to use anything to do with DLS, and we can get the full 10 overs in here.
Hit very hard, straight to one of two sweepers that are out. Fielded by Taranjit Singh. He knows a lot about hitting the ball hard. 59 off 27, including 2 4s and 7 big 6s, and it's his contribution more than anybody else, which is what's put Romania in this position. Short, almost played on there, Ahuja, and Anani's putting together a really good first over here. He's only conceded 3 runs, there's just 1 ball left of it. Should have also had a wicket to his name. We saw Hungary earlier on today bat themselves into a difficult situation. They were 1 for 10 after the power play against Portugal. Just takes the wide there, Ahuja, and then it was Kukihel and Mohammed that batted them out of that hole. Zahir Safi Mohammed with very nicely struck 43, and Kukihel with 45.
Yeah, he is really the key batsman for him, isn't he, Kukihel? We've seen that. We've seen this a few times. The old rag used to just dry a little bit off the pitch where the bowler is landing his front foot, stop him slipping.
It does get very tricky for bowlers when you have a bit of moisture on this. We saw that last Tuesday with the rain that was around. So that's just jabbed forward. Seems to be a bit of uncertainty between the wickets from Ahuja and Kukihel. Ahuja wanted one there. Kukihel wasn't interested. And it's the end of the first over. And Hungary are 4 without loss. Manani with an exceptional set of 6. And that means that Romania are still very much in control of this game. They haven't lost any of the momentum that they built up with the bat.
Yeah, that was a very good over. The only thing is he'd be very disappointed that he didn't pick up that wicket. And you also got to take into consideration that, well, if it weren't for the drop catch and the misfield, it would have just been 2 runs from it. As this wind picks up slightly, the rain just being blown about a little in all angles. You see it's going onto the cameras as well. But hopefully, as I say, this will pass as quickly. Fingers crossed.
Lovely start to the second over from Rajesh Kumar, who'll be in confident mood. He played a nice cameo for Romania with the bat. Gets some real shape out on that occasion. He hit 3 4s, didn't waste much time, got 12 off just 5 balls, which is a very valuable contribution in the lower order in a T10. Down the ground, full toss, horrible delivery, and gets the treatment from Kukihel. He's not going to miss out on that. He's in very good nick, and it's Hungary's first 6 of the reply.
Yeah, lovely shot. Wasn't the best of deliveries, just coming out wrong, and just gets himself in the right position, and without too much effort, really, pounces on it for 6.
Full toss, and it's a strange shot, it must be said, from Kukihel.
Slower ball, Michael. I think he was done by the pace.
Good point. Just seemed to be in position very, very early. Ends up just plopping it back. I feel like he's really missed out there. A lot of people already writing off Romania in the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat. And this isn't going to help Romania's cause, as he's nearly caught there, living a very charmed life, Kukihel. And what you couldn't quite see there is that he actually punched his bat with frustration as he strolled up to the non-strikers. Pavel Florin in play here, as was Ijaz Hussain. Wasn't a catching chance, though. Short, nicely bowled. And Mark Ahuja and Sishan Kukihel are both not looking comfortable here at all. The conditions with the sudden cloud cover, this wind that is whipping up, going all sorts of angles, and the light bit of rain, just sort of turning back to what we're used to seeing very first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Slow ball, completely mistimed. It's fielded by Florian at short third man, no run.
Surprisingly no run. I mean, a non-striker there for me. Hell has got to be coming down now. He probably just wants to have strike. Maybe he counted that was the 6th ball and thought, I don't want to go. But no, you got to take the runs that are there. Papa Florin doing the fielding. End of the over. The score is 11 without loss after 2.
So they're marginally better off than they were earlier on. But this is still not great from Romania. From Hungary in the power play. Romania will be very happy. Well, this time they are going to run. They've left quite a few quick singles on the table.
With this throw, I'm not sure what he was aiming at. I think he was more of the batsman here. I mean, have a look at this throw. I mean,
but there was the other thing you didn't quite see is there was no social distancing there. The keeper, Satwik Nadi, got there in there, just trying to give him a hug and persuade him not to throw it too hard for potential overthrows. Could be another quick single, and they do get there. Well, they do get home, but these pair are not running very, very well. 22 yards is looking like quite a long way at the moment. There's a lot of hesitation. I am almost surprised there hasn't been a run out yet. I think Romania are starting to sense there could be. Short, completely mistimed by Cookie Hell. The pressure's really, really rising. Remember that Hungary still need well in excess of 100 to win here.
He's trying to hit this really hard, isn't he? Whereas just needs to be concentrating on getting bat and timing together. Misses out dot ball. We'd be disappointed he's missed out on this.
Short in swinging. And Cookie Hell's got this away through deep backward square leg. And they'll only get one, well, dare I suggest, but I think pairs that have better understandings between them would have easily picked up 2 there.
Yeah, that's poor running, not for the first time as well. It's already probably 3 runs they've missed out on and not taking the singles and making 1s into 2s.
Inside out from Ahuja, and almost caught at extra cover. Dropped in the end. Ramesh Shafison got so much of this right. He pedalled backwards, jumped, had it in 2 hands, but just couldn't quite hold on.
The captain, it's the second one he's put down. This one was the difficult one, it has to be said. Shafison, he does everything right, reaching up. And I think at the end it was one of those that they either stick or they don't. But he does save runs.
Swung away, and that is a convincing blow from Cookie Hell. That's what we're used to seeing from him, and it's gone over the marquees. It's a big, big 6 from Zishan Cookie Hell, finally showing why he's Hungary's best hitter. 21 without loss at the end of the power play.
Big hit that, boom, shakalaka. Yeah, exactly. That's what we know he can do, and it's a well-known fact when he performs, and then not only in domestic level, but also in international level. Once he's in the runs, then each team are in the runs as well. So it's vital that he gets scores on the board early on. That 6 will certainly help him end of that over, but it's still a pretty low power play.
Absolutely, they'll be unhappy with it, Hungary. Don't think it's particularly controversial to say that. It's kind of like the Taranjit Singh of the Hungary lineup. Not exactly the same, but there's real similarities. There's a lot of fragilities in that top order batting, and they're so often dependent on him, it seems, to hold the thing together. And speaking of Taranjit, here he is bowling. Starts with pretty horrible delivery, leg side wide. Took 1 for 18 off 2 with a tidy pair of overs against the Netherlands 11 yesterday. Steps down the track in the end and then rocks back Ahuja and hits it for 6 over mid-wicket, fielded on the bounce by the 12th man Abdul Shakur. And this pair are finally starting to hit their straps. It's another 6 for Romania to concede.
Yeah, Mark Ahuja, nice shot this, picks the length, knows he has to rock back a little, gets himself into position and goes over at the man on the mid-wicket boundary.
Quicker ball and met with a gorgeous straight blade for 6. Well, this is as good a shot as we've seen all tournament. Mark Ahuja didn't even try and hit it too hard. It was all about the timing. Just punched it down the ground for 6 more.
This was a very nice shot, Michael. As you say, you ain't seen too many better than that. As Taranjit Singh gets ready to reply when he needs a good one. Need a wicket here.
Swung away this time by Ahuja. Deep backward square that comes round and does very well. That's a nice clean pickup from Sivakumar Perialwa. So the run of boundaries is ended. Just a little moment that can maybe help change the momentum. Smashed over long on, and it's towards Portugal, who are doing their team warm-up. And it's a good thing we've got them out there to fetch this, otherwise it would take quite a bit of time to get back.
I was going to say, Michael, he's hit it well. I don't think it's that well. It's going to Portugal. No, Portugal's not that far from Spain, but I get what you mean, yeah. You see, nice to see the Portugal players doing their warm-ups there behind. But this over, well, it's a magical one so far.
Short, horrible delivery, and that gets the treatment too. Well, it's gone for 26, and we've still got a ball left of it. Cookie Hell has hit 2 sixes to go with the 2 that Ahuja has struck. And there's a man who loves a 6, and he's just seen another of them.
Yeah, well, another big shot here, and this over goes from being magical to supersonic. Well, Taranjeet, he's certainly done his job with the bat, hasn't he? And now, well, when you think what he scored, 59, well, take what he's given away off those. It doesn't leave too many in the plus.
A lot of flight on this. It's not quite Pavel Florin-esque, but there's plenty of it. There's a grimace of frustration from Cookie Hell. It's a clever ball to finish from Taranjeet Singh. So, after 4 overs, Hungary have brought up their 50 partnership. And I tell you what, I think if you're watching this right now as a Hungary supporter, probably slightly the happier of the two. Now, you're with the required rate. You're 53 without loss, 6 overs left.
Yeah, no wickets down. You've got 2 batsmen that are now clubbing the ball well. And, yeah, you're going to be happy. And, well, that over, 6 balls. What a difference 6 balls made. Taranjeet Singh was the star with the bat. Well, maybe he's going to be the villain here with the ball. But it's not over yet. But they need to get these wickets pretty quickly. They need to get these 2 batsmen out, break the partnership, let the other batsmen come in. Cookie Hell, like I say, when he scores runs, the team does well.
And as I dubbed it, it's very much almost a pre-survival scrap. Hungary looking to keep themselves out of that equation. So they'll get 1 from the first ball of the 5th over. And the rain and the wind only whipping up further. This is going to be conditions that, should be said, maybe the players from Austria and the Netherlands might be a touch more accustomed to, as that's a wild wide from Basuseni. Just to remind you, coming up next.
Yeah, that was so wide. It's actually been given a no ball because it was on the pitch, so this will be a free hit. Yeah, Michael, tell us what we got coming up.
Austria versus Portugal, and then the Netherlands 11 against Romania. Well, that is a wide given by umpire Croucher. I know I was talking to Mark Simpson-Parker the other day from the Austrian group, who was, he wasn't complaining, that's the wrong word, but he was just saying that this heat isn't maybe necessarily something that Team Austria are very used to, and having spent 2 weeks at the Sabine Cricket Ground, I can vouch for that. So that will be another wide. That was the European Cricket Series that was in May, if memory serves me correctly, where it's a miracle that our marquee didn't blow away multiple times.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to get some Austrian conditions today, because this is a lot more akin to what they more conventionally expect, as he's chased that. Well, he is going to get the wide, but he's just got to keep his head here, Cookie Hell. He was in danger of doing something a bit, well, he kind of did something a bit silly, but didn't manage to execute it in running that far across.
Yeah, but don't forget, it's still a no ball. It's just been wide, wide, wide. So this is still a no ball free hit. Sorry, not no ball, still a free hit. So that's why he is. I mean, look, well, this is just crazy. What has happened to the bowler here? Well, Sani, that's going to be 5 more wides. Well, he's going to break a record here, I think, with the amount of runs of this over.
And he's one of the best bowlers in Romanian cricket. This is a real surprise. He's just lost his run. He's lost his timing. There is a bit of rain out there, so the run-ups are maybe just a touch slippy. You're always trying to look and think of different reasons. His captain, well, his unofficial captain, the unofficial leader of this Romanian team in so many ways, Taranjeet Singh, certainly the loudest voice on this team, is going across just to have a word, as has the skipper Ramesh Safeesan. So he's already gone for 10. Still a free hit, folks, remember. Well, that one gets absolutely launched through extra cover. It's a 1 bounce 4, Well, Zishan Kuki-Hell has been trying to play that shot for about 10 minutes to every different offside wide he's been given, and finally this time he executes it well.
He does, and I think though he's gone for 4, I suspect that if he had left this, it may have been another wide. Well, look at that. It's only 2 balls being bowled and 14 runs from it. And after a great start, after a very good power play, all of a sudden Romania gone to pot somewhat here.
It is funny, when you're a team in a winning habit, you find a way to win. It's that short, skied up, and will be 6 more. The assault continues from the bat of Zishan Kuki-Hell. It's delight in the Hungarian dugout, and it's despair for Romania, who all of a sudden are completely falling apart.
Yeah, it's this is not good. It's not nice to watch. It made such a good start. Well, look, they're hunting around trying to find the ball in there. That one, well, I think that was Deldar. Deldar could have been wearing it. Well, he's aiming for the wrong tent.
Down the ground this time, and that is another boundary. Well, they're just bowling in this slot here, and Kuki-Hell's not going to miss out. And you get the sense that Vasu Saini at this point, dare I suggest, after all those wides, is almost just trying to run up and bowl a legitimate delivery. He's not really thinking about tactics or plans.
Been taken to the sword, hasn't he? This is a bit of carnage happening here now. And Kuki-Hell doing what he does best.
Quicker ball, straight to long off, and taken. Well, that is a tiny bit of consolation for Vasu Saini, who's gone round the park in this over. But they finally got a breakthrough. Superb opening partnership from the Hungarians. Kuki-Hell has to go. 71 for 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, has he done enough? In the scores, 71, as you say, it's that wicket falls. It was not been, I mean, 24 has come off it, but he has picked up a wicket and had to be taking that catch. But you have to go back to inside the power play. And I know one of them wasn't an easy catch for Ramesh, the captain of Romania, but one was fairly easy, and if they'd taken those catches, could have been a different ball game here. We could have been looking at something completely different, but they weathered the early storm well, Hungary, and then the next couple of opens, including that one from Taranjeet, that was, well, a magical one, 26, and this one, 24 from it so far. So basically, what we're looking at here, and the over's not finished, we've already seen 50 runs come off those 11 balls. 50 runs of 11 balls. 1 ball still to come, and but he has got a wicket. How important that wicket going to be?
Well, it is handy, but I think if you offered this over right now to either team, Hungary would still take it because it's putting such a dent in the target.
Without fail.
And you've got a man coming out in Zahir Safi Mohammed, who is also very good nick. 43 off 14 yesterday against Portugal, and then 29 off 11 against Portugal today. But he skied this up. Could be 2 and 2. Oh, it's dropped. A third drop catch of the innings. Goha Manan this time. Well, it's catch-drop-itis, and it's spreading throughout this Romanian team. The ball is slippery. It is starting to rain, but even so, you really do expect this to be taken. And this is going to cost them because Zahir Safi Mohammed is as good a hitter as anything Hungary have got.
Yeah, look, 3 drop catches, 1 difficult, accepted, but that one was easy. I know it's wet out there, but if you don't take these catches, you're not going to win matches. It's as simple as that, you know, especially when it's against hard hitters like that. Look, if you take 2 and 2 there, it changes things dramatically, and that over from Sani all of a sudden looks a lot better one. 72 the score, and 1 wicket down at the halfway point.
So Hungary more than past the halfway point of the target. More than halfway there. And they've still got 9 wickets in hand, so very much not living on any kind of a prayer. Those who love their Bon Jovi is a bit of a karaoke classic. Rain is really starting to fall quite heavily here, and we have got an AstroTurf pitch. The ground was in exemplary condition at the start of today, but there will come a point where it is too heavy. For now, Ijaz Hussain is going to bowl.
You want to know something interesting coming? You're normally the stats man. What am I going to tell you at the halfway point? Don't look at my. That's cheating. You cheat. I bet you used to cheat in school. He's looking at my notes, teacher. Teacher, miss. Okay, the scores are exactly the same.
Oh, that was. I was going to guess that
72.
it was something about a head-to-head comparison, but
Yeah.
I didn't have it that it was that split. Really?
Yeah.
So, but they lost a couple more, had they?
Halfway point, they'd lost. It was 72 for 3, and here we are, 72 for 1. So, well, that makes things even interesting as well. Certainly, if the rain does play a part in it.
And speaking of the rain, the pass score for 1 wicket down at the midpoint is 63, so they're +9 in that regard, which is important because the rain's starting to get heavier. As that time he'll get a trotted single. Ijaz Hussain on. He conceded just 15 from his pair of overs yesterday against the Netherlands. A sort of medium-pace mixture. So the pass score for the end of this over for 1 down is 76. Of course, that pass score will change if wickets are lost. Down the ground from Ahuja. And they have lost a wicket. Finally, Romania have held on to a catch. And it is a second one that goes. Well, they really have struggled in the catching department today. But finally, someone has clawed onto one. Ijaz Hussain picking up a crucial scalp.
Yeah, and the man who's called hold of one is his second one. Demindra, neither one of them was easy. With that one, he does make it look very easy under these conditions. You see in the replay, you can actually see the rain falling there. To take that catch, messes that up, it's 6 runs, and it's an important one to take. So both the batsmen that started well, that put the runs on the board, are now out. So Mark Ahuja goes for 17 off 12. Now, all of a sudden, as long as Romania can bowl well, game on.
And we've seen this script last night, albeit, of course, it was a different scenario. Portugal needing 111 to win against the Netherlands. They got themselves to 60 for 1 at the Norcaine strategic timeout with 5 overs gone. And then Zaib and Gomes, having put on that partnership, both went in the space of 2 balls. The game completely changed. Portugal collapsed and lost quite comfortably. So Hungary now needs someone else to step up to avoid a similar fate being dealt to them, as Harsh Manjan was trying to do that.
And you know the other thing, Michael, as you'll probably tell us, every time a wicket falls, the DLS system all changes as well. So that one is called a wide ball.
Yeah, so now the pass score for the end of this over is 77. And the thing to remember as well is, because it's T10, every ball is such a big event.
Yeah,
and
massive.
even one quiet over completely changes the complexion of it. Short effort ball, the classic slower ball grunt.
Well, you know, somebody once, I was umpiring once, and this is a true story, and the batsman said to me, because I had a bowler, and we know him very well because he's played for the Spanish team, the batsman said, can I complain because he's putting me off when he grunts? What do you reckon?
And that's another grunt, and that one is a wide. It's crossed over that blue line.
So what do you think, folks? I mean, what would you do? So, okay, so you're batting, because like I said yesterday, I told the world you're a bit of a batsman. So you're batting for Acton Force, and the bowler's coming in, and as he's going to bowl, he's going, ah! Would you think, would that be putting you off?
I do think it clearly has the ability to be off-putting. There's no doubt. Flicked away. Nice wristy shot from Manjan. 2 is the call. He has got it into the gap, and they will get 2. It's also actually a good boundary stop thrown in by Kumar, but initially it was very smartly done by his teammate Sivakumar Perialwa to stop it going for 4.
That's a sensational stop, that really is.
Well, you're a qualified ump, so you might be better placed than me. I'm not sure what the exact... Does it come under spirit of cricket, this sort of region of things?
The thing was with the bowler, you see some bowlers, if it was a natural thing that was happening, yeah, you could say, well, that's just the way he is. But he was specifically doing it just for the slower ball.
Tell you what, we've seen a lot of slow ball grunting out.
So I spoke with my colleague, and we have to say to him, we said, look, we don't think that's very sporting, so you've got to stop doing it.
Skied up. And taken. That is an excellent catch from Sivakumar Perialwa. An outstanding boundary stop from the previous ball. And now he's held on to that take as well to get rid of Manjan. That's just the boost that Romania needed in the rain. 77 for 3. This is outstanding work for a team who've struggled in the field. This is a moment that stands out in a good way.
Take nothing away from that catch. That is world class. And well, maybe Romania they're going to be the rain masters, because out there in the rain, they're holding their catches. Well, we saw Demindra take a very good one, but that one from Peria Lawar, that is a superb catch. I cannot tell you how difficult that one is. It's gone in the air a long time. It's wet, it's drizzly, the ball is wet, and well, that one, we heard it from here. When it went thump in his hands, it weren't coming out. What a great catch. And 2 moments of magic from him. And also, don't forget, he's also saved those 2 runs the ball before.
So 2 wickets in this over from Ijaz Hussain. He's still got that 1 ball left of it, and suddenly it is now Hungary who are ahead in terms of the DLS scoring. In fact, pardon me, Romania. Who
yeah,
just
because
ahead.
of those wickets.
So because of those wickets, the pass score now at the end of this over is 78, and they have 77. It's been a dramatic game. We hope it isn't a game that sees the drama turn towards rain delays deciding it. Ketapal now facing. Well, he's left this one in the hope it's wide, and it's not. And the big smile on Ijaz Hussain's face tells you all you need to know. Yep, it's just about okay. As good a ball as you can bowl in this tournament, really, in terms of trying to keep someone quiet and execute that wide Yorker. So end of the 6th over, 77 for 3. They are 1 behind the DLS par score at this stage. There's 4 overs left. The rain and the wind is still around, although it does seem to have died down a touch. And now this brand new pair have got to try and do it for Hungary. As for Romania from here, plenty of bowling options. It's a question of, well, the big question they're going to have to answer at some point is, do you go back to Vasu Saini and Taranjit Singh? Because they've both got absolutely whacked. Well, now for now, they've gone to Samiullah. Pavel Florin does the fielding at the expense of a single.
With this one, I mean, he's going to get a fist bump here from the keeper, because he had to make a decision, catch or not. And I think he made the right decision. That is spot on. Dives at it, drops, stops the ball going through, and keeps it just to 1. Excellent bit of work from Pavel Florin there.
He's fallen over as he's bowled that one, which is wided by umpire Croucher. Pavel Florin, for those who maybe have been living under something of a cricketing rock, going viral in 2019 after popping up at the European Cricket League, playing for Cluj, where he's born and raised. But well, it's been a long time with the pandemic and how everything's changed as he comes back onto another high-profile ECN TV event for the first time. Of course, he did play in the ECS in Romania, it must be said, but he's now playing with the Gladiators, brand new team in Romanian cricket, who are bringing through a lot of Romanian nationals as well, like him, who are born and raised in Romania. And that's another way that European cricket's going to grow, as Ketapal can't grow his score on that occasion. And it should be said that, goes without saying, but you do get the odd sort of quite negative comment or question on this, that European cricket welcomes anyone coming from any part of the world, and that's kind of what makes it so beautiful. You have people who, for either love, for being refugees, for all sorts of different economic reasons, have found themselves in Europe playing the game. So that time it's flat batted, hit hard, and taken well. Well, finally Romania has started to catch, and it's making such a difference for them. They were dropping them earlier on, but not now. 79 for 4. It's the dangerous Ketapal out for a 3-ball duck.
Well, he did his good work with the ball, didn't he? Once more, taking wickets, but with the bat, played and missed. And another one taken. Look, you were talking about using bowlers. Now, here's a shout for you. How about bringing on Pavel? Because, look, new batsman in there, okay? The pressure is on him. And I think Pavel, you know, the big man coming on, well, you know you need runs, you've got to play your shots. Do you take the risk or not? I think that's a good shout for me, because I wouldn't personally go back to Taranjit and Sani, because I think their own confidence will be knocked.
Well, I don't think you can go back to either of them. I mean, Taranjit went for 26, Sani conceded 25. So then you've got Rajesh Kumar to bowl his second, Ijaz Hussain to bowl his second, Samiullah as well. But Pavel Florin, he definitely gives you a different option. There's no doubt about that. And the other thing that I only found out the other night, he's actually got the 5th best strike rate of T20 international bowlers who's taken 10 or more wickets. So for all he's known to many for that moment 2 years ago. He has actually, since the rules changed, been an effective bowler for Romania in T20 internationals. He's got his own unique brand, the grenades.
And he keeps the pace off the ball, which a lot of batsmen like. I mean, you can see that Katapal, the way, Katapal, the way he was trying to hit the ball. All the batsmen are going to try and hit the ball, and they want the pace to do it.
Ashraf Nairana just come in and he'll get a single, but at this point now where they really do need more than singles, Hungary, that required run rate is just starting to climb, and they're in real danger of this run chase getting away from them. Still haven't seen Pavel Florin bowl yet in this tournament, and that's an occasion to enjoy when it does happen. For now, they could have another wicket. Pavel Florin could have the catch. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped it at short third man. It's a horrible moment for Romania's most famous cricketer. It was skied up, up, and up even further. It hung in the air for a long time off the bat of Zahir Safi Mohammed, and he went a bit with the crocodile hands there, in truth, Pavel Florin, and you can see what it means to him.
Yeah, went the wrong way, didn't he? Went fingers up. I think he needed to take this the other way, but look, there's the man we're talking about. Well, that's more reason for him to want the ball now, but he'd be more determined to perform for his country.
That will be a wide from Samiola. Well, this is not what Romania want to do. They're just giving Hungary a sniff here.
Look, this though, I mean, it's only one run, it's a wide, but Nadigotia here, this is a fantastic stop. One-handed to his left. He saves, I think, that from going to 4. Could have been 5.
Nice looking drive out to deep extra cover. They think of 2, but they turn it down, and it's a good thing because there definitely wasn't 2 there. Nicely bulleted in. Wides are now up to 14 for the innings, and extras are up to 16. And we know that thus far this week, anything in double figures has been bad in that regard. One team who certainly haven't been bad is Austria. They're chasing a 3rd victory from 4 up against Portugal, who are very much in that survival scrap, winless from 3 games. They've already suffered a pair of damaging defeats against Hungary. They're going to have to go and play Austria twice. They're going to have to play the Netherlands 11 twice, so they're running out of games to make an impression, Portugal, as Hungary reach 83 for 4 after 7. This game is still alive, but these two have got to do something quick.
Yeah, that rate now is around 17, and that means they've got to go at that for the next 3 overs, and that's going to really take some doing. But let me remind you that over number 4 went for 26, and over number 5 went for 25.
Just Hussain back, and his first ball is absolutely belted out of here through cow corner for 6. Well, Ashraf Nairana has had a look for a couple of balls, but now he goes, and he goes big.
This is a tremendous shot. He just goes down, look at this, down on one knee, and he absolutely muscles this over the boundary. It's a huge hit. So pressure on the bowler straight away. Hussain, his last one only went for 5. That's been surpassed with just 1 shot.
Full toss, horrible delivery, and Ashraf Nairana will be a touch frustrated. He's missed out on that. Well, this is almost certainly going to go to the final over with the game still alive. The real question is quite how balanced is the scenario one way or another in terms of the pendulum. Hungary going to leave themselves a really tough challenge. Oh, that is the slow ball grunt that we mentioned in the previous over, but it hasn't put Zahir Safi Mohammed off. That is his first 6 of the innings, and suddenly the Hungary batting dugout is a bit louder again. And I'm sure Hungarians watching from home, wherever you are across the world, will be enjoying that strike.
Vaya espectacular eso partido. Mamma mia. Disfruta a tope, eh? Disfruta a tope de esto partido. Esta de final, seguro, esta final. This is going to the end, this one. 2 big shots.
13 off 3 already in this over. Short, horrible delivery. And that is hit hard through extra cover for 4 more. Well, he's losing his plan, he's losing his radar here, Jaz Hussain. And it's back-to-back boundaries for Zishan Safi Mohammed. And they've just got no answer right now. This is quality batting, and the 100 is up as well. Another milestone reached in the chase.
Yeah, Zahir Mohammed. Well, what was I saying to you? That means nothing, that 17.
Down the ground this time. Should be out. And taken diving forward. A good catch from Dharmendra Manani. 100 for 5. And that key partnership that was just putting Hungary back into this one is ended. It's a big wicket.
Oh, wow, Michael. Watch this again. That's his third catch. They've all been spectacular. He sees this very late. If we see it from the other end one more time, he doesn't pick it straight away. He sees it late. That's why he lunges forward. That is world class. Well, if they do go on to win this match, I mean, we saw that very easy catch drop, didn't we, by Manan? And I said then, well, if you drop catches like that, you don't win matches. Well, if you take catches like that, you win matches. He taken 3, and Zahir Safi Mohammed, who was biding his time as wickets were falling around him, well, he has to go. And, well, maybe he was going to be the hero, he thought, but he goes for 17 of 7 deliveries. Game back on alive, though this has been an expensive over, but another new batsman has to come in and has to hit from the word go.
So now here's Khabib Deldar. Hasn't got much time to get going. He's impressed with the ball for them in this game, so he can take some confidence from that. Picked up a couple of wickets, was quite expensive in the last few balls of his spell, though, which somewhat ruined his figures. 13 balls left.
Have we ever given a player of a match for catching?
I tell you what,
this has to be a first.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's a dot. It's a crucial dot against Deldar. So we'll go into the last 2 overs with Hungary needing 35 to win. And Ijas Hussain has given us a bit of everything in that spell. His first over went for 5. His second over went for 17 runs. But he has also picked up 3 wickets, so 3 for 22 overall is something he'll be pretty pleased with.
Yeah.
Now we get to the pressure cooker part of the chase. Rajesh Kumar is definitely going to come back. He's only gone for 7 in his 1 over, and I would imagine it will surely be Sami Ullah to bowl the other over. Sami Ullah conceding just 6 runs and picking up a wicket. Rajesh Kumar's going to come back now, which I would imagine will leave Sami Ullah with the last. The question is, what can Kumar leave Ullah to defend?
Well, it's the 9th. All happens in the 9th, Michael. And it has to happen in the 9th.
Ashraf Nairana swings this away. Well, that's a great start for the 9th for Hungary. It's a big 6 over the fan tent. A second 6 for Ashraf Nairana. And we're having to send out the search party to get this one back.
Well, that's Mr. Maximo there saying that's on the roof. That's not ordering a pint at the bar. Well, we caught where he is. I know he's hiding there somewhere. Well, he's doing a bit of work there. A bit of marketing for Cerveza's Victoria, no doubt, Vinny. Well, fetch that one. Big hit. And I said, look, so much depends on this one. Well, they're still hunting it.
Well, that is an outrageous shot. It's a slog sweep off the seam of Kumar, who will be feeling a bit frazzled. He's got to find a comeback. He's going slow ball. Does he push it through even quicker? Does push it through quicker. It's over pitched. It's a good looking shot out through extra cover. And they'll get 1. So now falls on to Deldar. At this stage, I'm not necessarily sure you can afford to be thinking of just taking singles to get Ashraf Nairana on strike, because you've got so little time.
Yeah, look, they've got 7 and needing another 10 off the over. I'd get the single, because he's a man
holding things together in the middle order. If he bats through, I think they'll probably win it. It's another horrible full toss, but he's completely miscued this catching chance. 2 fielders coming together, and it's dropped. There was no communication. Well, Romania's fielding that had improved so much in the last few overs hands Hungary a needless lifeline. They scramble through for 2, 19 to win off 7.
Well, I'm not sure if this is Dharmendra, but his catching has been brilliant. And
it is Dharmendra Manani, but in his defence, he's got Lassie Saini.
Well, what was that fielder doing? Dharmendra's taken 3 great catches. Leave him be. Let him do the work. Well, that one. Well, how expensive could that be? Well, I was talking about catching, losing matches. Then he went to catches, winning matches. But now we're back to catches, losing matches. That was a big one.
You catch that, get rid of Ashraf Nairana, you probably win the match. Instead, he's still there. He squirted this away. So he'll keep the strike. That's an intelligent shot given the game scenario. He has 25 not out. We are going to the last. Hungary need 18 to win off it. And remember, this isn't just any old pool game. There's a lot riding on this. If Romania lose this, they'll have 4 straight losses. And they'll be in a very perilous position in fighting to not finish bottom of the group and go home before we get to Group B finals day Friday. As for Hungary, they win this, they'll have 3 wins from 4, and they'll have 1 foot in Friday, which realistically, for those 3 teams I've just mentioned, their first target was probably to make sure that they join the heavyweights of Austria and the Netherlands 11 on Friday of not being that first team to go home. Yeah, 2 batsmen having a talk, 4 of the key Romanian fielders and the captain having a talk. This is what it comes down to. This is pressure time. And the pressure on the bowler, it's got to get the ball. Can't afford to bowl any extras. That's another thing here. You've got to go for a reliable bowler, gets the ball on the spot. But look at the pressure on the batsman. But, well, I think Ashwanath Narayana, I think he's going to be the hero because he's batted so well. He's the man we always see in the pictures doing the praying when it's tight games like this. Well, I hope somebody's praying for him now. 18 to win off the last. Ramesh Safishan giving the last introductions to his bowler, Samiola. Hungarian support staff watching on, manager Sufian Mohammed and coach Abhishek Deepak Ahuja. Here we go, folks. Smashed away. That could well be 6. It is 6. It's on towards the grass bank, and 2 more like that, and Hungary will have the victory. Ashraf Nairana is hitting such a clean ball in this innings. He's done it yet again. He's on to 31 from just 10. Yeah, look, nothing wrong with this delivery. But the shot was immaculate, and that's how well he's striking it at the moment. To the joys of his Hungarian teammates, they're dancing in the marquees. 12 to win off 5. And it's overpitched again, and this could be caught. It is caught! That's the one they had to get. 12 to win off 4. Ashraf Nairana goes. Ullah holds his nerve. It's well taken by the skipper, and Hungary lose a crucial man who looked like he was going to take them home. Satyadeep Ashrayana has played a gem of an innings, but it ends here. Well, it's just over-pitched. Inside-out drive. Wasn't his cleanest contact. And the captain, Ramesh Safishan, holds on. And immediately you can see the focus. No celebration from him. Yeah. He's thinking about what's coming next. A moment to remember. A brilliant knock from Satyadeep Ashraf Nairana. 4 sixes, a strike rate of not far off 3 a ball. It is he who's brought Hungary back into this game and given them a chance, but it's going to be up to the lower order to take them home. Asanka Gadi Welagamage walks out, as walking back is a man who gets a deserved ovation. Ashraf Nairana playing a quite outstanding innings. Safishan, the captain, had to take this one. He dropped 2 before. This one he held on to. 12 to win off 4. Down the ground, should only be 1 to long off. It will only be 1. 11 to win off 3. The pressure falls onto Kaibar Deldar. Realistically going to need 2 boundaries to win it from here. This is a very small ground. 2s are rarely seen. We've only seen 1 3 across the entire tournament. Needs a boundary, Deldar. Short, not the best delivery, but it's not the best contact on it either. So suddenly it becomes 10 off 2. And after that 6 off the first ball of the over, it is Ullah who's come back strong. He got rid of Ashraf Nairana, and 2 singles since he gets a double fist pump on his back from his captain Safishan. This one has to be sent. It has to go the distance. Pressure ball, pressure shot. Short, and it's a wide. Well, when you said that, the thought did cross my mind that it's got to be a legitimate ball, of course. We've seen this so many times before. That opens the door, doesn't it? Much like the hardest runs to win, to score the winning runs. As a bowler, when you bowl yourself into a position like this, the pressure can suddenly get you. 9 to win off 2. Just got to re-find his composure, Ullah. Short. But that is a legitimate ball. They go through for the bye. The keeper misses. And it will be 8 to win off 1 ball. He's managed to find his line and length, Ullah. And that should be the game.
Well, just for a moment there, I thought, well, if the bowler wasn't watching this and they ran 2, 6, and a golden ball, but he did turn round. So can he finish it off? But again, he's got to make it a legal delivery.
Slow ball back of the hand. It's chipped away. This will be the game. It doesn't skip away for 4 either. It's well stopped. They're going to keep running, but it doesn't matter. They get back for 2, and it means that they've fallen short here, Hungary, in an extraordinary run chase. They finished on 129 for 6. They needed 18 to win off the last, but it is Romania who have grabbed themselves. They have won this game by the scruff of a smidgen of a hair, really. They are the victors by 5 runs. Wow.
What a game, what a game. And well, after that first ball of the last went for 6, well, they were having a party in the Hungarian camp, but, well, the bowler, Samuela, held his nerve. So did the captain hold the catch, and, well, forget about holding that. He couldn't hold his bat, but what a thriller it was here at the Kardemar Oval Cricket Ground. And Romania, they have opened their campaign, and what they've also done is left this group wide open once more.
Well, it's just the result you want if you're a neutral watching at home, whether it's on BT Sport in England or Fox Sports in Australia or everywhere else in between in the globe. It's really left this battle for who's going to make it through to Group B Finals Day Friday a lot more open than it was 2 hours or so ago. A first victory from 4 for Romania. Hungary now have 2 wins from 4. Portugal, of course, winless. They're up against Austria later on today. To watch back the highlights of an extraordinary run chase where we saw all sorts of catching, good and bad. Credit to that man there, Amendra Manani, because he, for the most part, was excellent. But this was probably the worst of the lot. Gohan Manan with a dreadful drop. And the rain that was consistently pouring made life more difficult. Manani was catching again, and it got to the point where actually we're left contemplating whether he should win player of the match just on his fielding.
Yeah, but don't forget that one there. That was taken by Pereira Loire. That was a fantastic catch as well. But look, when it mattered, they took him. They had to be brave. They had to be strong. But they started really well, didn't they? Only 21 in the power play, but there was no wickets down. And that 21 in 1 over, a bad one from Taranjeet Singh, went to 47. But then, even though it was an expensive, remember that over from Vasisani? Even though it was an expensive one, he couldn't get the ball on the pitch. It went for loads, but he picked up that 1 wicket, and that's where it all started from.
Did, and well, it seems a long time ago to remember it actually, but there was a partnership of 71 for that first wicket in just under half the innings, and at that point it was Hungary's game to lose, but Romania really did come back firing, and look at what it means to them to close it out. 18 to win off the last, and Samuela defended it. This is what's coming up next in match 9, a difficult task for Portugal. They have shown glimpses of promise. They threatened to cause an upset last night against the Netherlands 11, but you have to fancy Austria here. They will be vengeful after that big loss by 58 runs to the Dutch team earlier on today. They will want to reprove themselves and what a good side they are. As for this game, 42 off just 19 for Cookie Hale. He was brilliant once more for the Hungarians, as was Satyajit Ashraf-Nairana, who just couldn't quite see it home. 31 off 11, and then at the end, Deldar and Wedegamage fell only just short. 1 more 6 would have brought them from losers to winners, that tight. As for the bowling figures, Manani superb, the most economical of the lot. Ullah 2 for 17, closing things out brilliantly. But in the middle, you see the problems we alluded to. Taranjeet Singh and Vasu Saini off colour. They can't really afford to have those 2 key bowlers bowling like that throughout the rest of this competition. But for now, it's joy for Romania. They've won this game by 5 runs against the Hungarians. It's got them back into the mix in this competition. Match number 32, ending in a narrow final over victory for them. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you've been across the globe. That confirms what it means to the table. A first win for Romania. Hungary now with 2 wins from 4. Samuela has won player of the match for that exceptional closing over, defending 18 to win off the last. We'll see you very shortly for match 33, which brings Portugal up against Austria. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntida Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Khartoum Oval. And that's a very important announcement from the Share the Meal initiative, the United Nations World Food Programme. And today is actually World Food Day, the 16th of October. We'd implore all of you to download the Share the Meal app, and you can make a difference to somebody that is struggling with hunger, big problem. And yeah, it's important that we all do our bit. And like I said, it is World Food Day today, October 16th. Well, they're the live shots from the Khartoum Oval, and I do have an announcement that the following match, which is match 7, that was meant to start in around about 25 minutes time between the Netherlands 11 and Scotland 11, has also been abandoned due to the state of the outfield. It's not quite ready for play yet. So unfortunately that means that matches 6 and 7 here in Championship Week have been abandoned. The points will be split between the two teams. Now, I do have some weather updates for you. It hasn't rained at all really since we arrived at the ground today. They're working very hard with some blowers and with some rollers and super stoppers to get that field dried out. But I can tell you the next scheduled match would start at 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, and it's 8 p.m. in India. So that is around about 3 hours from now. So that is the next objective for the ground crew here, to work very, very hard to get that game on. That is Germany versus England 11, which I think would be an absolutely cracking contest. So I think given the fact we've got 3 hours between now and when the next match would start, I think there's a reasonable chance of that going ahead. Of course, it's a live situation, and we don't really know what's going to happen minute by minute. The rain could come back. Particularly if the sun comes out, that will probably help things along. So that is the announcement right now, that match 7 has been abandoned between the Netherlands 11 and the Scotland 11, following on the match 6 abandonment earlier in the day, where Spain were meant to take on the England 11. But we are going to give you a practice match. Practice match. It's a classic match now, and we're going to take you back to 2021 again. It'll be England 11 versus Italy in this one from October 2021. We'll say you can keep an eye on the bottom of your screen there to give you any live updates as they come to hand. But I don't think there will be any news for a couple of hours, because we are planning to start the match in 3 hours and 10 minutes, which means I think everyone can take a rest, if you like, for the next 2 hours. We won't have any updates. We'll have the field assessed probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes before the next expected start time. and then we'll go from there. But yeah, fingers crossed that we are back on the field. I'd love to see the Germans and the English going head to head. But we are going to take you back to Italy versus England 11 in 2021. So hopefully good news next time you see me. But for now, enjoy this ECN walk down the relay.
Across the world, whether you're keeping an eye on this game from BT Sport in England or one of our broadcast partners everywhere else around the globe, England 11 are into battle again. The tournament favourites chasing a 5th consecutive win up against an Italian side who, as was alluded to by Vinny Sandy, are in desperate strife. In truth, 4 consecutive losses for them so far in the competition. Must be said, it's not a full-strength Italian team. They've got their eyes on the ICC Europe qualifiers that are coming the week after this Dream11 European Cricket Championship finishes. So, vast majority of these players are playing in Italian colours for the first time. England triumphed in the first meeting between this pair. Those are your team sheets. Annika Vass and Ravi Paul miss out for Italy. Both were players that didn't have the best games when they faced England 11 the first time around. 2 bowlers that got hit all over the place. Alex Mellor, the ex-Warwickshire left-handed bat, misses out for the England 11. As does Rich Edwards, who's been an impressive opening bowler for them, but rest and rotation very much the name of the game for this England 11, so he misses out. Mohammed Imran to get us going. Just jabbed away by Harrison Ward, who's been a star for the England 11 with the bat. He's top scored in 3 of their 4 innings so far. 41 not out off 18 balls against Germany, 40 off just 12 balls against Finland, and then 37 off 13 against the Italians yesterday. Lovely bowling from Imran. Just got Ward pushing at that one outside the off stump. It's a really nice spot to be in. And in that fixture, the 7th match of Group C on Tuesday morning, England put 127 for 3 on the board and kept the Italians to 94 for 6, winning by 33 runs. Down the ground from Ward, thought of a single, turned it down in the end. Fielded by Amir Sharif, who is Italy's best bowler, and we'll see him very shortly. He's giving that ball a good dry because there is a lot of dew here. And actually, despite the early morning sun, it's pretty cold and nippy. The England 11 in buoyant mood, karaoke mood on the early morning bus in. As Ward slices this one away. And that is the first boundary of the day. Have a double check as to whether it's 4 or 6. England 11 all smiles, and why not with their start to the tournament. Harrison Ward has his first boundary on this Wednesday morning. Didn't quite get all of it, but he is batting in the power play. I think the umpire's just maybe double checking with the third umpire as to whether it is 4 or 6. So on we go. Short, and no doubt about this one. That is out. Superbly caught by Jasprit Singh. Such an important breakthrough. It's Harrison Ward who's been the England 11's most destructive batter in the tournament so far, but he is gone. And the England 11 are 4 for 1 early on. Well, if Italy are going to spring an upset and needed a bit of inspiration early, Jasprit Singh, who's normally so important for them with the ball in hand bowling, has taken a great catch out there. It wasn't an easy one. So Ward is gone, passes on a bit of advice to Ewan Woods, who heads out. Just 1-4 for Harrison Ward, who was a regular for Sussex in all 3 formats this summer just gone. But for the first time in this tournament, he's fallen cheaply. So Woods heading out now. Man nicknamed Jingu, due to references to his ginger hair, and also the fact that he talks a little bit like Pingu, the children's cartoon character. And Woods is not quite fired yet with the bat in this tournament. As that is a wide. Umpire's using that blue guideline, so I'll have to re-bowl that one, Imran. And Woods is 21 years old, one of 4 players in this team who plays his national counties cricket for Berkshire. This side has been selected as the best of the National County Cricketers Association's players. Straight to backward point, dot ball to finish the first. Imran concedes 5, and the England 11 are 5 for 1 after the first over. So these two both still yet to get off the mark. It will be interesting to see how the England 11 cope here without the big hitting prowess of Ward out there early on. He's really set the tone for them often with the bat. Luke Webb and Ewan Woods out there. Webb now facing up and taking guard. Up hit 49 off 23 yesterday against Germany. Was to fall just short of the half-century mark, but it was an impressive knock that put them in a position to go on and win that game by 46 runs. In the early morning sun here at the glorious Cartama Oval on the Spanish south coast. Webb is now taking guard. I know they were saying to me that they haven't played in heat of Spain before. Well, this is conditions these England players will be a lot more accustomed to. Webb can't get that away, so that is a dot ball. 3 over power play. It does go by in a flash. These two have got to try and take advantage of it if they can. It's very much a learning curve for this England side. A decent number of them have played first-class cricket before, but T10 on this postage stamp of a ground is another thing altogether. So will get off the mark this time, Webb. Got fly slip in Italy. Something we saw from England on day 1 of Group C action as well. The Italians have adopted it as well in turn. So now Woods facing up. It's part of the England Under-19 World Cup team back in 2018 in New Zealand. Did score an Under-19 one-day international ton against Bangladesh as well. And they'll get off the mark here with a quick single to short mid-wicket. Brings on to strike Luke Webb. Webb, who's seen as somewhat the father figure of this team, the sensible one. He's also a bit of a leader. He's captain of Dorset, one of a handful of players in this squad who actually are captains of their national counties. He's not really got all of this, and it's caught on the juggle. It's a second one. Irfan Sheikh takes the catch, and the England 11 is 7 for 2. Luke Webb, who struck them so well in the victory over Germany yesterday, has to perish. And it's a wicket for Baljit Singh. Both opening bowlers have a wicket. He's just on it a bit early and didn't really time it at all. Got a bit fortunate there, Irfan Sheikh, because the way the ball bounced off his body and came up fortuitously for him to catch. So that's the end of Webb for 1 off 3. If you're of persuasion towards England in any way, shape or form, maybe watching on BT Sport, I'll imagine that you're a bit nervous right now. The England 11 could be about to be upset, maybe lose their first game of this tournament. I'm sure anyone watching in the Netherlands will remember what happened to the Dutch 11. They looked well placed to win all 8 of their pool games before losing to Portugal. Taking guard now is Sam Pearce. Pearce has played for the Morgan in both the T20 Blast and Royal London 50 over competition. As well as playing plenty of cricket for Wales. He's their skipper. Straight 2 point. Pearce led Wales to the semi-final of the National Counties Cricket Association 50-over competition this summer. And much like many of this England 11, some aspiring professional cricketer for whom this tournament might be something of a handy shot window. And just strike rotation, aim of the game. So 2 overs gone, just 1 boundary for the England 11. And it's a boundaryless power play over from Aljit Singh. Concedes just 3 from it. The England 11 are 8 for 2 after 2 overs. And that's the table so far. So the England 11 chasing a 5th win from 5. Italy seeking to avoid a 5th defeat from 5. The top 4 teams from this double round robin format, where everybody plays everybody twice, will make it through to Group C finals day Friday. And from that finals day, 2 will make it through to the finals week proper, week 4 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Mohamed Imran staying on. So good deliveries, getting a bit out of this pitch. There's plenty of moisture on it. There's a lot of dew here in the early morning. A very, very good time to bowl. We rarely see sides on the European Cricket Network do anything else than winning the toss in the first game of the day. And Italy were delighted that the coin came down in their favour. Comes a long way down. I think it's hitting him outside the line of off stump, and it dribbles away to the boundary. It's a bit of fortune for the England 11. Testing stuff from Imran. Took 1 for 15 against England yesterday when they met. He also actually bowled the second maiden in T10 international cricket history. Of course, this is the first ever T10 international competition. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 1 against Germany in the first match of Group C on Monday morning. Down the ground, hit hard and not taken. They get through for a single. I'm not sure how much Mohamed Imran knew about this one. It's ringing that left hand. It's really hurt him. This is the last thing Italy will need when the momentum is with them in the game. Nice bit of sportsmanship there. Sam Pearce just putting out a hand and checking on the health of the bowler. That's got to hurt. Would have been quite astonishing caught and bowled had he managed to take it. Are they going to go hard in these last 3 balls of the power play or just consolidate? Steps down the track, Woods. Have to settle for a single, though. What a spell this has been from Mohamed Imran. He's got just 2 more balls to complete of it. Goes by in such a blink of an eye. T10 game, particularly as a bowler, when you get 12 balls to make an impact on the match. Long off and 3rd out. Only 2 allowed out, of course, in this power play. It's another big LBW shout, and again umpire Croucher turns it down. Wonder whether it's hit him outside line of off stump whilst playing a shot. Has been given as a leg bye. It's also fair way down the pitch too. So those are the factors in favour of Sam Pearce. Pearce 1 of 3 as they play their national counties cricket for Wales. Slow ball chipped up. He was very early on it. And it will be a single to finish the power play. It is comfortably England 11's worst power play of the tournament so far. They're 16 for 2 at the end of it. And it is, to his great credit, Mohamed Imran's best spell of the entire tournament so far. 1 for 8 from his pair of overs. It's given Italy every chance of a famous upset here. Italy thus far losing to Germany on the last ball, losing by 8 wickets with 3 balls to spare against the Czech Republic. Both of those games on Monday. Then yesterday, defeated by 33 runs against the England 11. And then losing by 5 runs against Finland in a contest between both teams who lost all 3 of their games up to that point. Woods and Pearce trying to lead the recovery. Baljeet Singh on with the power play done. He's got long on, long off out, so one would think he probably can't afford to drop too short. He's also interestingly got a 6-3 field. I think he's going to push this across. Woods, who tries to get funky. We're waiting on a possible wide call from the umpire, but not given, so it's a valuable dot for Baljeet. Bold gamble this from Italy. They're bowling out both of their opening bowlers. Sense on a run of momentum here, but the problem is then it can be difficult for those that follow in behind to keep up that momentum. Low full toss. Hard down to long off from Woods. Still going at below a run a ball. Lots of encouragement from the Italian bowlers. It's a reverse of what the coach was like on the way from the Sunset Beach Hotel to the ground today. The Italian players were very, very quiet at the back of the bus, and it was the England players having a karaoke session at the front of it. How the tables have turned. Slow ball, whipped away, and straight to mid-wicket and dropped by Mohamed Imran. Well, how crucial could that prove? He's handed Pearce alive. He bowled such a magnificent spell, 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. This has gone straight into the breadbasket and straight out again. Was low down, but it's a catch that you would expect him to take. So unfortunate for Baljeet, who should have a 2nd wicket. Steps down and out towards long on, and that's dropped as well. A much, much tougher chance, and Woods gets a boundary that somewhat releases the pressure on the England 11. He will be feeling it right now. Woods trying to hit his way out of trouble. And it was Amir Sharif diving forward at long on. It would have been one of the catches of the tournament with this hard Kookaburra ball in the early morning, where it is pretty cold in truth despite the sun. Turned away again by Woods. That's like that whip through long on. Ewan Woods, who plays his club cricket from a young age at Walgrove Cricket Club just outside Reading. Jokingly told me pretty much lives there. His dad Martin has been a groundsman for a long time. His brother Alex has followed in the groundskeeping tradition, works at New Road and with Worcestershire County Cricket Club. His mum Michelle loves the game as well. I'm sure they're proud and watching on and hoping Ewan can help England rebuild here. Now, swipe from Pearce, and that is the end of a magnificent spell from Baljeet Singh. So Baljeet has conceded just 10 from his pair of overs and picked up a wicket. Mohamed Imran has gone for 8 and is bowled magnificently too. And they find themselves in all sorts of trouble here after 4 overs. So 4 overs gone. And the England 11 are in a spot of bother here. 23 for 2. Short, hit hard by Woods. There's a sweeper out there. And it's taken this time. 2 catches dropped in the previous over. But Sharif, Italy's top wicket taker in the tournament, has done it again for them. The golden arm, Amir Sharif, leaves the England 11 23 for 3. And it's the end of Ewan Woods. So it goes from bad to worse for the tournament favourites, who are really being tested here. So the end of Ewan Woods. Out comes Dan Lincoln in this changed England 11 batting order. They have said that they want to give all of their batters an opportunity, but it means the skipper comes in with his side in a bit of a pickle, really. This will test out the resolve of Lincoln and this England 11.
Come on, boys.
That's a wide from Sharif, who's got a big responsibility here to keep up the pressure, with the two openers both bowled out. Sharif, who took 4 for 19 against Germany, and then 1 for 20 against the Czech Republic, 2 for 21 against England in the reverse fixture, and 3 for 8 against Finland. So he has 10 wickets already before this game. Into the ground from Lincoln, and good running from Pearce, particularly as the non-striker called Lincoln through, backed himself to make it at the keeper's end. It is tough to bat in these early morning conditions. We've seen that across this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Even for the might of the England 11, it is proving so. It makes for an intriguing contest. Short. Nice shot from Pearce. Down to third. Sam Pearce, one of the 3 players in this side who represent Wales in national amateur counties cricket, previously known as the minor counties, but in more recent years has been known as the national counties, who's outside of the 18-team first-class setup. Again, just strike rotation from Lincoln. They think of 2, but they turn it down. You're not going to get many 2s on the ground that is 50 metres all the way around. And I know that those 3 Welsh players have been given a little bit of jovial stick within the camp about pulling on the red jersey, but it being in England colours. They were all pretty quick to tell me that as long as it wasn't rugby, which of course is so often the national sport of Wales, they don't mind. Low full toss, flicked away by Pearce, straight to deep square leg. Of course, one thinks of the Six Nations in particular, where Wales versus England, whether it be at Twickenham or the Millennium Stadium, is something of a game to behold. Last ball of Sharif's over. It's been a really good one. And again, just a single from Lincoln. So at the end of the 5th over, it is the tournament favourites who are in all sorts of trouble here. The England 11 find themselves 29 for 3. Sharif's conceded just 6 runs from his opening over. And I tell you what, you just never know what's going to come next in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Good morning to you wherever you are across the world. It's fantastic to have your company. I'm Michael McCann, and alongside me for the rest of this game, it's Vinny Sandu. Good morning.
Thanks, Michael. And look, it's great to be here. And a bit of a milestone day for us, because look, we are counting up. We're not counting down. This is actually game number 897 that we have broadcast on the European Cricket Network this year. So whether you're watching on ECN, on our YouTube channel, or one of our international broadcast partners, it's wonderful to have your company. And today we will reach the big 900. We set a bit of a task at the start of the year. We wanted to do 1,000+ games, and we're right on track. So thanks for joining us, and it's great to be with you, Michael. Very interesting start to this match as well.
It's not a good delivery, and it will be given as a no ball, so free hit to follow. This is not what you want in terms of releasing the pressure on a batting side when you've got them exactly where you want them. So will be one for him to have a look at, Sam Pearce. Have a look at with little to no consequences. Of course, he can still be run out off a free hit for obvious reasons.
What about this start, though, from Italy? A team that hasn't got a win against a team that hasn't looked like losing, really. But England, they're so dangerous. They're so dangerous, even if they're on the ropes. You saw them bounce back yesterday.
Straight to deep cover. And a free hit, of course.
Michael, it's all right. You're not the first. And you won't be the last. That one had me as well, but yeah, of course, the ball following a no ball is a free hit. But, I mean, we saw it yesterday, didn't we, with England, the way they bounced back. You know, they looked to be heading for something like 100. They ended up still scoring in excess of 130. So, a big task for Italy.
No. That's a full toss, and that gets the treatment from Dan Lincoln. Dropped down the order and having to come in during a batting collapse. He's put the bad ball away. I hope to get the England 11 off into a better direction. It is the first 6 of the innings, not coming until the second half of it.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? Full toss, though. It hasn't been a good over so far. Jasprit, you'll want to improve. You just don't want to give this innings any oxygen because England 11 will make you pay.
It's going down leg. It'll be a leg by. Your only concern for Italy is that they've bowled out arguably their best 2 bowlers in Mohammad Imran and Baljit Singh. Amir Sharif, the top wicket taker, he's been impressive as well, has only got an over left. So it's Jasprit Singh who's on now. They've then got to find a 5th bowler from somewhere. They do have the spin of Adnan Mohammed and Jorwar Singh. I know that for this first game, they primarily want to stick to their seam attack where possible. They've dropped Ravi Paul and Yannick Avas, who've both struggled thus far. Well hit by Pearce, but nicely fielded as well by Amir Sharif. So do they hold back Sharif? He's normally their death bowler, and save his second over for the 10th and look to others to fill in until then? Or do they keep Sharif on after his excellent first over? Went for just 6 and brought a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? The thing is, we've seen so many innings get derailed by one bad over, haven't we, in this tournament so far, that might go for in the high 20s, even 30 runs.
But you can't hide your 5th bowler forever.
It's true. That's what I mean. Who'd be a captain?
Left alone, hoping for the wide maybe Lincoln, but not given. Dan Lincoln, who had quite the journey to get here, former professional goalkeeper of Reading, has had a few seasons with Middlesex until last season, where he played county championship game and 2 T20s at Kent. Gave up cricket at 16 and restarted 6 years later and hasn't looked back since. And he's got a decent chunk of this, 4 through wide long on. Well, Lincoln starting to get the England 11 motoring finally, belatedly. And it's 14 that comes off that 6th over, 44 for 3.
Yeah, it's a really good shot, really good bit of placement, the way he manipulated his wrists there. He wanted to get it a little bit square up, but that has inherent risks when you're hitting across the line slightly. But he just did that one to perfection. And so 4 to finish the 6. 6 overs down, 44 for 3. I mean, from here, I normally work with a 2 a ball kind of projection. It takes us to 92. Still think England 11, typically they find a way to get 100 plus, don't they? And you back them to defend it, but next 4 overs are huge. Probably the biggest 4 overs of the Italians tournament so far, because they're 0-4. This is a real opportunity for them. And they're giving the ball to Ahmad Khan here in the 7th.
Giving themselves a chance here, though, Italy. England 11 got 127 for 3 against them yesterday. I imagine they're not going to get near 127 here. Steps across, just jams it into his own pad, Pearce. He's been frustrated. He has 8 off 13. Lincoln on to strike. Mentioned giving up cricket at 16 and restarting 6 years later. Credible story as to how that happened. When he was 22, he played in a game involving the Middlesex second team and a lot of very good amateur cricketers in that part of the world. And he scored 130 off 35 balls in a T20. And then thought, well, maybe I should be playing cricket after all. Full toss, and he's absolutely smashed that. It sounded so good off the bat. The crack of lever on willow was a delightful noise, as long as you're not Italian or your name's not Ahmad Khan. 4 more for Lincoln.
Well, Lincoln has got out on the right side of the bed, that's for sure. And whereas teammates have struggled to get going, down Lincoln has hit everything in the middle of the bat so far, really. Once again, though, it's not a good delivery, is it, from Ahmad Khan? He's got to get it right. Cannot let this England 11 get away, because they will be ruthless with you, especially if they've got wickets in hand towards the back end of this innings.
He's leading with his bat right now, Dan Lincoln. He's so key in the field because he's not just the England 11's keeper, but of course their skipper. Short. Just turns that one away for 4 through backward square leg. Well, Lincoln's making this look easy. He's playing a different ball game to everybody else out here. He's on to 22 off just 10 balls.
Yeah, this is sensational batting because he knows that her fine leg was up in the circle. He didn't have to hit it hard. He just manoeuvres it around the corner. Once again, it's all about the placement from Lincoln, and he's looking the goods here. 22 off only 10 balls.
He's down the ground this time, but this run of boundaries ends with a single. Brings back onto strike Pearce, who's got to go for it now. He has 8 off 13, Sam Pearce.
It just hasn't happened for him, has it, so far in this innings, and doesn't have a boundary.
Promoted up the order. Do you want to give everyone an opportunity, the England 11? Goes to Scoot, and that sort of sums up Sam Pearce's innings. Nothing's quite going right for him, and this has dribbled its way through to the wicketkeeper, Nisar Ahmed.
Well, have a look at it here. I mean, gets a little touch on this. Could have gone onto his stumps. It's fine, but there's 2 fine as well. But yeah, it's just looking at last time these 2 teams played, it was 127 to 94. England getting over the line. So Italy did score 94 against them. Looks at the moment to be the kind of score they might be having to chase.
Swipe and a miss from Pearce, who has 8 off 15. That is the end of the over, 10 from it. And that's a very good recovery. And the first 3 balls went for 9, so 7 overs gone. Italy will be very, very happy. The tournament favourites, arguably, are under big pressure, 54 for 3.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange shot, that last one. Probably a shot of frustration from Pearce. It was a shot where he kind of lost his shape, and he's looking frustrated out there. Just a reminder of where we are as far as this tournament goes. It's a 4-week tournament. We have 3 group weeks, and the best 2 performers from each of the groups going through to the championship week, which starts on Monday. And so 2 of the teams in Group C will join Belgium, Spain, the Netherlands, 11, and Austria in that 6-team championship week. So still well over a week to go here in Spain. We're loving it, and we're loving that so many people are enjoying it as well. So it's great to have your company, as always, here on the 3rd day of the 3rd week of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
All eyes on Lincoln here. He's been batting brilliantly. He's got to dig his side out of something of a hole. Uses the strike though. It's now going to be interesting to see what Pearce does, because he really does have to go for it. Dan Lincoln's coming down to have a little bit of a word with his batting partner, just signalling that Sharif is swinging the ball into him. And Sharif, to his top wicket taker of the tournament so far. He's already got 11, including 1 in this game. Just 1 for Pearce. 16 balls faced by him now. He's still boundaryless. He's cutting a very frustrated figure, as you can imagine. He's throwing that head up towards the sky. Lincoln looks completely in form at the moment. Pearce, someone suggests somewhat towards the opposite so far. And this time Lincoln to settle for one. Well, they're going to try and get two to get Lincoln back on strike. It won't work. It's a self-sacrifice from Sam Pearce, and in the situation that makes sense. It does at least mean that Dan Lincoln keeps the strike, and a long and lonely vigil for Sam Pearce comes to an end. He's made 9 of 16 balls, and the England 11 are 57 for 4 now. Nice work out on the deep mid-wicket rope. Always looked like it was going to be difficult to get to on this ground where it's 50-metre boundaries all the way around. This will show you. It's barely in the frame. Good throw from Irfan Sheikh. Maybe just bounced up a touch off the AstroTurf. The third umpire is having another look at this. It seemed out from our commentary position, but bowler did have to take it a long way, Amir Sharif, down to the stumps. Yep, that looks like it's out. Line, of course, belongs to the fielding team. So out comes Tom Bevan. One Welsh player replaced by another. 21-year-old, he's represented Wales in white and red ball cricket. Former Glamorgan Academy graduate. And a sports scholar at Millfield. Be playing this winter at the Gary Kirsten Academy in South Africa. Now he's at the non-strikers, of course, because it was run out at the bowler's end. Just 15 balls left.
I think you saw there from the running how important it was. They thought to get Lincoln on strike, and just wasn't working for Pearce in that innings, was it? Disappointment for him, but I'm sure he'll get another opportunity. Here's Sharif.
Not quite got all of this, Lincoln. Now Bevan's got to try and add some impetus to the innings. He certainly did that yesterday. 35 of 10 balls against Germany. He hit 6 of those 10 balls that he faced to the boundary. 2 fours and 4 sixes. As Stephen Knox, the Germany head coach, and the German players watch on. They're in action against the Czech Republic in game 2 of today. Low for toss, whipped away, and that's brilliantly stopped. Irfan Sheikh realised he wasn't going to take the catch. He manages to get those knees and body in front of the ball and get something behind it. Prevents the boundary.
A really good stop. Really, really good stop. See, it's a real awkward one. Does get away from them. They do get 2, which might be important, but does take us to Bevan. I mean, Bevan's been so good. So he hit the ball so well yesterday. See what he does with last ball of the over.
Going to think of 2 here. Doubt they're going to get it. They're not even going to try in the end. So end of the over, 61 for 4. Bevan will keep the strike. And Sharif, much like his seam bowling counterparts who opened the innings in Mohammad Imran and Baljit Singh, has kept things very tight. 1 for 13 from his 2.
Yeah, they've done well just to pull it back, haven't they? And you just thought the way Lincoln was going, maybe it could run away from the Italians pretty quickly. The wheels might fall off, but you know, I've been impressed with the way they've applied themselves, the way it was looking. Those 2 double figure overs in 6 and 7. There were 15 and 10. And that one from Sharif was really good. And you talked about whether they bring him back at the very end. I think they just sensed that the moment was there to bring him back. And he only conceded 7. But well, a huge 2 overs coming up. And they've got Jasprit Singh bowling the 9th. He was the one that did go for a few runs. It was 15, he went 4 in the 6th. The most expensive over so far. And he's going to be bowling to Bevan, who has been in form.
Nice Yorker first up. Not much that even players in good nick can do with that. So now it's over to Lincoln. Just 11 balls left, and credit to Italy. They've gone for a sort of horses for courses approach. They haven't used either of their spinners. And it makes sense as well in these conditions. Jawahar Singh, as well as Adnan Mohammed, not required. Just turned away by Lincoln. Gainer will only get 1 though.
Getting that Yorker, isn't he? And oh, now they're going to think about 2. Well, this is sloppy. And they will concede an overthrow. It's also really alert running from the Englishmen. And look, I think they've learnt a lot from the running between the wickets they've seen from some of the other teams that have played more of this kind of format. So that does get Lincoln back on strike. They're just little things that's going to frustrate Jaspreet. But he has been nailing that Yorker. And Michael, how good is it that we're watching England versus Italy at cricket? And we've got a real game on our hands.
Let's hope it doesn't go to penalties, is what all the Englishmen will be thinking. As that is almost hit straight into the gloves of Nisar Ahmed. And they'll get a single. Well, he's very good on his scoops and his paddles, Stan Lincoln, but by his own admission, this wasn't quite his best execution.
He's lucky to survive here. See this one, I don't think it quite kind of carries to the keeper, almost yorks him. Get a view of it here. I'm not so sure, but if he's been caught behind, if it did just travel a little bit further, that was an awkward one for Nisar Ahmed, who's back behind the subs today for Italy.
Down the ground, and 4. Hit very hard from Bevan. That's what he can offer at the back end of an innings. It's a desperately needed boundary in an innings that has been really starved of them. It is only the 7th 4 to go with just 1-6.
I mean, Bevan has been the man for me in the last 24 hours for England. I think he's hit the ball as well as anyone. Just has a low backlift, but it's all wrists. He gets in a good position, power position, and hit that one very well. Again, just missing the Yorker, a little bit too short for the Yorker.
Full toss. Bevan will not be happy. They're going to eye 2 here. They're going to try for 2. And had the throw been taken cleanly, Bevan was in all sorts of trouble. As it is, the throw is not the best to be being kind to Hassan Ahmed, and they've got away with it.
It's good calculated risk again, I think, from Bevan, who spotted it. Often safe, going to miss the Yorker, miss it full. I just think doesn't give the batsman anything to get under. That could have easily gone around the fine leg fieldsman for 4. Yes, again, making the keeper work really hard, had no chance. Last ball of the 9th coming up.
And again, they get 1. And they are going to take 2 here as well. Well, this is fantastic running from this England pair of Lincoln and Bevan, but Italy are just letting this game get away from them in the field a bit. It's really good hustle between the sticks. So 73 for 4 at the end of the 9th. He ends up conceding 25 from his 2 overs, Jaspreet Singh, not necessarily helped by his fielders.
Could have been worse, I suppose. See here, it's alert running because the keeper wasn't at the stumps, and even though they went to cover the keeper's end with another fielder, the throw went to the bowler, so I suppose they weren't really hurt there. It could have gone a lot worse. So 12 off it, hey? So now England, I mean, they need a very good over even to get them to 90 here.
But we do know that if anyone can defend a low score, probably this England 11 bowling attack. As good a bowling attack as we've seen in the competition. It's a bit of a shade in this game of when the Dutch managed just 96 against Romania in their first day and still won.
It's got a bit of that. But the difference here for me as well is that that was the first time that Romania had played the Dutch. Now, Italy, they've faced the England bowlers before, you know, so I think it's a little bit of an advantage. You know, over the first time you're facing them, they would have had time to maybe look at the English team a bit more, perhaps devise some strategies about how they're going to counter their pace and spin attacks.
Down the ground from Bevan, chance, and it's gone over the head of both fielders for 6. Ahmed Sharif and Jaspreet Singh both diving for it, but it's managed to escape through the pair of them. A valuable 6 for Bevan and this England team. Yeah,
and this one, it's a classic case of too many cooks, wasn't it? As we almost had a collision. That would have been real nasty. I'm just happy that they didn't collide. It does cost them 6 runs, and now really important, because if England do get some runs off these last few deliveries, they're going to go in with a bit of momentum to the halftime break.
They're going to try for a bye, and that's very smart wicket keeping from Nisar Ahmed. Well, why not, given the situation of the innings, try it, but it hasn't worked out for the England 11. So Dan Lincoln is gone. A magnificent knock from him to lead this recovery and get them towards a competitive score, but he's out for 29 off 17.
Yeah, it does really well in this innings, Lincoln. You can see there he is well short. So he'll have to go. And end of a really important knock from the captain. You see there, in the end, probably just a bit less than a metre in it. So The result is another wicket, and Lincoln going for a hard-fought 29 off 17 balls. It's 80 for 5.
So out comes Andy Rishton, who I know will have some particularly keen followers, given that this is the early morning game, because I know that his students, during their form time for half an hour at the start of the day at Felton Fleet School in Cobham, in Surrey, get to watch a bit of our cricket before they go about their studies for the day. I also had it in the school newsletter who's playing in this tournament. He's going to get his opportunity to impress right at the back end of this innings.
He doesn't have long. He's got 3 balls. And this is Ahmad Khan.
What can Mr. Rishton produce? He's hit his first one pretty well, but it's straight at extra cover, who opts not to shy Baljit Singh. There's 2 balls left now.
So decisions. I think Baljit really wants to have a go at that, but he knows he concedes 1 extra. I probably wouldn't have minded that, because if you give away an overthrow, it costs you 1, but you'll have Bevan not on strike. So it is Bevan on strike for 2 balls remaining.
Down the ground, big 6 towards us in the commentary box. Just short of our area, but easily clearing the 50-metre boundary. And Bevan is doing exactly what he did against Germany again. It's a second 6 for him. It's powering England, who giving themselves a chance here. They're still going to be under par, but with their excellent bowling attack, give themselves every chance.
This is what I mean about, if you give away an overthrow there, you don't have the set batsman on strike. That's why it's decisions. You've got to make them really quickly. Last ball.
They're going to try for it, and again, dead eye from Nisar Ahmed. He hits. So the England 11 able to scamper 1 through off the last ball of the innings. Unselfishly run out. Andy Rishton trying to get through and take another look to just confirm it here, but that is out. So end of the innings, a fantastic effort by Italy. England scored 127 for 3 batting first against them yesterday, but today the England 11 have been somewhat becalmed. And an interesting moment here is the Italian skipper Baljit Singh has called his players in for a huddle. Sure, it's to give them a bit of a G-up and say, look, we've done brilliantly with the ball and in the field, but it means nothing if we can't go and chase this target. So it will be 88 to win for the Italians for a shock victory.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, isn't it, in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. England 11, they've been the top dogs so far, and they have not tasted a defeat as yet this week. But much like the Dutch, they're finding their opposition improving game by game, and that's an Italian team. They are desperate for a win. They got so close on the first morning, going down to Germany on the very last ball, getting hit for a 6 off the last ball to lose the game by a run. But like you said, Michael, and you said you were spot on, that's only half the job done. The Italians, well, they're desperate to get on the board, and we were happy to be here on a beautiful sunny Wednesday morning. Slightly hazy skies, but there's 11 guys, and they were ready for action. The Italians, and well, the English 11, they had the party cranking on the bus, didn't they? But it was the Italians that were crashing the party here early on day 3 of Group C of this ECC.
It certainly was. To see all 4 of the English top order fall without reaching double figures was something you weren't necessarily expecting to say when they started this match as the firm favourites. We saw a bit of a change top order as well. Dan Lincoln didn't come in until number 5. They have talked about wanting to rotate and give everybody a chance. 2 drop catches in 2 balls. The Italians certainly were giving some chances, but not there. Nathan Sheikh holding on to get rid of Ewan Woods for 9 off 9. The rebuild for England started once Dan Lincoln came to the crease. Continued when Tom Bevan got there as well. With some nice hard-hitting shots down the ground. A good cameo of 22 not out. And then from the very last ball of the innings, it was direct hit run out 2 in the closing stages. Dan Lincoln and Andy Rishton both run out by Nisar Ahmed. Bevan striking that 6. Bevan hit 2 of the 3 6s in the innings. So the Cartman Oval in the glorious sunshine on your backdrop there. That's what it will look like in a few hours. For now, the good weather is just kicking in, starting to get touch warmer as time goes on. That's the England 11 batting card, and Dan Lincoln and Tom Bevan, only two to make a real impression, both scoring very quickly and making their way into the 20s. Sam Pearce with a boundaryless 9 off 16 was not quite the ticket when sent up the order and given an opportunity. First failure with the bat in this tournament for the excellent Harrison Ward, making just 4. So 88 to win for Italy, and their bowlers have given them every chance. Jasprit Singh and Ahmad Khan a bit more expensive at the end as the pressure was on for the England 11 to try and scamper something together, but Mohammad Imran and Baljit Singh at the top with 18 for 2 off their 4 overs between them, bowling straight out in the power play and the first over afterwards. So, the winless Italians against the tournament favourites and a side chasing their 5th successive victory in T10 international cricket. The England 11 are in battle, and at the midway point, you'd rather be Italy, no doubt about that. They need 88 to win. They did score 94 for 6 against England yesterday, but that was when chasing 128 for victory. Totally different game this morning. There is dew, there is good conditions for bowling, and this excellent England 11 attack will look to exploit that. Who's going to win it? Join us very shortly for the run chase. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. We are halfway through the first match of day 3 of week 3 of the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. 15 European cricket nations going head-to-head in this fast-paced T10 format. Well, it's the fastest and I think the most exciting cricket on the planet. The fact that we bring you 5 games every day is something quite special, and I think you'll agree there could be something very special on the cards for Italy, who are coming out chasing a target of 88 against England. England never really got going in their innings this morning. England, they're 4-0, haven't lost a game yet against Italy, who've had some close shaves, but they haven't quite been able to put a whole performance together. They are on the bottom of the ladder with 0 wins from 4 matches, but that could all change after this, and this would be a real David versus Goliath if they were able to pull this one off. Italy will have to deal with the strong England bowling attack. We know they've got a good mix of pace and slow options. No Rich Edwards in the lineup today for England, so that's one man they won't have to contend with. And we clocked him as the fastest of the England bowlers yesterday in their final match. And you see there, England, this will be a real test of their plans and their execution of those plans as they attempt to defend this score of 87. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and joining me in the commentary box is Michael McCann. Michael, well, Italy, they'll be very happy at the halfway point, but still a lot more work to do for the men in blue.
Yeah, and they've got to be really positive here. We've seen teams when chasing targets that are significantly below par, they go a bit into their shell in the power play, and they don't be as assertive and aggressive as they normally would be, and backs themselves into something of a hole. They've got to see if they can try and use the pace in this power play to their advantage. Speaking of one man who'll bring that pace, one of the very quickest bowlers in this tournament, Zaman Akhtar. Just turned away for one to get the Italian reply off and running from Nisa Ahmed. Amir Sharif is at the non-strikers, now brought on to strike. Plenty to think about for the England 11. This is easily the most trouble they've been in a game in this tournament so far, no doubt about it. That's nicely bowled from Akhtar, who, with his height and this AstroTurf pitch, is going to get some bounce and lift. He's got a lovely, clean, languid action. It's a really nice bowler to watch aesthetically. It's also, interestingly, a little bit of a wildcard selection. All these other players play their cricket in the west side of things in regards to the national counties. He's the only one picked from the east. Chipped up and dropped at backward point in that short backward point position that England 11 love to use and have done so successfully. Well, you'd have expected Tom Bevan to take this, given the high quality fielder that he is. So it's a life for Amir Sharif.
There you see that Sharif just kind of backed away from that one slightly. Wasn't in a good position to play it. He opened the face and it did present an opportunity for Bevan. I think that's one he takes probably 9 times out of 10. The start is so important here for Italy.
Smashed away from Sharif, who instantly makes the most of the life that was given from Bevan. He's hit that very, very hard. It took until the second half of the innings for the England 11 to hit their first 6. This one has come in the first over.
Well, it's actually got 1 bounce, so it won't be 6, but it'll still be 4, and I'll take it. It looked like he could have been already back in the pavilion. You see Akhtar, that's been the plan from England. They have bowled short. They do push their outfielders in the power play behind the batsman. They've got fine leg and third man in place.
And this is it hard through mid-wicket this time. He hasn't quite got all of it, but he's got enough to get 6 more. 50-metre boundaries are very unforgiving for a seam bowler. And poor old Zaman Akhtar's finding that out right now. He's got this field set for short pitch bowling, but Sharif is meeting it.
Yeah, that's a good shot, and you have to be bold, okay? You can't just play it out or run the ball. If you're Italy, I don't think so. That puts pressure on you to then score at 10s and over. And so, yeah, look, I like this approach. And you need batsmen up the top that can play the cross-bat shots.
Good response, and half stopped in that fly slit region. Down to third, so a single to end the over. Sharif keeps the strikes. Aman Akhtar concedes 12. It's a perfect, positive start for the Italians.
It certainly is. A dozen off the first over. It's exactly what they needed. And yeah, the reason I say that, I mean, Italy, of course, without a win, they'll be desperate to get on top in this game, and they have to do it, for me, early. They can't leave their run too late. They can't be too cautious. And yeah, obviously, you need a bit of luck when you're trying to beat a team like the England 11 as well. And they got it there with the drop catch from Bevan. And then two pretty well executed pull strikes from Sharif.
I'll tell you what, when I see a catch like that dropped, if you're an Italian, you're probably sat there thinking, mi sento molto fortunato. I'm feeling very lucky. And it just feels like a lot of fortune is going their way in this game. Just the small things. They're playing really well, and they're giving themselves every chance of an outstanding upset. Spin into the attack with Ewan Woods. And that is a good start from Woods, who is one of 4 spinners in this England squad. Got plenty to offer in that department. We'll see Max Utley later on, I'd imagine, as well as Alex Russell.
And Woods has really got a good quicker ball, and he'll employ it. Even if you know it's coming, it's hard to get away. That's why he's been used at the end of the innings quite effectively. But here he is up in the power play.
3 dots in a row, so quickly the pressure building on Sharif. He does prefer pace on the ball. The 4th spin option is Sampius. There's also seam of Andy Rish, and they've got 7 good bowling options, this England 11. Full toss, and he's got away with that as well. So we could yet have the 3rd maiden of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
I think you've got to go offside here. You've got 2 back on the leg side. Something you can get under.
Straight back once more to Woods. And Sharif is looking at his bat, but, well, that old tale about the player and their equipment. Makes room this time, and straight back at Woods, who gets a wicket maiden. Well, by George, do the England 11 need that? 12 for 1. Sharif is gone for 11, and he's about as struggling against the spin here as he was sizzling against the seam.
Well, you say spin, but it's not really spin at all. It's medium pace. This is what he's done this over, and he's just jammed these Yorkers in. And that was one that I think Sharif thought he could get under, but all he could do was hit it back at the bowler. Ewan Woods took an excellent return catch. It was just really good defensive bowling from Woods. So no runs in the over. All 11 from Sharif came in the first, and at the end of 2 overs, it's 12 for 1.
Well, they've got to find a response now. It's good reactive captaincy as well, I'd say, because I know that it wasn't necessarily the plan to bowl Ewan Woods there, but they got him in early because they saw Aman Akhtar was hit by Sharif. That's nice. That reminds you of where we are. England 11 chasing a 5th win from 5. Italy looking for a 1st win.
And they'll get off the bottom if they can win this game, Italy. And going for Ishton in the 3rd over. And that just going back to that last over from Woods. What I liked about it, it's the control, and it just shows you, I'm jokingly saying it's medium pace, but that has been working for him. And you can even know that ball's coming, a speared in Yorker. You still have to find it as a strategy to counter it. And Sharif ran out of options and lost his wicket.
It's a nice start from Rishton as well. He bowls at good pace. He's on the circuit in English national counties, so they have him sort of in the mid-70s. That's a difficult ball to hit.
Another good Yorker. Well, Phenom was just reminding me of some of the good spin bowling we saw in the Netherlands in the ECS just a few weeks ago. Similar tactics if you get in that block hole, but the margin of error is very, very low. It's the last over of the power play now.
Flayed away through the covers. Lovely shot from Ahmed. And that's the kind of counter-attacking that Italy need if they're going to find a way to win this game and pull off the run chase.
And this one, I think, has gone all the way. So we'll probably have a look at this one. But at the naked eye, this one just carries the rope for me. Yep, there you go. All the way over. So...
Great camera work from Spring Productions. Very valued production partner. Do so much to keep the European Cricket Network show on the road all year round.
I mean, Michael, that never one got above around 5 metres off the ground. Still carried for 6. What a shot.
Full toss. And they're not going to get a single. He's sent back. And had he hit, that was out. Well, Harrison Ward has a go. Why not, given the situation? And poor old Baljit Singh got sent back by Nisar Ahmed. It looks like there probably was one there, but he's hesitant to go, Nisar.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big opportunity to run out one of the best batsmen in this side, the captain Baljit Singh. It can be destructive.
No full toss. Kane gets a bit lucky, goes away for one. Andy Rishton teaches maths and PE to kids of year 8 and below at Felton Fleet School. I mentioned before that I often get to watch the first innings of the first game of the day because that's in their form time, so I'm not necessarily sure whether they'll be able to watch Mr. Rishton bowl right now, but I can guarantee you that some of the teachers in the staff room have got it.
You have to make an exception, don't you? You got Mr. Rishton out there, and he's bringing the heat, isn't he? Well,
he's a very fiery cricketer.
Cross between Alan Donald and a Curran.
Slow ball. That's a nice change-up. Just one for Baljit, the captain, to get off the mark for Italy. Baljit, who hit 32 off 13 in the...
Yes, didn't he? Baljit hasn't quite recaptured that form since, but he's very capable. And this is the thing, you just don't want to fall too far behind the rate. They want to be about 9 and over, probably half a dozen behind where they want to be at the moment, Italy.
Straight back at Rishton. End of the over. 20 for 1 after the power play. Rishton concedes 8. That's a pretty good over all told. Does feel like, even though it's a below par target, given the high quality of this England 11 attack, that it's going to be a tough chase.
No, it will be. I mean, England are fired up. Just have a look at that. Manhattan down the bottom. There's a tooth missing. And a wicket made in the second. Now, do you go back to Woods? I mean, I'd be tempted, to be honest. She bowled so well. I'll say whoever bowls, they'll have the protection of 5 outfielders because we are at the end of the power play as we head into the 4th over. And like I say, you don't really want that rate growing. That's required if you're Italy, because these England bowlers will grow in confidence. Sam Pearce coming into the attack.
Pearce, one of the 4 spinners in this lineup. I know that Captain Dan Lincoln ideally wanted 7 bowling options, and he's got that. So much flexibility. He slipped from his first ball, and that's led to the wide from Sam Pearce.
Just want to say a quick hello to Alex, who's watching from New Zealand. Says he's a huge European cricket fan. Isn't it great that we've got fans all around the world? Well, Alex, thanks so much for tuning in, and I hope you can stay up a bit later. I know it's quite late over there already, but a lot of cricket still to come.
Out to deep cover. Sam Pearce, who took 2 for 4 from only over against Finland on Monday night, but it's a bit of a different situation. Something of a pressure situation. He took 1 for 18 when these sides met first time around from his pair of overs in a tight run chase.
Oh, this is off the bat after he hits the bat. It's a very strange one. I thought for a second that might bounce to the keeper.
Yeah, that was bizarre. We've seen deliveries like that end up flicking the stumps, end up presenting a catching chance. Lincoln's left clapping at thin air. Quick single to short fine leg.
Yeah, that'd be an unlucky way to go. Ballooning up off the pad, hitting the back of the bat.
Now there has been just 1 boundary since the end of the first over. In the last 14 balls. Gone! The pressure is told. Well, if you go that long with a side struggling for boundaries, players start trying shots that aren't really there, and that's exactly what's happened to Nisar Ahmed here. He's tried to cut one that has hit middle stump, and Sam Pearce does the trick for the England 11.
Yeah, so struggled a bit with his footing, I think, early in the over, but Yeah, Sam Pearce is a class act, isn't he? And once again, we see the spin being pretty effective, just kind of sliding on this one. Not too much side spin, but tilts back the middle stump. So Nisa Ahmed just couldn't quite get going. He goes for 9. It becomes the second Italian wicket to fall.
Very aesthetically pleasing sight that for any bowler. That middle stump pegged back. Not quite as good as the cartwheeling, but good nonetheless. So big 6 from Nisa Ahmed, but aside from that, not too much to shout about. He's gone for 9 off 8 balls. It's a good one to get because he did score runs against England first time around. Got himself 22 off 17.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, they just haven't allowed Italy to get away. That's why I said the start was so important. It was a promising start in the first over. A dozen came off that, but then the maiden really, you know, swung things back towards England. Like you said, Michael, not the kind of team that you'd want to be chasing 88 against. The kind of team that can defend it.
I think they're going to go heavily with spin here. I think they've identified that this Italian batting lineup generally prefers pace.
Hassan Ahmed, powerful striker coming to the crease though. Let's see if he's got his A game with him. Looks like he was coming good yesterday.
Just jabbed away. Quick single, nothing that Christian can do.
Isn't it interesting to see the different tactics though from England? Because, you know, without the extra seamer in the lineup, Rich Edwards, they've gone for a slightly different strategy. We've seen them kind of blasting teams in the first 3 or 4 overs, bowling a lot of short balls, bowling fine leg, bowling towards fine leg and third man kind of fields. But yeah, different tactics, but still pretty effective.
Just a single for Baljit. So the end of the 4th over, and right now it is Italy who are struggling, 26 for 2.
And so, well, interesting little juncture. I think they're about an over behind as far as the amount of runs they've got. I think they probably want to be this many after about 3, but they're this many after 4. So very good morning to all of you, no matter where you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. And Michael, I know that a lot of people are watching on BT Sport as well in UK, and I'm sure they're loving what they're seeing this England team doing some really great things in the series so far.
And it's also a chance to discover some new cricketers and new names you might not be quite so familiar with. A few of these guys have played first-class cricket, but vast majority of them haven't, or haven't necessarily at a stage where you'd have seen them at a first-class county ground. And well, that has been hit so hard it might have gone to a first-class county ground in England. That has been absolutely minced, the first ball of Alex Russell's spell.
Yeah, take that.
Singh with a massive strike.
Well, there's a man they could have run out before he faced the ball, Baljit. And on this one, he just picks up, and they'll have to be fearless, Italy. That's the way they play the cricket.
Russell's thinking of having a go, but by the time he got the ball in his hand, it wasn't really worth it. Alex Russell, who picked up 3 for 4 against Germany on Monday and followed that up with 1 for 7 against Finland, 2 for 11 against Germany yesterday evening. He's been arguably the most successful of England's 4 spinners in the tournament so far. But that has been whacked in the slot and hit very hard by Ahmed. His first 6. We know he's a good hitter, Hassan Ahmed, and maybe he can lead an Italian counter-attack.
Yeah, well, Hassan Ahmed is a 6-hitting machine when he gets going. And you see, this is the difference when you give the batsman a little bit of length to work with. And you see, and it's turning into Hassan. That's exactly where he likes it. And geez, that one went a long way, Michael.
Really did. That would have cleared 70 or 80 metres, never mind 50. Arthur Godsall, the seam bowler in the England options, is warming up in front of us at long off.
But doesn't this game, pardon me, Michael, doesn't this game have shades of Portugal versus Netherlands about it? Bottom versus top.
Early morning. Off the outside edge. Do you think the early mornings are also a bit of a leveller? It's just harder to bat. Harder to put a big score on the board and bat a team out of the game.
We say that, but I mean, then we saw Portugal hit 150 in 8 overs in similar conditions. So, yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a tendency to want to field first in the morning. But, I mean, obviously, whatever you do, you've got to do it well.
Just jabbed away this one. So Russell, who's been so good in this tournament so far, has gone for 15 with 1 ball left. So Leggy, who for a young leg spinner, has got a lot of control. I know many people are very excited about him. Academy graduate from Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, plays his national counties cricket with Herefordshire.
Well, 1 ball left. What does Hassan do here? Does he go for it?
It's a nice looking shot for 1, fielded by Godsall. So end of the 5th, and Italy will be pretty happy with where they've got to thanks to that 16 off Russell at the halfway stage. They are 42 for 2.
I think that both teams will actually be pretty satisfied at this stage. I think both teams will think they can win the game from here. That's why I think it's going to be very interesting. Last 5 overs. See Baljit Singh, the top scorer with 12 not out. So it's not like one batsman's come in and kind of dominated the scoring. See all the top 4 contributing between 9 and 12. It's about getting a partnership, isn't it, as well? Only 1 wide, so they're not giving too many away. They're going back to pace now, and looks like Andy Rishton is going to get his 2nd over.
His first went for just 8. It was a good over in this early morning sunshine at the Cartama Oval. Just sorting his field out now. He's got pretty much everybody back near enough on the leg side.
Yeah, huge over in the context of the game. Hassan Ahmed on strike.
Just losing his run. Rishton.
I think partly it's because they saw Hassan against the spin. I think they thought they didn't want to bowl someone like Pearce to him, for example. So they're going to try and blast him out with Andy Rishton.
That's a leg side wide, not an ideal start from Rishton. I know that a few of these teams in England are one of them. Sometimes, as you alluded to, the decision on who bowls the next over is made on such a micro thing of who ends up on strike at the start of the next over.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly.
Full toss. Just turned away for 1. I just feel like if they can get 1 more big over, Italy, suddenly that required run rate will drop towards around a run a ball, if not just above, and then it will be really their game to lose.
Yeah, it's very, very tense at the moment. A lot of anticipation.
Flayed away, full toss and punished. Lovely shot from Baljit Singh. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just escorted it to the point boundary for 4.
Yeah, so just attempts a Yorker here, I think, and they've got them right so often in this innings, England, but this one turns out to be a full toss, and the batsman just leaning on it. I think the difference here between, you know, chasing this kind of a score and chasing something like 130, 140 is you don't have to make all the runnings as a batsman. You can kind of pick your moments.
Full toss. Again from Rishton, who just striving for that Yorker, but in truth, he's been struggling to find it a bit in this spell. Quite a few full tosses that have gone unpunished. From Andy Rishton, who is very much by his own admission not the fittest man in his household, despite doing his best to keep himself in shape. So again, that's a low full toss. And will get 1. His partner Charlie, who's been with for 5 years, is training to be a primary school teacher, actually does Ironman and triathlons. By his own admission, he's very much second when it comes to keeping in shape, but does his best to occasionally keep up with her out when she's training. He also can't really believe that she does that for fun, but some people have curious habits, don't they, of what they decide to do. Many people, the idea of what you have to do on those triathlons, X amount off a bike.
Some people have a strange idea of what's fun. But you know what? Let's have a big shout out to all the teachers out there, because I know it's been a difficult time for them as well over the last couple of years. And teachers, no matter what kind of age you're teaching or what you're teaching, a big thank you to you guys. And I know that teachers work really, really hard, care about what they do. So if you are watching, you're a teacher, thanks very much for your work.
No full toss off the outside edge and just 1. So Rishton concedes 18 from his pair of overs, 10 from that over. Italy will be pretty happy with that. They need 36 to win off the last 4. The only consolation, if you're an English supporter watching that over, is that, to be honest, Richton's got lucky there with a few full tosses that went unpunished.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, they pretty much have gone at the required rate so far. 9 and over required now for the last 4. So they're pretty much back at the pace. There was that time where they kind of fell behind a little bit. Back in overs 2, 3, and 4. Italy only scored 0, 8, and 6. But then the last 2 overs, 16, and then 10 last over. So those double-digit overs, they're going to be key.
Speaking of key, they've brought back Ewan Woods early, the man who bowled a wicket maiden, just the 3rd maiden of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship in the 2nd over of this innings. Brought it back to break this partnership. But instead, that has gone for a big 6 over long on. Well, he's got underneath this and skied it up, up and away. Lovely shot from Hassan Ahmed.
Well, this is the difference when you nail the Yorker and when you don't. There's 2 types of Yorker, the type you get right and the type you don't. And this one just gives Hassan something he can get under. And he did, and geez, didn't he hit it well? Well, that's a huge start to the over. That's the other type.
He's the other kind of Yorker, and he's done really well to keep that out, Hassan Ahmed.
I mean, that is, you couldn't bowl a better Yorker than that. You can watch cricket for 100 years. That's a classical Yorker.
Full toss, hit hard through wide, long off, and that's a great stop from Arthur Godsall. Had to run 20 yards around to his right, time the dive perfectly as well. Those bits of fielding can make such a difference.
That's the throw as well. I mean, longest throw on the ground. Gets it all the way to the keeper like a bullet. But again, this is what I often say, if you're going to miss the Yorker, if you're going to miss it slightly full, I think it's slightly safer. Obviously, you don't want to miss it, but Hassan couldn't get under that one. Has to settle for 1. Change of batsman now, so Baljit Singh will have to face the music.
We do know, though, if you're an underdog trying to cause an upset, this cricketing phrase is all the more truer. Hardest runs to score, those pesky winning runs. The closer you get, the more nervy it gets. Flicked away, but this is going to be 4. It's a poor ball from Ewan Woods. And it's just tickled away to the fine leg boundary. That's got Ravi Paul in the Italian batting dugout up and celebrating. Bit of a pressure reliever from Woods, not his best delivery.
Yeah, exactly right. He just hasn't quite been on it the way he was in the first over. And he's not missing by much, to be honest, but the margin of error is so fine. So Italy getting close to an improbable victory. 25 off 20 required now.
Bit of miscommunication between Singh and Ahmed about whether to take one there.
It was just a good early no call from Hassan, really, because Baljit, well, he always kind of a bit antsy to take off. If the ball's rocketed off your pad, but Hassan was quick to turn him around. Last ball for Woods.
It's another full toss, and it's almost taken. Astonishing work to keep it in play there from Luke Webb. Well, for all money, this looks like it's going for 6 through square leg. Luke Webb almost catches it, does manage to flick it back with his right arm, and that saves it going for a maximum. Outstanding work.
Yeah, that's amazing. He has taken off from inside the field, and I mean, it would have been one of the catches of the year, that's for sure, but instead it saves 5. And the score at the end of 7 is 64 for 2. Coming up next, we have the Czech Republic versus Germany. Well, Germany, if they can knock over the Czech Republic like they did yesterday, they'll actually pull level on points with the Czechs. The news from the toss, the German team, their captain Rohit Singh has won the toss, elected to bowl first. So we'll get to see the big 3 of the Czech Republic. Sabu and Davitsi, as well as Arun Ashokan and Sudesh the Beast Wickramasinghe up first. That match is coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners.
And they'll be up against Faiz Khan Nasseri. He's one of the very best new ball bowlers in this tournament. He'll be charging in for Germany. Took 4 wickets against the England 11 earlier on in this tournament. Speaking of charging in, here is Zaman Akhtar. Now this is a bold gamble. Akhtar's first ball is in the slot, and it's 6 over cover. Well, the gamble hasn't paid off there. And that's taken Italy a big step closer to a shock result.
Dare to dream now. I mean, your dreams are fast becoming a reality. I mean, they do have 8 wickets in hand, and it's just one that's basically just a good length. It's a drivable length, though. Well, if I was a traffic cop, I may have to book Baljit Singh for reckless driving, but he got away with it and gets it over. Cover point for 6, and that helps get it down to around about a run a ball now. 18 required off 17.
Or as it's often thought of in T10 cricket, 3 sixes. Lovely drive, straight to point. That will be one more. Baljit's played a heck of an innings here under real pressure. He's going at exactly 2 a ball, not being fazed by the situation. This partnership is rapidly taking the game away from the England 11. It's already worth 47, and they came together with a couple of balls left off the 4th over.
I mean, he could have been run out without facing a ball, if you remember that. They had 3 stumps to aim at. He backed up too far. He'd given it up, to be honest, but they couldn't get him then. And Hassan Ahmed, he's played an important role as well, hasn't he? He's just picked his moments to go after the shots, and he's hit most of them in the middle of the bat.
It's a good response from Saman Akhtar. Mentioned that he was scouted for this team by coach John Lambert and manager Richard Logan. It came in an evening at Gerrard's Cross where he took 3 wickets in 30 minutes. The evening of a multi-day game against Bedfordshire, and they looked at his beautiful clean bowling action. So we could do with a bit of that. And again from Akhtar, that's the areas he wants to be in.
It's a funny one, Michael, because you know you can bat fairly sensibly from here. Just don't have dot balls. I mean, even if you get ones, but I mean there is that temptation to go for the big hit, to try and finish it off quickly, to try and relieve that pressure. But the only way England can get back into this game is a bunch of dot balls. That's why I'd be, as a minimum, trying to score off every ball. If you get a boundary ball, well, even better.
That's a wide from Zaman Akhtar. Just not quite adjusting. It's always tricky when it's right arm around to the left-hander, and that's definitely contributed to this partnership. Right and left-hand combination does make life awkward for a bowling team.
He does well to get out of the way of that as well. He knew it was heading behind his body. Had to get out of the way, though. 16 off 14. Just feel like England still have a chance.
Got him! Beautiful work from Zaman Akhtar. Clean bowled in the same way that he's got that lovely clean bowling action, and it's a magnificent partnership. They've added 48 off 24 balls at exactly 2 a ball. They've put Italy in a position from which they should go on and win this, but we know T10 cricket doesn't quite work like that. Just grazes the off stump, Akhtar, and it's 72 for 3.
Yeah, just a little nick on the off stump, but I think Hassan heard the death rattle behind him. So is that the spanner in the works? This game is not over yet, but an important contribution to Maximo's in the 19 from Hassan Ahmed. And Italy are 72 for 3.
Oh, it is still an equation that favours the batting side, no doubt about that. We've seen much stranger things on the European Cricket Network than the might of the England 11 managing to win this game from here. As Van Schaik heads out, he took 2 good catches in the deep, which will give him confidence to take into his batting.
All right, Michael, I want you to think ahead now. Who's bowling the 9th? There's 2 overs left. They've bowled out Woods, for example. This is Akhtar's second, so they bowled him out. Bowled out Rishton.
I think they probably go to Sam Pearce. The problem is you then got Russell, who's gone for 16 from his only over. I wonder if they call on Arthur Godsall.
Yeah.
Tall, quick bowler who has been warming up in front of us. Real pressure over that would be whether he bowled the 9th or the 10th.
I think you probably want Baljit on strike next over. So, Shark, what's his strategy? Does he just have a go for it?
Yes.
No point blocking it out. Let's have a look.
Well, that will be a wide. That will help the equation. Akhtar's frustrated. Umpires have been very consistent that anything hitting that blue line, grazing that blue line, is given as a wide.
Yeah, it's a fair call. I mean, it is harsh, but they are consistent with it. Seem to have about half the ball on the blue line. Hasn't went past the popping crease.
One Dutch bowler who I'll leave unnamed, he said to me last week, we're just here for the entertainment, aren't we?
Last ball of the over.
We're the undercard. Flicked away by Sheikh, and they are going to take the single. So 74 for 3 after 8 overs. And it's now 14 to win off the last 2. So Man Akhtar will be a touch frustrated with that despite picking up the wicket, because it's left Italy needing just 14 off the last 12.
And I think you take the run. I don't think you're refusing any runs at this stage. I mean, you got a genuine batsman in the crease. Sheikh, although he's new to the crease, you know, I think every run gets you one closer to the target. It's very different if you're, for example, you know, batting with a tail ender in this stage. But, and this is a huge over, isn't it? I often say this in close games before the 9th over. The reason the 9th is so important is because whatever runs you get this over, you won't need in the last when the pressure's on, and the vice versa also applies. So it looks like they have gone for Godsall here in the 9th over, Michael.
And I'm not too surprised, given that Alex Russell was hit from 16 for 16 off his only over. So if they're bowling Godsall now, that would probably leave Sam Pearce to bowl the last when we get there. But what's going to be left for him to defend? That's the question. Sheikh on strike. They've got pretty much everyone in front of square out. Everybody behind square is in. Miscued, should be caught and taken. That's just the start to the penultimate over that the England 11 needed. Akhtar grabs the catch. Sheikh out for just 1, and 14 of 11 is now the equation.
Yeah, once again we see the rule where the batsman will have to cross back, so the new batsman will be on strike. He just drove away and probably been fine hit on the ground. I mean, would have taken 1 at this stage. Instead, he elevates it. Didn't quite get out of the middle, hoping for a 6. He didn't. Barely clear the infield, and it gets caught well by Akhtar. So no luck this time. He's had a bit of a struggle with the bat this tournament. Irfan Sheikh goes for 1, and it's 74 for 4.
Still above a runner ball, and whilst I think I would just about rather be the Italians right now, it's not by much, because if anybody can defend a situation like this across the 15 teams in this tournament, probably is this England 11. Nice start for Godsall with that deceitful slower ball. So that's whipped away. That isn't going to be caught, and that's also brilliantly kept in play, it should be said, by Tom Bevan. The work completed by Luke Webb. Scrambling on the running, it's all happening out there.
Yeah, you still got to be brave, and Ahmad Khan's come to the crease. He whips this away. I thought for a second it could be another catching opportunity, but it was in the gap. Still excellent piece of fielding down there by Bevan. Does concede 2. Baljit still a spectator at the other end. He's a set batsman.
Slow ball. So it will now go to 11 off 9. Baljit Singh has the strike back now as the skipper. And the batter who's been playing so well, what does he do here? Does he go for it off Godsall?
Look, I think minimum you need 1 a ball. I mean, if you score off every ball, it's very hard to lose. I think then if you see something you like, you can go for it. But I think as a minimum, you're just looking to get the 1. Anything else is a bonus.
Low full toss, turned away for 6 through deep backward square leg. Just 5 to win now off 8 balls. And 1 more like that from Baljit Singh, and Italy will be home.
Can you believe this? I mean, this is what I said. Just start by trying to score. And then he got a full toss on the leg stump, and it's just an instinctive shot, really. He just whips it away, and look at that. A little bit of a flourish. They're getting close now. They can win this game with 1 swing of the bat now, Michael.
Another slow ball down the ground. This could be it. Oh, it's in fact an outstanding boundary stop from Harrison Ward. And they're going to get 2, so 3 to win off 7. Lovely clean strike of the bat from Baljit Singh here. And it almost went for 4 to tie the scores. There's a moment in the air where it looked like it was a back-to-back 6.
It's a great bit of fielding, but I'm looking at this. Let's have a look at Baljit. When the throw comes back in, Longest throw, bang, that hits him. That's a nasty one.
Ouch.
I mean, he's tough as nails. Don't worry about that. But that just shows you how tough these cricketers are. This is a man leading his country. So far, no wins in the tournament. But now they need 2 to tie the game. 3 will win it. Last ball of the ninth coming up from Godsall. And anytime there's any runs left in the last over, it's tense. It doesn't matter if it's 2, if it's 3. Probably see the field come in if that's the case. So Baljeet, he probably just wants a single here. And this is clever captaincy. I think they're going to bring it man in because they're hoping they can squeeze it on here or maybe force a run out. Keep a new batsman on strike.
That's a clever shot from Baljeet. Just drops his bat on it out to deep cover. So Italy will be very content with that. Godsall taking a wicket with his first ball, but concedes 12 in those that followed. 86 for 4 after 9. And Italy going to this last over, needing just 2 runs to win.
Well, can you believe this? This is why you can't turn off the ECC even for a second. A lot of people said, well, I might tune in game 2 because this one's a foregone conclusion. Well, no such thing. And now I think you need to gamble. You need to bring almost everyone up because, you know, if they hit it over and it goes for a boundary, that's the way it goes. Looks like Pearce is going to get the last over. But what do you think with the field, Michael? I mean, I think maybe with the exception of one man floating out there for a possible catch, I think you've got to have everyone else in the circle.
Well, they're trying to work it out at the moment. It looks like they're going to go for pretty much everyone in on the offside and everyone back on the leg side. Of course, very little to play with. 1 for a golden ball, 2 to win the game. The golden ball and extra ball used in the event of scores being tied to decide the match, but we'll get to that if and when it's needed. So they've only got 2 out. Long on and deep mid-wicket now. Everyone else in the circle. Here we go. Last over, 2 to win. And straight back to him. It's a court and bowl chance that is dropped, but it's a dot ball as well.
Still.
So 2 to win off 5.
And
that got rid of Baljeet.
Yeah, that catch matters for me because of that. You'd have a new batsman, and he would not be comfortable in this situation. And it was just one that he had, but then it just kind of jerked out when his arm hit the ground. Right, back to live action. 1 to tie, 2 to win.
It's a horrible delivery. The groan from Pearce when he bowled it gives it away. He knew it was a bad ball, and it gets the treatment from Baljeet Singh. And Italy, winless before this game, have beaten the now not unbeatable England 11, who lose their first game in this tournament at their 5th match. Wow, what a win for Italy, who've looked really poor in the tournament so far up to this point. They're the victors by 6 wickets with 4 balls remaining. Astonishing early morning drama here at the Khartoum Oval. Nobody saw this result coming. Even the most optimistic Italian supporter wouldn't have believed you. But it's a case of mi sento molto fortunato. I'm feeling very lucky. That's how you feel if you're an Italian supporter right now. It is they who have won this match in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and you can see what it means to them.
Well, Michael, go get your form guide, tear it up, set it on fire, because anything is possible in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And how is there not from Baljeet Singh? 43 not out of 20 balls, including hitting the winning runs, 3 fours and 3 maximos in that innings. And look, England 11 very sporting as well. But Italy, they needed something, didn't they? They needed something. They were 4 losses in a row, and they have taken a big scalp here. And can you believe it? England versus Italy. They've had some tussles this year, haven't they, Michael? And this isn't quite the final of the Euros, but once again, Italy, they have got one over England. And once again, you see good sportsmanship between the teams. And tell you what, how well dressed are they as well in that Italian dressing room? But they have really started their tournament today, the men in blue.
Well, the man in the suit is Alessandro Pisani, Italian manager, and he will be chuffed right now. You can see what it means to them. The celebrations are continuing, and why not? They can't believe what they've just done, Italy. They have beaten the tournament favourites, the England 11.
And they had their opportunities, didn't they? I mean, that one went down early, and a couple just got away from the English. It certainly wasn't their most polished performance. This over from Woods was incredible. He just jammed those Yorkers in there. Turned out to be a wicket maiden, and Pearce turned out and he knocked the middle stump back of Nisa Ahmed, who never really got going, but I think the key was the batsmen that did come to the crease. They batted pretty unselfishly, the Italians, and they had a good sense of what they needed to do in the game. And although there were some good sliding stops, you'd expect that late in the game. That was an amazing stop, saved 5 runs, but it wasn't quite enough as Baljit was still there. Hassan Ahmed, he had played an important role, 19, he contributed as well. And then Zaman Akhtar took that catch. But when this one got hit away, you really felt that this win is almost assured, and a few spanners in the works late on as Baljit took a nasty blow in the spine. And this one, well, this could have been the chance to get rid of him. You see, he has that for a long time, but he just lost it when he hit the ground, and this was the moment the Italian camp erupted. Michael, well, right up there with the Portugal versus Netherlands. This is Italy versus England, 11. And the way that they brought it up, they were pumped. And Italy, well, they're off the bottom of the ladder. With that, they move up into 4th place, and they'll be eyeing even bigger honours as this week progresses in Group C.
So victory for Italy over England on a cricket field. And it's not even the first time that it has actually happened. There was time back in the 1998 European Championships at The Hague, where an English Cricket Board 11 were defeated by Italy. So 22 years later, history is repeating itself, except in the most modern of T10 international cricket formats. Czech Republic against Germany up next, but a chance to briefly reflect on what we've just seen. Baljit Singh, the Italian skipper, with the captain's knock of captain's knocks. 43 not out from just 20 balls to take them home, and without him, in truth, they would have fallen short, no question.
Oh, I think there's no doubt about that, but important that Hassan Ahmed came out, just got the momentum going, but they'd fallen a little bit behind in the rate. But, you know, England, again, just shows you anything can happen in this form of the game. As far as the ball went, well, I really liked Woods, 1 for 12 of his 2 overs, including a maiden. When he went for a 6 off the first ball of his second over, you just felt maybe things were turning towards Italy, and he bowled some very good Yorkers in there amongst those 12 deliveries. Also, we had wickets for Akhtar as well as Sam Pearce and Godsall. And no one really went the journey, although Russell, I suppose, went for 16, but England, it was just a case they didn't make enough runs on the board, so it turned out to be a very good toss to win for the Italian captain, Baljit Singh. So there's confirmation of this result. Italy winning with 4 balls to spare, 90 off 9.2 overs, playing England 11, 87. The first win and a first loss for those 2 teams. We'll see you in around about 15 minutes. We have that match between the Czech Republic and Germany coming up. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. Rico Full will be joining me very, very shortly. See you soon for more cricketing excitement on ECN and all of our broadcast partners. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar, and I work at the World Food Program, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Program and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org, and let's hit hunger for 6.
An important word there from the United Nations World Food Programme. Share the Meal is our official charity partner, and today is the 16th of October and it is World Food Day, so we'd encourage everyone to download the Share the Meal app and contribute to that very worthy cause. And it kind of does put our problems in perspective, doesn't it? Because we have had official word now that match number 8, which was meant to be between Germany and the England 11, has been officially abandoned. You can see people working frantically on that pitch and surrounds area to try and get this ground ready for play. But what that means is that we definitely won't have any play until 4:30 GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 PM in India. So that's, at best, it's kind of 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. So that just helps you organise yourself. Obviously, if you're trying to make sure you don't miss anything, so you won't miss anything live, I can tell you. Until then, got to say, ground crew working very, very hard. And just to kind of clarify, we haven't had any rain now for quite a few hours, but because the nature of this field and where it is, it does kind of retain water and takes a lot of effort to try and dry it out. That effort's happening right now, I can assure you of that. You can see a lot of people working very, very hard. So the next match is meant to be Scotland versus Spain, and that is match number 9. And like I said, it's due to start in about 2 hours and 45 minutes. Now, as always, we'll keep you up to date. If there's any change, we'll let you know. But, you are kind of safe now. If you want to kind of pop away, come back in 2.5 hours or so to get a live update, then you won't miss anything at all. But we are going to try and keep you entertained, and I can tell you we do have another classic match lined up. Now, this one is one of the biggest matches on the calendar, or you could argue the biggest match on the calendar back in 2022 when the Netherlands 11 took on the English 11 in the ECC 22 final. I think first time as well that we had the ECC final under lights, so it's certainly a moment I'll never forget. Back on the 14th of October 2022. Can tell you, England 11 batting first in the final. I'll be calling it with Rico Full. Hopefully some good news here soon. Keep an eye on what's happening at the bottom of the screen and also in the chat. But like I said, you can take a couple of hours and nothing will change here, except I can tell you that everyone will be working extra hard to get the cricket back on. But until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Please enjoy this ECN Classic.
The England 11 will be led by their captain, Dan Lincoln. Let's get ready to shake, rattle and roll and party all night. The final's on the way.
Wonderful
and get those
moments
golden
there
ball tingles
as the
ready.
two teams, along with the kids, stand there. Proud moments as well, and listen to their national anthems. It's nice to know that the kids, the cricket bats there, signed by all the players as well. Lovely moment. This is what European cricket is all about, bringing all of these countries together for this big finale. It's been a fiesta of cricket. It's been absolutely sensational, and now we get ready for the final. The news from the coin toss is that England have elected to have a bat first. England look unchanged from the team that we saw earlier that got that victory over Spain, breaking the Spanish hearts. But you got to say, that maybe it was England that found their form when it mattered, and those Spain were absolutely sensational in the group stages and at the beginning of this championship when they just lost their way slightly. But what a massive tournament it has been for them. It certainly has put Spanish cricket on the mat. And have a look at this. The bat versus ball wall is saying 118 to 118. Surely not. Surely we are not going to finish with a golden ball in the final. Well, that would be something. Well, keep it quiet. Don't let Vinny know that. Well, he'll be up here like a flash. But look, it's wonderful. Can I just say a big shout out to everybody that's been involved in this, and everybody involved with the European Cricket Network, all the federations, Cricket España here, the likes of Juan Carlos and John Howden, being two very proud men at the moment, the performances of their team. Of course, everybody here involved at the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, all of the volunteers, you guys have been absolutely amazing. And of course, the European cricket crew here. It's been absolutely brilliant. So a round of applause to everybody that's been part of organising this. Has been absolutely sensational. And a big shout out to the catering partners and all our partners, Purple Pepper there. And of course, Victoria Cerveza, that has been keeping us all going. And also, speaking of partners, also to our official time partner, Federica Constant from Geneva. And the umpires wait for them to give us the nod to get this final started. And Asad Ali and Stefan Gooch are the officials on the field of play. It'll be Stefan Gooch at the bowler's end for the first one. And Tyrone Peters, the Iceman, he is the third umpire for this one. Tournament referee Rob Kemin has done a wonderful job as well. Vivian Kingma to start off. Let's get ready to go. It's this the moment we've been waiting for. 119 matches. It comes down to this. Match number 120. It is the final. Bat versus ball. Here we go. Let's get ready to rock. Harrison Ward to face the first. In comes Vivian Kingma. Well, he comes and he stops. Doesn't feel right, so he'll go back to his mark. It's going to be precious moments here. Of course, there are a lot of pressure, nerves, excitement, big crowd, and they're split with who they want to be victorious here. Doesn't get any better than this. European cricket coming strong, coming stronger together. Here we go. Struck down the ground, doesn't get it past the fielder, and wait on is the call. I think Ben Clayton's a little bit surprised that Harrison doesn't want this one. Doesn't want to take any early chances. I think that's going to be the key here. Get a good start to England. Remember how they won last year, chasing that big score against Belgium. 149 partnership between Ward and Dan Lincoln, their captain. Kingma, first ball was a dot. This one is down the leg side, a very good take behind the stumps from Asad Zulfikar. Kingma just losing his line slightly to the left-hander. Have to give praise to the ground staff here of the Cardamom Oval. Haven't they done a marvellous job? I mean, in the heat wave that we've had here in Spain, they've kept this ground looking immaculate, green, lush. It's played beautifully. The pitch has been brilliant as well. And thank you very much to David Cooper and all his staff. Similar delivery to before. They take the single and comes the throw. Well, Kingma, he has his back to the ball. And, well, he's lucky he doesn't get clonked on the shin as he makes his way back. And now, I think, looking at that reaction there, I think Vivian is feeling a twinge. I don't think he's 100%. That would have been a concern from Sebastian Brandt, who does go over to his opening bowler just to check that he's okay. Makes a little fine tune to the field. Third man goes back on the boundary to Claydon. Good delivery. Have a look at that. Look at the follow through. He's not right. We saw some of this from him last time that he played in his second over. Well, as he follows through, you can see he's feeling some pain, and that's when all of his weight comes together on his front foot. Just keep an eye on the follow through here from Vivian Kingma. Good delivery. There you see again, he follows through, and then as he puts the brakes on, There's small little steps. I think it's definitely knee issues. I remember this from late on in the group stages when he missed a few matches and he was available for the final. Sebastian Bratt goes over to him and says, hey dude, come on, keep fighting it, we need you to be good. Gets this through, good take, once again. The thing is, how much of this can you take? You know, it's the momentum, the thud every time you bowl, all of that pressure, all of that force. So your knees are acting as the shock absorbers, but if they're not right, they hurt. And going through the pain barrier here for his team, as Vivian Kingma. Clayton having trouble getting him away. This time he hits it straight down the ground and he holds his shape and he's going to get 4 runs. And nobody straight, mid on or mid off, can't do anything about this. So a boundary after a few dots, just a little bit too short. He holds his pose nice and straight, and it's a nice clean hit. Cuatro carreras, ECC, says Stefan Gooch. And that was the end of the over. So not a good finish from Kingma, but still, having said that, he'll take that with only 6 runs coming off the first. Beautiful moments at this time of the match here, as we start to see the blue skies slowly disappear, the sun starts to come down, floodlights are on. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful finish to not just the day, but the finish to these 5 weeks that we've had here in Andalusia, the region of Malaga, here in Cartama. And what a way to finish with a full house in as well. A great crowd, great support. The cricket lovers from all over the Costa del Sol coming together for this one. Down the leg side, and this is Ryan Klein. We haven't seen Ryan Klein bowl hardly at all. The reason is that he does have an injury himself, a hip injury, and as a result of that hasn't been bowled at all. But in the final, of course, you're going to use him. It is International World Ryan Day as well, as this one gets played out. Well, he did pretty well, didn't he, in Ryan Day earlier? I mean, he scored 62 of 23 deliveries. Well, it worked for him with the bat. Now, can he perform with the ball on Ryan Day as well? The words Rye and Anne come together, which mean small king combined. That's what he's looking to do here. So it's going to be interesting. He's just changing his run up here, so I do think that he does have a niggle with that hip, so he's shortened his run up. So this one gets played out, and they'll take just a single. Line. Yeah, definitely got an issue with that hip, so just a couple of paces now. It's been well struck, but again, Hazard Ward does not want to take the single, playing it cautiously. So another dot. Yeah, he's got to be careful. Look, he's already, I mean, he's struggling already. So you got the opening bowler, Vivian, is struggling. Klein also, and I think he's just going for the motion just to complete this over, really. They want him fit, they need him fit. He's going to play a very huge, a very important role with the bat. So it was a bit of a gamble, but I suppose they've been keeping him and they were hoping to keep him fit, ready for this one, but it's not quite worked. Klein once more. This is well hit, chase on for the fielder, but doesn't quite get the middle. So he's looking to finish it off pretty well. Again, 2 decent overs. Kingma, last ball of his over was a boundary. Ryan Klein will be hoping that that's not repeated in this one. So, well, does try and go for it, but doesn't. So it's just going to be a single. So the first 2 overs have been pretty good ones for the Netherlands. And despite the 1 boundary that we've seen, and that was Kingma, 4 off his last over, they keep it pretty tidy. The score at the end of 2 overs is 12. So a pretty low-key start, but England have shown already that they're quite happy to see out the opening attack and then really launch the assault in the last 5 overs. We've seen them do that, and then they normally can pick up around about 80 runs. Against Spain in the last 5 overs, it was 83 runs. The split there was 40 and 83, so they're more than capable of doing it. They've got some big hitters. Now they're going with Kingma here straight away to finish off. So let's see how Kingma fears here. His first over was a good and just let himself down with the last ball. But unlike Ryan Klein, he's sticking to his big run. So here he comes. Kingma to Ward. And this is being hit well. He gets it over the man at point, and this is going to be cuatro carreras. Well, the fielder does his best he can, can't he? He's leaping in the air, but he can't do anything about this. Kafi coaches get the field ni pachoka lagia cuatro más. Así me gusta, and you can see there Kingma thinking, so close, just out of reach. So back-to-back boundaries from Kingma, the last ball and the first ball. And he's got him. Bowls him all hands up. And being in Kingma, he gets the wicket, but he also feels the pain. Oh, well, this is hard to watch, but even the wicket and the top wicket of Harrison Ward isn't enough to get him jumping for joy. He's certainly feeling the pain, but I tell you what, he may be feeling the pain, but there's joy at the moment for the Netherlands side, because Harrison Ward, we know how dangerous he can be. He wasn't able to click against Spain, and he's not able to click here against the Netherlands as well. He'll go for 8 of the 7 balls that he was able to face, and that is a huge wicket. Well, issues and concerns, of course, for Kingma. I mean, there's the stumps. He knocks them over. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra 5 ball, or as I like to say, that's great. But you can see, well, he might have knocked the stumps over. He's hurting. He's feeling the pain here. And Sebastian Bratt is with him, of course. They're probably chatting to him saying, hey, are you sure you're okay? A man who can do no wrong at the moment. Well, there's some Netherlands supporters. They're pretty happy, waving the flags around. A man who can't do no wrong at the moment. Andy Rishton comes into the attack in terms of with the bat. Let's see what he can do here. Kingma to Rishton. Rishton goes for it, and he's going to get it. Balle, balle, balle. Inna zona shaka lagya. Well, I don't know if Vinny Sandhu is still in the VIP section of the ground. Well, if he is, well, Vinny, this might be one for you.
Well, I just escaped, and lucky I did, because that would have been headed in that direction. Rishton.com. Somebody register that. He has been on fire today when it's counted. And Kingma goes the journey. He's digging deep here, Viv. And now he gets blasted. It's well knocked down, though, by Ellen Bass. What a start to this final. I mean, it's hard to make comparisons. I know we've done something like over 2,700 matches. I can't ever imagine a match as big as this with the crowd, with the atmosphere. The first time we've had an ECC final under lights, and I am pumped. How could you not be?
How can you not be? Look at those scenes. I mean, this is cricket in Spain. This is cricket in Europe. And, well, we told you it's going to grow, and it's growing all the time. This is a marvellous crowd, and they're watching what is going to be a very competitive contest. Vivian once more. It's in the air, it's uppish, and oh, it's a matter of millimetres on the Iba has to chase it down, and Clayton Floyd can't get there. It's an agonising jump for the fielder, and once again it was Ellen Bass who tries everything to get there. It just hovered up there for a moment, but just out of his reach. Great effort, and then Clayton Floyd can't stop the ball from beating him to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, just a game of inches, isn't it? Viv has one more ball, and he'll be giving it everything.
No, Vivian Kingma. Can he finish well?
Well, he'd want that second breakthrough. Last ball of the power play. And it's hit back to him, knocks it down, but it'll just be a single. It'll be the end of the over. So it's 28 for 1 after 3 overs. Enrico, a little bit earlier, I had a word with the England 11 skipper, Dan Lincoln. That's right, I'm here with Dan Lincoln, the England 11 skipper. Well, Dan, congratulations on making another ECC final.
Yeah, we're very happy. It looked like at the start of the week that we might not make finals day, but the boys turn it around midweek and go, what's that, 7 on the bounce now? We're pretty happy. Yeah, and so you should be. I mean, some of the new guys coming in, what's their experience been like this week? I think they found it tough in place. I think we all have, even the guys that were here last year. You've really got to buy into what these guys are doing. You've got to watch, you've got to learn. And these guys play this format all year round and they're phenomenal at it. And so taking a leaf leaf off the tree, and listening to what they've got to say and how they go about it, I think is the right way to go.
And of course, you made the championship week last year. How's the standard improved in the last 12 months?
Astronomically, it's massive. The improvements are fantastic. The ball striking last year was great. It's even better this year. The bowling that the sides have got is great. They're coming in and got different skills: left arm, right arm, leg spin, off spin. It's everything. And the fielding, you've seen some of the catches, I'm sure, that have gone out on the streams. They've been brilliant.
Well, Dan, big congratulations for making the final, and best of luck. Back to the action.
Well, thank you very much to the captain of England there, Dan Lincoln, and Vinny Sandu putting some questions to him. And yeah, I think I have to agree, the improvement has been exceptional between this year and next year. Half a chance here, maybe, but the batters do really well. Good understanding between them getting there. And yeah, and as Dan Lincoln said, I think the hitting has remained as clean as ever. The bowling has got better, but some of the fielding has been great. I think that's why we sometimes are not surprised that we don't see as many runs being scored as sometimes we expect. Fielding has really improved, and we've seen some dynamic catches in this championship. Clayton Floyd, talk about being dynamic. He's been absolutely dynamic. The number of wickets that he's taken, he's just been exceptional. 32 wickets in the championship so far. And, oh, is there a bit of bat on this? Clayton starts to go. I think I did hear a sound. Just have a look at this. Goes across, I think, yeah, there may have been something. Goes right the way through, actually. To see again. I don't think the LBW was on anyway because it was outside the off. Well, this has been hit beautifully, and this time he gets it absolutely right. And well, watch out, the Iceman. This one's got your name on it. Well, Tyrone Peters, I need you in Croatia. Don't you get injured. Well, what a hit this is, and it's the officials now that are in a spot of trouble. But look at Rob Cumming there. Sir Rob Cumming, he says, I'm a sir. I don't get up for no kookaburra. I just stay seated, cool, calm, collective. Not like Tyrone Peters, he's jumping up and down. Good hit. Rishton in the form of his life. Drags this one down, he runs hard, looks for the second. No Rich. Here's the shout from Clayton. So once again, after the early departure of Ward, the England team starting to rebuild, and Ben Clayton and Andy Rishton are the ones doing it. Clayton is the man who just seems to get better every time he goes out there. Quicker delivery here from Clayton. Fires it in. But Clayton is up to the mark, gets a single from it, and that will be the end of the fourth over. The score moves on to 40. So that one, 41 in fact, with that last single, just slightly behind with the scorecard there at the moment. So a tidy over, just 12 from it.
Yeah, pretty tidy. 41 for 1 after 4. And now look at that batting to come. Lincoln and Bevan, that's the engine room console's been good as well in this series. They are jam-packed into the Cardham Roval. Well, if you are in the crowd right now, give us a big wave. I'm up here in the commentary box, and I know it's pretty noisy down there. You know, there was music, there was everything going on in that break. We had
singing, a bit of dancing, we had those saxophone being played as well.
Yeah.
Never seen anything like it. And well, what's that all about? When there's some saucy headgear out there as well. Oh. Naughty but nice is what I say.
I'll have what he's having. Yeah, here's Saqib Zulfikar coming in over number 5. He gets that one whistling past the bat of Clayton. England 11, they've done it the hard way so far, haven't they? They have to win all 3 games on finals day. Netherlands just need to win 2. Oh, pretty close and gone. This definitely turns back. This turns back down the line, and it looked like it was heading down leg, but I honestly think it pitches in line and it straightens. I think it's a good call, and Saqib Zulfikar breaks through. He was on the sweep. That's always risky to a ball that pitches on the stumps, and the Dutch breakthrough again is 41 for 2.
Well, they're up and about. They're liking it. I don't know if everybody will like this. Keep an eye on that. And does that come back? Well, that's the question. Does that come back, or is it going to go on to miss the leg stick? I get a feeling, yeah, right, Vinny. I think you got a good shout there. The umpire has to decide, is it online? Yes. Is the ball going to go on to hit the stump? And I think looking at it again, I think the umpire's spot on. I think that is going to clip the leg stick.
Has to turn it down the line. I actually think it gets a fair piece of the leg stump there. I think it's a very good decision. Doesn't have long to look at that. But like I say, you take your life in your hands if you are going to sweep balls that are on the stump. So It is Clayton that has to go for 16. It's the second wicket to fall. Saqib Zulfikar breaks through with his leggies. It's 41 for 2.
Yeah, well bowled. Go with the spin, and he gets the flight. This is all about the flight. It's the flight that does the damage. Well, talking about doing the damage, this man who comes out, well, you were talking to him a little bit earlier, is the captain who comes out, Dan Lincoln, and he's done a lot of damage. 41 for 2. And Saqib Zulfikar gets the breakthrough from the second ball that he bowls. So Lincoln, the captain.
What sort of Lincoln will come out? Orthodox Lincoln. He just knocks it down and takes 1, and they may get 2. They won't. It's thrown so hard. It goes to the outfielder pretty quickly, so just a single. Rishton and Lincoln. You've got Bevan to come. You've got Godsall to come. This is the engine room, I think, in these middle overs.
Yeah, this is very, very important. Just got to keep it nice and tight and nice and tidy. And Saqib has been very good. But Rishton has been pretty useful as well. Well, this one is spiced up in the air. This will be a chance. And it has been taken. That is a massive moment. Now, they don't get any bigger than this. I mean, if there's one wicket that you really want, is the one of Andy Rishton. He has been on fire. He certainly has been, well, for me so far, has been the player of the England team. He's done everything with bat and with ball. He can take the match away from you. And, well, he was the player of the match in that performance against Spain. And here he is. He gets out for 14. He just doesn't get this right, does he? The head goes up in the air. The ball goes up. Offers the chance. No mistakes. And that's the thing here. You got to take your chances. And they do take it. I mean, you can ask Spain about that. And maybe that's probably the only blip that he had in their performance. And, well, that was enough to give the match to England, you would think. But they keep hold of the catches, and that's so important. And Rishton knows how important a person he is with the bat. And now he's gone. I think a lot now relies here on Dan Lincoln, the captain.
That's the hot zone, isn't it, out of deep mid-wicket today. We've seen a lot of action. Rishton had a bit of luck there earlier, but he has to go for 14 off 6. And so, England 11, they're going to go for Godsall before Bevan. I think they think of Bevan as a bit of a finisher. They see him coming in over 6, 7, something like that. So a bit early, just before the halfway point. But fielding's so important. Again, fielding under lights, slightly different experience. But that was a really, really good catch.
Massive moment, wasn't it, in this one? So Saqib doing the damage, and he's bowling really well. Just loving the length that he's bowling.
Here's the thing. He's fooled batters with bounce twice. So on this sweep, it goes under the bat, I think, for that LBW. And then that one bounced a little bit more. Let's have a look at some of the players that have impacted this tournament. Musa Ahmed, Ryan Klein, and Corley. The 3 top batters in the Netherlands, but Lincoln, Rishton and Ward, the top 3 for England 11 this week. And you've got Dan Lincoln there at the crease. He's been striking at 245. And this is after he had a pretty modest start by his standards. I mean, here's the thing. The way things are looking with the format, it could be in the future that teams just play 4 group matches and then they have to play finals. I mean, England, they would have been on playing home if that was the case. Anyway, it's the last ball of the over, and the score after that is 44 for 3. I want to say a big hello to all of you guys, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Finney Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and you know what? Bring him in.
Somebody lurking. There's
Corey
somebody lurking.
Well, you know, Corey, I know you've agreed to do a few overs. We'll talk a bit in a minute, but I know it's a tough one. Corey, of course, the national coach of Spain, but also big part of our team here at ECN. We love you in the commentary box, and Rico, we'll get Corey on. But you know, as well, 2 Spain supporters here, I know that it'll be a tough night, but still, you can be really proud of your effort.
Very, very proud of this man, and very proud of our boys. Very proud of the equipo Rocco. They've done us really proud, and I think they've added the spice and the Spanish touch to this competition. They really have.
Oh, Corey's crying. I'm just trying not to get it on the equipment because we've already seen what happens
listen,
when it gets
you're
wet.
not going anywhere. You're staying here. It's my turn to use my lanyard to go to the VIP zone. I'm going to get myself a little drinky poo. You can stay here. Maybe you can talk to Corey. I can't handle it. If Corey starts crying, I'll start crying. I don't want to cry here.
Just make sure you're back by the golden ball, Rico, okay? Because that's what I'm picking in this final.
Did you see the graphic?
Oh, it was
the graphic? No, honestly, 118 to 118. You think I'm joking?
I'm not. No, now I see you. I'm joking. So if there's a supercomputer picks it, that goes a long way.
Okay, look, back to this match. What a great over that last one was from Saqib. It was fantastic. Only 3 from it, 2 wickets.
And now we'll get the single as Rico steps out for a second. And obviously, Rico, I've got to say to you, you've done an amazing job during the series as well. There's nothing quite like it in world cricket. to have such a volume of matches. Rico's pretty strong too. He just lifted Corey up. And well, let's get back to the action. So England trying to get going. As, we've got another special guest in the commentary box, Indy, who headbutted a ball last night, and it's good to see him back. And anyway, let's welcome back Corey Rutgers to the commentary box. Corey, welcome. And well, it's nice to have you as, well, not really a guest, you're part of our team, but it's, I know we'll talk briefly, maybe in this over, about the Spanish, and then we'll go back to the game. But it's a very, very exciting one. Back in qualifier 2, here's Brat. Well, high-ish. No ball called, in fact. So slow ball gone wrong for Brat. Well, it could be a run out here. Oh, it's a tough one. It was a really tough take for Asad Zulfigar on the bounce. They hustle back for 2. Musa almost had a chance to run Lincoln out there.
Yeah, good fielding from Musa Ahmed at backward square leg. Gets the throw in quickly. Was it dipping? No, that's a no ball.
That's a no-y.
Yeah, definitely a no-y.
Hangs up there. You can just tell by the way he hits it. And Brat with his trademark teapot.
Tell you what, a better throw there, Vinny. He was in a bit of trouble.
He knocks his own wickets over as well on the way back. Yeah, so, well, maybe we'll wait for this ball because we are getting towards the end of this over. We've got a couple to come from Brat. So, we'll go back to it now. So, how are you feeling? How are the guys?
Yeah, just upset. Proud, very, very proud of what the guys have achieved over the last month. We started in Group A and finished in the Championship week and have gone down to 2 very strong nations in the Netherlands and England.
That's true. Well, leg glance, but they got the fine leg in play. Kingma almost makes a meal of it. He looks 20% fitter now. He goes the long way. Well, this could be out. This is one of the most amazing run-outs you'll ever see. He goes the hard way, and he has gunned down Gotzel.
Well, I tell you what, Sebastian Brat's pickup on the half volley might be one of the best pickups you'll see, because Kingma has fizzed this in from fine leg. He's thrown it about 60 metres, and that is an unbelievable pickup off the half volley, Vinny.
How do you even try this? Because normally the non-striker is the quicker of the two because they get a bit of a head start, and the batter doesn't because he's hitting the ball. But we'll have a look at this on the replay. It's a remarkable bit of fielding. Well, firstly from Kingma, who takes it, rolls, but comes up throwing. He comes up firing. Well, the crowd, they're going to like that. He takes it, no problem. And then he fires it. And I think it's the last thing Gotzel was expecting. He hesitates slightly.
Oh, the camera crew weren't expecting it either. I don't think anyone knew where the ball was going, but Sebastian Brat's take here is phenomenal. Watch this.
It's off the grass as well. That's as good as it gets, really.
That's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it comes off the grass, which is a really unpredictable surface.
So that is sensational from the Dutch captain. He's done his nation proud there. Vivian Kingma and Sebastian Brat. That is fantastic cricket. The Netherlands with their noses ahead, and well, when you get excitement like that, we don't have to talk about my game, Vinny.
Yeah, true. Okay, agreed. But here's the thing. I mean, if it hits the surface, it's got a more predictable bounce. The pitch surface I'm talking about, because it's concrete, it's a more predictable bounce. But it's going to be a steepling bounce. That was an incredible pickup. But what about the throw? Even to try the bowler's end is ridiculous from Kingma.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Bevan, though. These two hold the key for me now. The 50 came up, but it cost Gotzel his wicket. And now, with the wide, the score moves to 51.
Yeah, good fielding from Kingma, who's down in front of all the Scottish and Spanish players who are enjoying a couple of beverages, and well-earned beverages. That's been a good competitive championship week.
You know what? Victoria Stavaz's shares just gone up 6% in early trading, tell you that much. It's, yeah, Lincoln and Bevan, these are their finishes. That's what they think they can get the most production out of. Goes straight and goes pretty long. Maximo! Lincoln doubles his score. Well, it's a new Lincoln. It's a retro Lincoln. He's playing cricket shots and he's playing them very well.
Yeah, nice shot. He skips across, gets a half volley and pumps it straight. Yeah, these two are the key. So dangerous coming down the order. It just shows how quickly this game can turn still.
Misses his length. Misses it by a fair bit. Maybe it's a challenge delivery, you could call it. Hoping for a miss hit there, but never came. Brat's gone for 13, but remarkable run out in the over. Slower ball. And, well, this could be out. Oh, this is going to be out, I think, as well. And Brat, he does it all himself this time. And Lincoln, well, there was some hesitation. He looked up, and obviously Bevan was coming.
Yeah, I reckon he's gone, Vinny. It was one of those ones, Lincoln blocks it down and he sort of didn't know whether to run or sort of block the ball even.
Watching it's not going into subs, he sees it's going forward. Bevan, to be fair, went straight away, but he's made a bad decision. And you can see there, he's run out by a fair distance.
I love that Sebastian Brutt takes just that extra step just to steady himself. Very smart from the Dutch skipper.
He knew he's going to win the race. Bevan's already walking. He knows he's gone, and he's gone by about half a metre. So unbelievable work by Brutt twice. And Bevan, well, I think he's run out for a diamond here. I don't think he even faces a ball in the final. Tom Bevan, well, I know he's a fan of the old bat throw. That one might not ever be coming back. And Bevan goes without facing a ball. And Brutt with a double strike. Bevan, he takes off. He thinks he can get home, but immediately he regrets it. He goes for a Ducks 57 for 5.
Well, that's what you get for not putting a bit of sticky tape over your Glamorgan helmet.
I don't mind that. This is maybe an army helmet coming out as Keith. It looks like he's coming to the crease.
Yeah, no.
From one extreme to the next.
Brilliant from Sebastian Brutt. He leads with example and two bits of brilliance in that over.
Yeah, I mean, look, what does Bevan do wrong? He just probably thinks the ball gets further away from the stumps.
I think Dan Lincoln hits it and runs a bit. He blocks it down and he goes.
I think it's on both the batters kind of. I mean, Lincoln looks up and he sees that Bevan's kind of like keen if you are, you know.
Yeah.
And so then it goes. But I mean, credit to Brutt. You actually make that run out by the first 2 or 3 steps to get towards the ball, and he certainly didn't waste any time. Well, Rishton, maybe something's happened in the change rooms that we probably can't show. But anyway, here's Sakib. Well, Lincoln tries to get a bit funky, and he's a bit lucky here. That could have easily gone down the throat of Brutt.
Really good bowling from Sakib Zulfikar. He's been so sensational for the Dutch in this whole tournament, bowling that wide of the off stump. Keist is out there now, needs to get funky. I think on 57-5, very similar to when they played us. And unfortunately, we had a really bad over and it twisted the game, and that's the sport, so they're not out of it yet.
They've had a bit of a habit of making ugly totals, though, making kind of ugly 120s and finding a way. It's a long way to 120 from here. They'd have to go about 15 and over to get there.
Well, they're going to be facing some seriously good bowlers at the back end as well.
All right. It's a keep. And there's the top edge. Where's it gone?
Just a 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that Asad Zulfikar, the keeper, looks up and he's searching for it because he's got no idea. Get a couple of bits of luck going England's way this time now.
How's your finals day been, though, Vinny? First time I've seen you. Busy, enjoying? The VIP area, can I just say, is sensational.
Do you want some accreditation?
Oh, you betcha.
I'll think about it. You've earned it. Yeah, I've had a great day with the crowd. Now this is in the air, and this is hanging. This really should be caught, and it is. And it's Shirazul that takes the catch. And so Lincoln tries to get a bit funky, gets outside the off stump, but he gets the top edge. Once again, it's the extra bounce of the bowler, Skip Zulfikar, that does Lincoln here. It was a good pressure catch under lights by Shiraz Rasul in the 3rd man position. And so the captain has fallen. It's 59 for 5.
Tell you what, Sakib Zulfikar is having an absolute barnstorming final. He tries that favoured skip across sweep shot, doesn't get it. Top edge and a really good catch from Shiraz Rasul. It's under the darkness of the sky, and well, it would have had a lot of top spin on it as well. You can see Sakib screaming at catch, and he just holds on to it. So a big wicket. The Dutch are on top. And well, we have a new champion in 2022.
I'm not going to call anything now because anything can happen. We saw England defend 93 just yesterday. It seems like a long time ago. But the pressure is on, and you'd expect the pressure to be on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, but they do bat deep, the English. They'll still believe that they can get a few more runs here. So, a sensational final here. The 2 most deserved nations have made it, Netherlands and England. Credit to these 2 sides who have played some fantastic cricket this week. Right now, the Dutch, they're ahead.
They are ahead, but plenty more to come. There's the HCL software. Big ball in the VIP area. It's a keep. So it probably would have been a wide. Would be hit for a single.
It's good bowling because as a batsman, you don't know whether to leave it or not. Yeah. So if you keep it out there, most batsmen will just get a bit of a toe on it. People might think it's defensive, but in T10 cricket, that's sensational bowling. Look at the fan zone, Vinny.
Yeah,
look at all the supporters.
It's only a bit of it. It's absolutely pumping at the moment.
Well, I'll be there soon, I reckon. A couple of Victoria Cervezas.
Yeah, you've earned them.
A couple of tissues as well.
It's a keep. Bowled really well, but this is hit well, and it's going to set the task. Well, the fielder does very well, Musa Ahmed, because that was heading for the fan zone. Now they're going to take on it too. Wells a run out if he goes to the other end, but he'll slide back. Well, you needed Kingma to go bowler, because there was a slight kind of misunderstanding between the fielders. I mean, firstly, Musa does very well to stop it, but the throw came into the keeper.
Sensational from Musa, Vinny. He saves 3. He saves 3, but there could have been a run out.
Yeah, so have a look here, and then he says, all right, let's go. And he's like, actually, let's not go. And lucky he didn't, because he would have been run out 4 short at the keeper's end. So swing and a miss this time.
Look at those figures, Vinny. That could be man of the match in the final figures. Saqib Zulfikar ends with 3 for 7.
3 for 7. And he does it with skill, he does it with class, and he does it with that extra bounce that he gets. He's such a good player.
We've seen multiple leggies throughout the whole championship. I think he's been the best because he has just extracted this bounce, which has been phenomenal.
And of course, he's got the top spin. He's got the one that goes the other way. So 61 for 6 after 7 overs. Well, here's some good news. Coming Monday, we will still be on the air. If you'd like to tune in to our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. We'll be in Croatia. I'm having the week off, but Rico will be there. Tyrone Peters will be joining him. I know you would have been there, but something's come up, so that's okay. But we're starting with, how about this? Zagreb Sokol versus the Zagreb Assassins. And they have the best logo I think I've ever seen. Ljubljana versus Belgrade. So Ljubljana from Slovenia and Belgrade from Serbia. So it's a kind of super ECS. It all starts the same time as the usual ECS. Starts a little bit earlier in the day, 6:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India.
Well, hold on. Look, I think Ryan Klein's about to bowl off about 3 steps.
Yeah, because he can't move. All right, here we go with over number 8.
What? Okay.
Well, he was really struggling through his first over.
Has he bowled one tonight?
He's bowled one. He bowled one that only went for 6. And that, I think, it was the second over, I believe. Yeah, it was the second over.
Was he coming off the long run there?
Yeah, it looked to me like it was a shortened run then as well.
Okay.
I was making my way through the VIP area. Too high. This one actually hits him in the hip. Wow.
Vinny.
Ryan Klein will know exactly how this feels, and he's actually checking if he's okay, because I reckon this hits him right at the point of the, the point of something.
Whoa. Tell you what, Magic Spray Mary might enjoy this trip visit to the crease. This could be fun for all involved. This has absolutely clattered him in the crown jewels.
I said the hip.
Oh, no.
But it was right. He gets up, though. He doesn't want the Magic Spray. We're going to get back to the action. Pierce. Well, mind the swelling. Next one will be
arguably
a single.
Arguably, you'd like the swelling.
All right, keep it
I have a commentator.
You're only here for 5
I'm a guest commentator. I'm not a real commentator anymore.
Well, again, appreciate the interactivity.
It's good to be back. I forgot that I was coaching a game an hour ago now.
Whatever you need to do. 7 stages of grief. Hit back at Klein.
This might be the greatest over off 2 steps you'll ever see.
You know, we've actually seen it work sometimes when the run-outs have been affected and bowlers have been forced to bowl off a short run, because not much can go wrong. You can replicate it. There's less variation in your run. Wow, this is an audacious stroke from Keys, and it just misses the off stump. And Klein, he can't believe it.
It looks like he's seen a ghost. And they're just missing the off. Oh, wow, it's sort of decked away a little bit.
I may have even hit it. I'm not sure. It deflected away from the stump. Now he goes more orthodox, and he's going to be gone. Out. And Saqib Zulfikar takes the catch. He's having such a good final. Well, the Zulfikar triplets are integral to this Netherlands side. And right now, they've got the reigning champions on the ropes. Keist goes for 3. It's 63 for 6.
Well, I tell you what, they are on the ropes. Unless they get a big over, Netherlands will go into their batting innings pretty cock-a-hoot. And Kleine, who's coming off about 3 steps, still extracting something out of the ball. And you can see the Dutch supporters loving it. He just cloths it. The bat twists in his hands. And a nice safe catch out there for Saqib Zulfikar.
With that wicket, actually, 63 for 7. Didn't count my wickets right. And that means England, they're running out of them. Saqib, he takes it with ease, doesn't he? And the Dutch, well, they didn't make the final last year. The Belgians did. Keys tries to get a bit inventive, then gets a bit more orthodox, but he can't clear Saqib Zulfikar at deep mid-wicket. Klein with the wicket again, just conserving his energy, but putting it in challenging areas. And the score 63 for 7. 8 overs down now.
Yeah, you got to wonder, will they be able to get that second or a big over in at the back end?
Yeah, well, Corey Rutger's here with me. I know you've done a lot of commentating for us over the last few weeks. I want to say it's been an absolute pleasure, and I love working with you, love having you as part of the team. You're a feisty character, but I think it's good. Your cricket brain, I think, showed in the way you coached Spain as well. And obviously, we'll see you again soon. Well, this ball, we won't see that again soon, because that's into the dark. Maximo. And, well, They are going to fight back. You better believe it. Pearce, well, he copped one, and now he sends one out of the ground. Maximo time as England start motoring along in the 9th with 6, takes them up to 69.
This is the over. This is the over. They have to find a way and take it for maybe 20, 25 even.
Can they get in the 90s? Can they?
If you get to the 90s, you'll start to believe a little bit.
Especially if you bowl and field well. Get the big fish early.
Yeah.
They defended 93, like I said yesterday, England 11. Goes quicker and fuller.
Missed out.
Yeah. So there's been a bit of a trend today, I've noticed. I suppose at this level, batters aren't expecting bad balls from spinners, and we've seen some really awful balls get wickets. Some real long hops, for example, because maybe they're just trying to overswing. You still got to get it in the middle of the bat, right?
Well, Russell's got a job here. Does he hit out or does he just get Pearce on strike? I think he's got to be looking for some boundaries. They're only on 70.
Mungo's out there and he misses out. So Floyd, he's got a definite tactic, I think, to new batter to try and lure him into a shot.
I had a great chat with Floyd. He has perfected the donkey drop. We call it the donkey drop. Watch this, loopy and slow.
Bit shorter.
Oh, nice shot.
This is into the gap though, and well, it's Mungo o'clock. Set your watches, Maximo time. England are fighting back. He challenged him to go after it, and he placed it into the gap. Well, that was one thing, but he actually had enough to get all the way, and Mungo Russell gets off the mark with a 6-er.
Well, he tries the donkey drop, but he gets it a little bit too straight. Another 6. We said this over had to go big for England.
Well, see, the donkey drop goes up and down. That one didn't really go up. I think it was too short. Mungo was ready for it, still had to create the pace. Floyd might go the quick one here. Does. Spears it into the stumps. Mungo will get a single here.
77, 7 balls left. I mean, perfect scenario. They can get 23, maybe get to 100.
Could do. Golden ball final, anybody?
Maybe. You never know.
Oh, more than maybe. Yeah, the bat versus ball wall had them tied.
Really? Oh.
I think actually it's more about he's actually just grabs it himself there. I don't think that was any attempt to run out the non-striker.
Boy, he's got to open the batting after, so you don't want him to have pulled a hammy. Yeah, he looks a bit stiff, doesn't he?
Probably take the last over off. It wouldn't be the 8 minutes, which would mean he couldn't open. Anyway, this is hit down the ground. One hop up to Brutt. So it's the end of the 9th, and England fighting back with 7 wickets down. They get 15 off the Floyd 9th over, and the score is 78 for 7.
Yeah, 78 for 7. Floyd gets hit for 2 6s there, and that'll be disappointing. None for 27 for Floyd, which is uncharacteristic. He's been sensational once again in 2022. But yeah, big last 6 balls. I imagine who might bowl this one? Sebastian Brutt, maybe Ollie Ellenbus.
Normally it's Brutt.
Usually it's Brutt.
He bowled the 6. He went for 13. There was just one high-no ball in there. And it's also a 6. There was also those 2 remarkable runouts, if you remember that.
There's a plug if you've ever seen one. HCL Software, how you doing?
Well, the Dutch bowlers will be hoping that it looks like that when it's coming down to them. The Dutch batters, I should say, in the second half of this game. Here's Brutt. 10th overtime, big swing and a miss. On the fumble, they'll go. And then there's a double fumble. And Assad will be disappointed. But I've noticed this from the English, not just the English, they will go on any keeper fumble because it takes out the element of hesitation.
You might want to ask Harrison Ward about that, who got run out off a wide yesterday when it went to the keeper. But yeah.
He was at the non-strikers end then, and basically the striker never went. But I think it's a definite tactic. At this stage, you got to go on that.
Yeah, at this stage, every run is oh so crucial. Big 5 balls in the context of this match. Can they get, let's say, 2 boundaries out of 5?
Still get to the 90s here. Steps across, in swinger. They call 2, but I don't think it's on. Pearce, probably the more senior of the batters now. So he'll take the strike. Well, Shuvo, in the comment section, he has said could be a low-scoring thriller on the cards.
You never know. I mean, England are going to need some wickets in the power play. And we know there's every chance that they can, but they're going to have to bowl out of their skins, you'd imagine.
They will, but anything is possible. They have got to that 80 now. 4 to come. Challenge ball, it's hit, and it's hit pretty well. This is going to be 4. So Pearce, he's shown a lot of grit and determination in this innings. He moves to 14, and he hits through the line of the ball. That's a really good cricket shot.
Yeah, that is a good shot. A little bit of width, and he really throws his hands. It's like a reverse helicopter almost.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's really trying to maneuver that a little bit squarer so it doesn't go straight to the fielder. Pearce has been invaluable here. Can England take some momentum into the second half of this innings? Slow ball, and this is going, and gone. Maximo! Well, Pearce moves to 20. and England get to 90, or a couple more like that, maybe they can still bring up the 100.
Well, he goes that slow on ball, but unfortunately it's a half volley. So he picks it, he gets it, he swings hard enough. A great cameo at the back end. 100 still possibility here.
It is. Can they get another boundary or two? Well, that's not good at all. And that's got him. Now they're going to get up and run. Pierce doesn't have his bat anymore, and he almost gets run out, and he'll never get two with with no bat. Wow. So Brutt, that's actually the second one of those he's bowled. So if he's bowled another one, then he's out of the attack. This is just, well, Pierce has been under attack. That one was a bit higher than the one that hit him earlier.
Bit of self-preservation. That would have hurt if it got him, but hey, it's 2 free runs.
Could easily have gone for 4 as well. Then he almost gets it a second time, Pierce.
Oh, good little late resurgence from England.
Yeah,
here.
he'll take it at this stage.
Look at that, Vin. Fantastic.
It's only one part of the fan zone. I'm loving it. Okay, free hit, and this is going, and it's out of the ground. Well, Mungo has come, and he's made a difference. Rishton likes it. The England 11 like it. The crowd like it, and that 100 seemed a long way away. Now it's in touch. 98 with the ball to go.
Yeah, they're going to get a chance to defend 100, you'd imagine. Holland will still feel like they're ahead in the game, but what a great comeback from England.
Yeah, there's the fan zone. There's the England camp. A few more smiles now. And so, Brutt, he's kind of his own worst enemy, isn't he? He would have been out of here if it wasn't for that high full toss. Now he has to deal with Mungo Russell. What a cameo this is. 98 plus this. He's going to get 99. They'll probably try for 100. And, well, they're going to race back, and it'll be Zulfikar. That's Zulfikar that does it all by himself. So 99, almost there for 100. But got to say, what a last couple of overs with 7 wickets down. They take 15 off the ninth. They take 21 off the last. It goes magical, and it sets Netherlands exactly 100 runs to take the trophy.
Look, Netherlands will go into this probably as favourites, but I tell you what, finals cricket, under pressure, everybody watching, and you got to go at 10 and over against a very good English side. Not easy. Finals are always low scorers.
Yeah, it can be.
Or usually.
Can be, yeah. Well, last year's was a bit different, wasn't it? Last year was one of those occasions it was big. It was England that chased down 149. Well, the sun's gone down, and we're ready to party here at the ECC 22 final. 2 teams power-packed with game changers, and it was a very proud moment for the 2 teams as they walked out with the cricket school kids and, of course, the on-field officials, Stefan Gooch and Asad Ali. And, well, after the formalities were out the way, it was Kingma that was out to play. And he was struggling, but he showed a lot of determination to get through his 2 overs. And early on, you saw Clayton up there, Harrison Ward as well. Clayton, well, it just hasn't quite been his series for the most part. You see that Ward was knocked over by Kingma, who was certainly hurting. But I think that England 11, well, they'll be just relieved they get to a defendable score in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. They tried their best to get the ball away early and hit as many boundaries as they could, typical in this T10 format. But the Dutch were throwing their bodies around everywhere, and they picked wickets up regularly. And when you do that, usually you can keep the runs down. This was a lovely slog sweep that went into I think they almost hit Tyrone Peters there.
I think it might have. I mean, a lot of energy. Yeah, this is a game changer here. It's Sakeem Zulfikar in his 2 overs. He just constantly challenged the stumps, and he challenged the top edge of the bat because of this extra bounce and the overspin he gets on the ball. He was very effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was very effective indeed. 3 wickets for him, and if they go and win, he could be man of the match. And overall, it was nice to see you boys once again and make sure everything was going up nice and kosher in the commentary box.
We've been okay without you. Now, how about this for a bit of brilliance? Kingma, the longest throw on the Cardimer Oval, and he nails it. And Brutt with the pickup was incredible as well. He decides to go full power. And, yeah, you see that Brutt was happy. And I think he said, "How's that?" as he ran to Viv Kingma. What a piece of work. And he wasn't done yet, because after Lincoln pumped him for a 6, he had the last laugh as he ran out Bevan. Well, that's a big play that went without even facing a ball, Corey.
Yeah, because Bevan's been so destructive. The man from Glenmorgan can hit a long ball, and I think Lincoln sold him up the river there. So, unfortunately, he had to go. Good extra step from Sebastian Brutt as well. There was another wicket here, a very good catch from the young man, and it was an important moment because Lincoln can be very destructive against spin.
He can take you away very, very quickly, no doubt about that. So this was a little period where they didn't get any boundaries in the 7th and 8th over. And you saw that Klein came back. He was bowling off 3 or 4 steps with that injured hip that he's been carrying. But then the 9th and 10th overs, well, they go for 36 total, and it takes them from 63 off 8 to 99 off 10, even though I think that Pearce, he had his life flash before his eyes there, almost copped it in the back on the way through. But in the end, they do get 21 off the last. But, I mean, if you asked the Netherlands at the beginning of this game, would you fancy chasing 100 to win the trophy? I'm sure they would have taken the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, there wasn't many starts at the top that went on with it, but at the bottom there, Sam Pearce, 21 off 11, Mungo Russell, as Vinny touched on, 15 off 6. They have got them up to something they might feel competitive if they get early wickets.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just think of the pressure on these Dutch openers in the top order coming out. And just trying to put together a good power play. It could be won and lost right there. Looking at the bowling scorecard, well, it's a case of the haves and have-nots. I think Zulfiqar was outstanding. Saqib Zulfiqar, 3 for 7 in the final. But also Klein was brilliant under duress, 1 for 18 of his 2 overs. Kingmutt picked up a wicket as well. And then at Floyd, and you see Sebastian Bratt, a little bit expensive there. Well, just one more time, I want to say a big thank you to Corey Rutgers for his work during the series.
Yeah.
We'll miss you, but we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I want to say thank you so much for everyone that was supporting Spanish cricket, but also to the ECN crew and the Blue crew, and to yourself, Vinny and Rico, for letting me join the Combox again. And I'm pretty sure I'll be back with you in Barcelona.
Well, stay hydrated. Don't shed too many tears over there in the fan zone. We will see Corey back in Barcelona. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel if you want to hear more of this guy. For now, we're going to take the break. 100 is what's required exactly for the Netherlands if they are going to be the new champions of the ECC. We'll see you after the break. Rico will be back. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Corey Rutgers. We'll see you shortly for the final stanza of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. And it is the finale of this tournament. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. On a marquee night in the 2022 season tonight, we crown our champion of the Euros of cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. This is match 120. And over 5 weeks, we've been treated to some high-quality T10 action from 21 countries from all around the continent. Right now, it comes down to this. The Netherlands 11 in their first ECC final, taking on the reigning champions. And the story in the match so far, the England 11, their captain Dan Lincoln won the toss. They put 99 runs on the board. Wow, they're probably happy to have that many after they were 63 off 8 with 7 wickets back in the shed. But they were able to find a bit of momentum late on, 36 runs coming off the last 2 to get the English to 99. And right now, it's the Dutch with the opportunity of a lifetime. Well, there's Tom Bevan. He was run out, unfortunately, without even facing a ball. This game can be cruel sometimes. The lights are on. They've taken over. The sky is dark. And we are ready to crown our new champion. 10 overs of cricket left in the ECC. And it's Mungo Russell to open up. And now they're going to make a late decision to go. If he hits, he's gone. And I think he is gone here. And, well, Floyd, I think he's gone. He dives desperately. He doesn't want to go. They're going upstairs. What a start to this run chase. There was hesitation in the beginning. They took it on. What a piece of fielding from Mungo Russell. And as Rico Full comes back into the commentary box, what a dramatic start this is. And as you can see, Rico, he's a goner.
Oh, well, can you believe this? This is just sensational. Clayton Floyd goes first ball without scoring. The hesitation, that was what does him here. There's the throw, direct hit. That's absolutely fantastic work from Mungo Russell, the quick bowler. This is all pressure, Vinny. Pressure, pressure, pressure in the final. Well, we saw England. They were finding it difficult to handle the pressure. And now, well, that pressure is boiling over there in the middle in the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, well, you talk about big moments, and that's one of them. And it had to be a perfect piece of fielding from Mungo Russell to run out Floyd, but that's what it was. He picked it up. He turned around, had a quick look, and hit the target. So Floyd run out without making an impact on the scoreboard. It's none for one. Boris Gawley comes to the crease at number 3. And what a start for the English. Well, we talked about the momentum of them getting 36 off those last 2 overs, the momentum to take them into the second innings on a high. Well, that's only going to make them feel even better about this defence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, those last 2 overs, when they happened, the crowd were going wild, especially the English supporters, because they were looking pretty gloomy because it wasn't a good score. And then 15 of Floyd's last over, and then that magical over of Bright gives them the score. Well, now they're jumping up and down.
Musa faces because run out was at non-striker's end. He takes a bit of a risk, but he's going to get 4 here. Walks a long way along his stumps. He's lucky he hits that, but he does hit it. And there's the first runs on the board, 4 of them to the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, it's about partnerships, isn't it? If these two now, Gawley and Musa, can just get a partnership together, they'll put behind them that early wicket of Clayton Floyd, who, well, it's a bit like Ozzy Ward today. He's a big player, but hasn't really been able to get in the runs. But they've still got plenty of batting. We know that, the Netherlands. They've just got to think positive. They've got to try not to let the pressure get to them.
Sleep in place now. Musa, well, they're going to take on another quick single. This time they will get away with it. This game with such wide margins. I mean, that one gets a little bit further away from the bowler, so the run's there. You saw it with Floyd there. Didn't do a lot wrong. He looked up. He saw Musa was coming. He responded. It just had to be a perfect bit of fielding.
He hesitated.
He hesitated.
And
just,
that
I think,
is the thing. Well, I mean, you say all the time, and I know it as well, when you see you look in the partner's eyes, if he's coming, you go. If you start and try and go again, well, that's what creates the problem, and that's probably what got him out.
Just trying to think back to the replay. I mean, I think he only props to see what his partner's doing. I don't think he does a lot wrong there. Gawley likes to funkify his innings. Let's see if he wants to do that in the final. Slip in place. Gawley plays more orthodox shot. Now, here's the thing about chasing 100. There's 2 ways to go about it. To be a little bit conservative and make sure you don't get into trouble, or the more aggressive approach of pretend you're chasing 130, 140. You know, be aggressive, try and get ahead on the scoreboard, and then you can cruise home. Netherlands 11 look to me, especially with that early wicket of Floyd, like they're just willing to preserve wickets a little bit while still trying to go at the required rate. Musa pushes this one down the ground. He'll get a single. Geez, Mungo Russell's been brilliant in this game. The fact that he was able to contribute some runs down the order, I think was so valuable. And it was Sam Pearce 21 off 11, and Mungo Russell 15 off 6 that really got them out of a hole. They came together after 8 overs, 63 for 7. They put on 36 in the end for the last wicket. Now Mungo has been bowling quicker and quicker as this week's gone on, really finding his feet. Orthodox try, straight back from Gawley. Sometimes gets creative, but he's batting in a fairly orthodox fashion at the moment. So that's the end of the first over, and it was a dramatic one. Wouldn't expect anything less. 8 for 1. And speaking of dramatic, well, we haven't had a golden ball for 71 matches. When we did, it was a night game. It was a big game. They don't get much bigger than this. Can you imagine, Rico, if the ECC is decided by golden ball?
Well, yeah, I can. And I tell you what, the bat versus ball computer could as well, because it called it at the start of this match. I mean, it was predicting slightly higher scores, at about 118 to 118, if my memory serves me right. But yeah, they had golden ball fever. Well, are we going to get it here? That would be quite dramatic if it finishes with a golden ball. And well, people are nervous out there at the moment. Can you imagine the nerves from everybody if it goes to a golden ball? Andy Rishton, he's a man that has been on fire all the way through this championship. And well, can he finish? Well, comes into the attack here. Goes with a slow full toss. This will be called. It's a no ball. And it's not the first time that Rishton has tried this, and it's not the first time that it's come out wrong.
Yeah, so momentum busters, that's one of them. He probably wishes he could get more bat on this through to the top edge, Gawley. So now Musa will face the free hit. He's not a bad option. And look, Musa, I think he's been a bit careful so far, probably because of that early run out of his opening partner, Clayton Floyd. But this is a chance for him with the immunity to go for a shot and maybe he can get himself going. He hit the one boundary when he walked across his stumps earlier. What's Rishton's go-to here? Maybe a slower ball. Oh, this block hole delivery, and Rishton gets out of a jam.
Yeah, he does well, doesn't he? Because I think Musa, if he had got given the opportunity to try and go across the line and get under it, he would have done. So good delivery. Yeah, Musa, that's what he's got to watch. I mean, he likes to get that little trigger movement right across his stump, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't get trapped in front. Rishton now to Gawley. He hits it in the air, and it's just dipping short of the fielder, who thinks about getting the shy in. A bit of luck there, perhaps, from Boris Gawley. I think he's feeling the pressure here in England. One thing that they'll keep doing, the fielders and the bowlers, is just keep applying the pressure all the time.
Yeah, Rishton had such a good finals day. He wished he stuck around a bit longer with the bat, but here he is with the ball, trying to impact. And he knocks over Musa Ahmed, who goes right across the line. And Rishton, well, he's been the player of the day for me. And he has kept England 11 alive. And right now, he is keeping their trophy defence alive. So Musa, he's living dangerously in the end. He went for a shot, wasn't really there. And now Netherlands have lost both openers. It's 12 for 2.
Oh, fantastic. And Rishton, he's been on top form. Here we go, full straight, and boom, chakade patte. And yeah, dande chakade is the castle has been raided. A little bit of dynamite going on there, and right on the money. And that's what Rishton can do. And just look at the reaction from the English boys. They're loving it as they all come racing over to greet Rishton. He's been top draw. He's been quality, and quite easily for me, he's been the player of the tournament. If you're watching the English team, he's been the English player of the tournament for me. He's been great with the bat and with the ball. Didn't quite contribute as many as he would have liked to in this one. He went pretty early, didn't he? Just 14 off the 6 deliveries that he got. But with the ball, he's always been there or thereabouts. So Netherlands have lost both their openers. And it's not the first time, though, that they've been in this sticky situation where Clayton and Musa haven't gone. But they have got batters that have been able to absorb the pressure in normal circumstances, but can they do it in this, well, nervy final situation?
Yeah, well, I mean, Rishton, there's an MVP of this tournament. Remember, England did play the group stages. He has to be in the conversation. Yep. He's had such a good week. This is Saqib Zulfiqar, cuts straight at Clayton there. So that's just a single. So no Sikander Zulfiqar in the lineup. He sustained a hand injury earlier. So you know, that hurts their batting a little bit, but Saqib certainly has batted very, very well. I think he'll miss his triplet brother here.
Yeah, asking the question again about, well, look, if I'm bowling and the batter moves there, can I bowl it here? Will that be okay? Well, we saw Rishton asking this question before, And it's worth asking. He's saying, well, look, this is what he's going to move early. I'm going to bowl it there. Is that okay?
Yeah, so the thing is, it's movements before the ball is released, and the line moves as much as the batter's foot moves outside the off stump. But right now, he hasn't moved yet. And even then, he moves, but he's going to be dropped. Well, Chowan, he comes forward, and he just had that, and he had it in the end of his fingers. When the elbows hit the ground, the ball popped out. So Gawley gets a life on 4.
Yeah, Johan, he does everything right, but you think here, when he hits the deck, watch. As soon as he hits the deck, the ball pops out. Unfortunate.
Might have even been out early. Certainly didn't go in cleanly. Yeah, so Gawley, it's a funny one. Even that movement, it's actually pretty much as the guy bowls the ball. It's not really a pre-movement. It's premeditated for sure. Here's the grunt slower ball. Oldest trick in the book.
Very good.
Saqib will get 1. Takes us to the end of the second over. Game on here on ECN. It's a cricket fight night here, and here we can now reveal the ECL groups, and the ECL is the Champions League of European Cricket. It's the champion club, and here's the big news. There are 31 teams involved.
Yeah.
So these are the groups. It'll definitely be on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Go and check it out. Too much for us to talk about right now, but we've got defending champions there, Pakai Care Badalona. They're straight through to the championship week, which starts on the 20th of March. VOC Rotterdam, they are defending champions. You see them in Group B, and we still have a couple of countries that we don't know the club that it will be. They're just not lit up as yet, but ECL is coming your way. So that's the next time you'll see us from the Khartoum Oval here on the European Cricket Network. And if you've enjoyed watching it on all your international TV stations, make sure you let them know, because ECN Cricket will be back at Khartoum starting on the 27th of February 2023. Before that, of course, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you can watch us and our European Cricket series. Same exciting format, same commentators, and we would love to have your company and have you as part of the fastest growing cricket community in the world. Here's Mungo, who's back for over number 3. And this is hoiked away, and the fielder does well, Godsall. Well, he picks it up early and he starts running, does very well to save that boundary.
Yeah, well done to Arthur Godsall. It's really good work from him. It's all about picking it early and then making the save, and he does. Good hands from him. They get the single. Yeah, so like Vinny says, if you're liking what you see, remember, if you're liking Cardomania, let the world know, and make sure those people in your countries that are doing the sports broadcasting, they hear about it.
Mungo just beats him for pace. He's all forgot, nervy moment for him. And yet, it's been picked up already in the comment section. There is a new country involved in the ECL. So we had 30 clubs from 29 countries. Now we're going to have 31 from 30 countries. The new country is Estonia. Which is actually where I have my residence when I'm not working, which is pretty much never. But
you can be playing then.
Yeah, well, Talon Stallions. I'm more of a Talon Hippos man myself, but I will 100% get behind the Stallions in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket in 2023. Just going down the leg side. They'll just get one, just dropping off the rate here. And England will feel more and more confident as this goes on. So, look, par here, if you're going up to all the matches before today, par is 12 and over in the championship week. Okay, it's 10.9 overall. So once we're already kind of around that level. So now, for me, the game becomes a 50-50 with this good start by the England 11. Gorley faces up. And he tries to go large, and there's no long on, so this is just a long one. Maximo! Well, it means a lot, and there's a few nerves fraying all over the Khartoum Oval, but Boris stays cool and gets 6.
That's when he's good. This is when he's at his best. Stand still, look at that, perfectly straight, waits for it, and look at that. That's a delightful shot. It's a proper cricket shot. Well, I like to say it's a pucker shot as that one sails into the indie zone of the ground.
Last ball, the power play coming up now from Mungo Russell. It's short and he goes after it and he's going to get away with it. It's going to be 4 more. And so 1 bounce, 4 runs. And Corley goes 6 and 4. He is hungry for more. And so this will be the end of the over. And well, a little bit earlier on, I caught up with both captains and one of them is out there right now, but I was speaking to Sebastian Bratt of the Netherlands 11. That's right, I'm here with Sebastian Bratt, the Dutch 11 skipper. Sebastian, congratulations on making your first ever final here at the ECC.
Yeah, thank you much. Thank you very much. It's been a good ride, but finally we're here.
Yeah, and of course, you guys did make it to finals day last year. You didn't quite make the final. This year, I just think you guys seem to have learned a lot from last year's experience, and you brought in some very good players as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think we played good cricket last year, but I think we were lacking a little bit in the batting, and this year we brought some extra batters, and they came off, so that's good.
Okay, so we know that you are batting second in this game. How do you feel about chasing under lights?
I think chasing in a final is always difficult. To be honest, we wanted to bat first as well, but we're happy to be here, and I think we're going to give it our all, and then we will win this game.
Well, Sebastian, I know that you took one of the catches of the tournament yourself, and I hope you have plenty more highlights here in the final. Best of luck to you. Maybe we'll have a new champion. Let's get back to the action.
Well, lovely to hear from Sebastian Braat there, the captain of the Netherlands, talking to Vinnie Sandu there a bit earlier. And yeah, I mean, you heard him say he would have preferred to have a bat first. Chasing is difficult no matter what the score is. Sometimes, I mean, we've said this before, sometimes when it's a lower score, it actually becomes harder because it's trying to get over that mindset for the batters. But here we've seen a good partnership, and this will help because it's going to be 4 more cuatro carreras más. So after an early start, I think, look, what I've seen here from Boris Gourlay and Saqib Zulfikar is exactly what I would have been saying to any batters. Look, you've lost some quick wickets. It's about just getting a little partnership together. That doesn't mean to try and play any big shots. Just take the singles, get bat onto ball, start to feel confident, get a few more runs on the board, and then start playing your shots. And both of them look like they're doing that here. But Gourlay, he really is playing some lovely shots here now. He's obviously oozing with some confidence.
He looks in control. Godsall likes to bang it, and this is a slow ball. It's away with it. Bounces too close to the stumps to try a run. So yeah, it's a simple equation. Don't have to be a mathematician to know 10 and over is the pace. They want to be 40 off 4. Right now, they're pretty much on target, thanks to Gourlay mainly. He's 20 off 10. Now he wants to get funky, but he finds the fielder. They think of 2, but it's not on. And so Johan, he's had his hands full so far.
That's the interesting one for me. I mean, I was talking about when Gourlay hit those straight hits, how well he hits them. He's playing that shot, but he's playing it when there's a fielder there. So what's he gaining? What's he gaining from that shot as opposed to just standing straight and hitting the ball into the open space on the leg side there and getting the same result, a single? He's just taking an unnecessary risk for me. Godsall, once again.
Yeah, he digs it in. This has been so effective for him. He digs it in, and because his arm still comes over really fast, but the pitch just tends to take a bit of life out of the ball. And we've seen a lot of mistimed horizontal bat strokes off Godsall. I know that Ali Evans, the Scottish skipper, was just talking us through exactly how he was bowling his cutters, and so sometimes just changing the amount of overspin or underspin or undercut on the ball. So it's funny, Godsall can bowl fast, but I think he's quite effective when it's not as fast as the batters think it is. Here's the last ball of the over. And this is a full toss asking for it, and it's going to get it. That one is going to split the fielder at square leg and the fielder at deep mid wicket. 4 runs, cuatro carreras más. The Dutch on the pace. They're 39 for 2 after 4 overs. Well, the fan zone, of course, loyalty split over there. I know, probably the non-English supporters would like to see a new champion, but there's plenty of English supporters in the house as well as we get to the end of the 4th over. Just a reminder that you can follow us on social media at European Cricket, and I would love to hear everyone's feedback about how we could do it better, ideas that you've got. Please send me a message at Mr. Maximo, or you can send it to at European Cricket. Rico's there as well, at Rico Full. It's such a fast-paced final. I know we can't get to many comments in this match, but we've really loved the interactivity, and that's a real feature, something that makes the ECN very unique and special, I think, in the game.
It certainly is. It's something that I think has helped to grow the sport of cricket in Europe as well. Everybody coming together, our global cricket family, growing the sport, making it better, and we're making it stronger together as well, as it says all around this ground. Go with the spin now, Pearce, just holding this back slightly. They need to try and find a way to break this partnership, especially getting the likes of Gourlay out. He now goes back on strike. He's been hitting the ball pretty well, but I think for me, he's just got to keep his shape, stay positive, and maybe try and just stick to the correct shots at the moment. That's better. Yeah. Use his strike. See, I'm far better him playing that shot than getting the same result, i.e. the single, when he tries to get funky and just risks being bowled maybe around his legs.
Well, leg spin changed the game in the first innings, and Saqib Zulfikar bowled so well. 3 for 7 off his 2. So for me, I still forget now they're batting, but it'll be just, it sounds simple, but it'll be when the Dutch go for the big shot. Will they get away with it? Will it go for 6 or will it be caught? I mean, I think that's what it comes down to here. Pearce has started well. It's around the wicket. And he gets a little bit of a touch on this. This is running away. And it's a very good boundary stop. They will hustle back for 2. That's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. What a great bit of fielding. Standards. And this is great from Jafar Chauhan. Chases it down. Under Iba style. Gets the dive in. Gets dirty for his team. Knocks it back. Sensational. Saves 2 runs.
Every run counts. Every single run counts in this cricket match. Now he's going to get dropped by Pearce. Oh, Pearce stretches at that. It probably wasn't even coming as fast as he thought it was initially off the bat of Gawley, who gets another life. He was dropped on 4. Now he's been dropped on 28.
Yeah, well, Gawley, he's had 2 lives there. Yeah, Chauhan put him down earlier. And now this one, it's called a bold chance. And Pearce, well, he knows he's disappointed. That was a big opportunity to remove the dangerous Gawley.
And now Morris gets a bit lucky as well, because that could have gone absolutely anywhere. As it is, he survives, but such a good over that. And after 5 overs, it's 44 for 2. So yeah, changing the game, leg spin been very important as well. Look, I want to say a big thank you to everyone as well. And I want to say a big thank you to you, Rico, because I know you've done such a great job. And you know, we're very, very good friends off the field as well. We are really humbled by all the support from people all around the world. It's a very special night for us. And well, if you want to hear some more thank yous, you can tune into the trophy ceremony. It is coming up after the final ball. There'll be a little bit of a gap while we set that up, but we will be giving away that magnificent trophy thanks to Local Lifestyle. So stay tuned for that. More leg spin, and it's Alex Russell, and he gets pumped out of the ground. First ball, Maximo takes another turn as one leg spinner belts another, and that brings up the 50 for the Netherlands 11.
Yeah, this is a tremendous shot. It's just there in the slot, isn't it? Hasn't taken any unnecessary risk, but this one he says, yeah, it's there. It's a little bit shorter. I can get after it, and he does, and he absolutely smacks this one. That's another one that goes into the indie zone. And, well, I did catch up with Indy later. It was lovely having a chat with them. Well, watch out for that interview on the social media. Back to the action here.
That one they do get away with. This is clever bowling. I think it's just a little bit further over, a little bit flatter, but still with a lot of overspin. So it actually bounces over the bat of Saqib Zulfikar. Well, he'd know all about that, because that's exactly what he's normally trying to do. I said it will come down to one thing, whether those big shots go for 6 or whether they get caught. He's on the charge this time. Pretty much Yorks himself.
Yeah, good delivery. I mean, he managed to get about on this. Otherwise, I think you can see there, Dan Lincoln was waiting to pounce. Interesting moment of the match. 50 is on the board. They're at the halfway point. They'll know that. So they'll be looking at what next mark. They'll be looking at, okay, another 25, 75. Let's get to 25. They're just getting a little bit itchy. And he goes for it once again. Doesn't get this cleanly, but they will get a single. I think that's a good single to get. I think it's good after Zulfikar gets that boundary, that he gets a single, gets to the other end, and gives Gawley a bit of the strike. I think he was just getting a little bit agitated. He wanted to go after it. Just needs to stay calm, stay focused.
Been a good over so far. Covered after that 6. Well, that one's a hanging full toss. It's put away. It's into the gap, and it's 4. So going for placement over power there, Gawley. I like this. I like that he probably spots there's a gap out there. Just needs to make solid contact. He does. And he gets another valuable boundary for the Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good bowling. We saw the last over from Pearce and badly with the full toss, and that's the same here. I mean, you can't be bowling those on the leg stick. It's runs. Even though you've got 2 men out there, I mean, once they're hit, they're going to stay hit.
So much tension in this game at the moment. Alex Russell, he gets taken on. This is high in the air, and it's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. So it's going to be a wicket to finish the over. It started with a bang, but it ends with a crippling blow to the Netherlands, as Gawley had batted so well for 32 runs, but he's going to have to go, and Alex Russell is jubilant. It's 55 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that's Bevan. That's taking the catch. I don't recognise him when he ain't got his shades on. Of course, you need your shades this time of night, but Bevan has been sensational in that part of the field. And, yeah, I don't think he needs to go for this shot, but I think he sees the bit of width on it. He goes down to one knee. He backs himself to get the boundary, but he doesn't. It goes high, but doesn't go mighty, doesn't go long, and it's really well taken. Good catch, good technique, and they get the breakthrough that they wanted. So the one man that was taking the game away from England, he's back in the shed. Boris Gawley goes for 32 off the 18th delivery, and he's not happy about his wicket.
Well, you can understand that. I mean, you're going to have to take chances. He falls on his sword. It could have been worse for Gawley. Maybe he was dropped on 4, he was dropped on 28. I think in the end, and he thinks about it, he'll take it. And some very good hitters still to come. I mean, you've got Klein in now. You've probably got Brutt coming in next. So these are the players they would imagine can finish cricket games. Right now, the pressure is on. 45 required off the last 4 overs. What a final this is going to be. And what a moment. Jaffa Chowan is going to come on. So they're going all out leg spin here. They went Pearce in the 5th. He's a leg spinner. Alex Russell in the 6th, he's a leg spinner, and now the 3rd of the trio coming on. Jaffa Chowan with his leggies in the 7th. Goes for it and doesn't get it. Well, this will be another wicket. Keith's underneath it, and he takes the catch. So Zulfikar is going to go. He didn't want to wait, and Chowan is the man that comes on. It's an all-out wrist spin assault at the moment from the English, and it's working. That's the 4th wicket now, 55 for 4.
Well, 2 in 2 for England, and this is not good for the Netherlands. They were looking pretty rosy. They got to the halfway point, and I was saying then that they will start to feel that the next landmark has to be trying to get to 75, but both those men that put the partnership together go. Look, Johan, he just hangs it out there, doesn't he? Keeps the pace of it, and I think this is just too slow for that shot. He wants it, he doesn't get it, goes up in the air, Keats takes the catch. And, well, Johan, he's been like the secret weapon. When we first saw him come on the bowl, he went for so many runs. But that was his first bowl out there, just getting used to this pitch and the got him over. But ever since then, he's got better and better. On 2 occasions, he's been the surprise pick to come and bowl the last over. On both those occasions, he's come up top trumps for England. Now he's going to get 2 in here, 2 overs, I'm pretty sure of it. He starts with a wicket from his first ball.
Yeah, you know, it's actually a really good piece of bowling. It's a perfect pace, I think, to lure Saqib Zulfikar into the shot. And he just lost his shape. The ball didn't quite arrive. Little bit of turn. And that slewed up in the air. Simple catch for Keast. No easy catches out there tonight, trust me. Well, this is the key partnership for me. You've got 2 of the biggest hitters at the crease. How will they tackle this spin? They've got 5 to come in this over. It's the captain, Sebastian Brutt, coming out. And for me, the game rests on this partnership, Rico.
Balanced here now, both batters starting on 0, starting with no ball. So that's the first ball. You can, if you like, it's like opening the innings here. That's what they'll be saying to each other. Say, hey, look, we're the openers here. We're opening the innings. We only need 50 runs. And, you know, we've got plenty of balls to do in it. If these 2 get a partnership together, they've won the match.
They're both 6 hitters. I think that's good. I mean, you've probably got Olivier Ellenbas coming in next. You get down to Asad Zulfikar, the keeper at 8. Chowan to Klein, facing his first ball. He goes straight away, and this is miles into the darkness. Well, what a shot from Klein. He came, he hit, and he's off the mark with the Maximo, 6 runs.
Well, remember the day started with me saying that it is National Ryan Day, and Ryan Klein came out and said, well, that's my name, so I'm going to make it count. He scored a fantastic 62 of 23 deliveries. He is in form, and this is a cracking hit.
Look, it's a shot that can easily go wrong, Rico. It can easily go wrong. It's the first ball you've faced. You're still probably a bit unsure about the pace and the turn, the bounce. He gets it just right. Chowan goes the journey. Klein, fake step. Short, should hammer it, does hammer it, and that is another one. Maximo, and that one sends the fan zone scrambling. Back-to-back 6s for the Netherlands.
Well, we know where the Netherlands supporters are. Well, there they are. They're up and about. They're waving their flags. Well, just after losing 2 wickets in 2 balls, well, we've seen the next 2 be dispatched for 2 biggies, 2 6s. And Ryan Klein, well, he hits them big and he hits them well. That's another one. I wouldn't go in there. That's where the Scorpions are, you know. Well, the match just changed. It's like being on a roller coaster, isn't it? We go up, we go down, we go up, we go down. Johan now, wow.
That might be one time. I don't know if it's related or not. Yeah. I mean, correlation isn't causation, but I think the fake step just throws Chowan a bit there. We hadn't seen a half-tracker before. Now, he's back on task. Yeah, that fake away step. Maybe thinking, okay, you're up to something. I'm just going to bowl it a bit flatter. But we've seen those kind of balls take wickets as well all day. So it's not what you expect. There is so much tension around the ground right now. They're back on that 10 and over pace at the moment. Klein makes a late decision to go after it, and it's a good decision because that's out of the ground. Maximo. This is 19 come off this over, Rico. That's 7 down, 74 for 4. And for me, the Dutch pull ahead in that over.
Yeah, this is an amazing shot. This is an amazing shot. He's going back. Look at the power he manages to inject into that shot. He's going backwards and hitting this over for 6. The power of the man there is immense. What a shot.
And the thing here, because their leg spin had been so effective to that point, but now it's gotten hammered, I feel like it may force a change in strategy. So it looks like Richton's going to bowl over 8. So Klein changes the game in more ways than one. Obviously the run's so important, 3 maximos in the over. But I think they were happy to ride out the clock with leg spin as long as it was working. But now Richton comes back, for me, probably an over early. And well, we don't need that much Red Bull at the moment, but it has been fueling us. The Red Bull disappears after another delivery. Rico, I know that you've been partaking in the Red Bull today. Anyway, Richton, perhaps player of the tournament, we'll have to find out, but he's got big over, and it's going to start with a thick edge. The chase is on, and the ball's winning the race. 4 runs, and Brat gets a bit lucky, and we know luck's always a factor in this format of the game, and it was Clayton who was trying to run it down, but once that topspin took over, he was never going to affect the chase.
Hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte. Hay mucha suerte ahí porque eso es una 4 carreras. Kafi koshis que te feeling it. Dive we might have a joker lag gaya 4 more. Well, it's all happening there now. 78 is the score. And Richton, well, he's a bit frustrated now. He's moving the third man. Finer.
Now comes back with a good one.
Yeah, that's that slower one, the little cutter. He's bowled it pretty well. He'll keep varying the pace here. Wow, what a finish we're getting here.
Yeah, it's a big finish. But now you can see that 80 would be on the pace after this over. There's 78 already, but things can change very, very quickly. Richton trying to keep his side in the game. Goes full, it's hit, and it's hit well enough. And this is going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras, as the Netherlands pull into the 80s.
Well, Sebastian Brandt, he takes a leaf out of Ryan Klein's book there. He makes the initial movement with his foot. Look at the footwork back and forward. He prompts Richton to try and do something different. Richton, I think, tries to get the slower Yorker going, ends up cooking it, ends up being a full toss, and it's whacked away by the powerful captain. They're in the 80s now.
18, I should say, to win. A top ball. And I know the Netherlands are ahead right now, but it might not stay that way. I mean, just like the England 11 had 2 really good last overs, it's not out of the zone of possibility.
Look at Ryan Klein. Ryan Klein just points to his head when he looks at Sebastian Brandt. Say, hey, come on, use your head. Use your head. You know we're ahead. Don't throw this away. Don't give your wicket away. He knows that this partnership is key.
2 big deliveries for Richton. This is hit straight, and it is hit true. Maximo!
Madre mia, que golpe eso es, que golpe. Gidda swad aa gaya, jabardasti batting. What a hit this is. This is probably in the final. Is that the shot of this championship so far? Look at that. Well, he holds the pose and he says, look, I've hit it, now I'm posing. Take me picture, smile please, click, click, click. Well, there's the captain of Netherlands, and look, Ryan Klein loving that as well. What a moment, what a hit. And then the next one is played away to the man on the 45. They'll take a single. They are almost there. Look, they can't sit down. They're full of adrenaline here. The nerves are there, but look, there's some sitting, some can't watch, some are on their feet. They're jumping up and down. What a final this has turned out to be. That's the end of the over. It is 89 for 4 at the end of 8.
Well, could this Dutch summer, as they were calling it, with all these top-tier nations visiting the Netherlands, and I think having a big effect on their cricket, the Dutch first team has blooded a fair few new players as well during 2022. Could this Dutch summer have a wonderful ending? Right now, they are 12 runs away. Well, that's just 2 big hits away, and they are sticking with pace. Richton finishes 1 for 22 in the final. Godsall has to bowl the over of his life here to keep this game in the balance. And he's bowling right now to the Dutch skipper, Sebastian Brandt. Goes for it, but will only get 1. And
they're just looking, I think they'll be saying to each other, just a run, a ball. That's all we need, just no dot balls, and we've won the match here. And England, well, they are the reigning champions, the defending champions. They started badly with 4 defeats, but then they started to click. They started to get good. They got the victory that they needed against Scotland here today. Then they got the victory over Spain. They got themselves into the final, but now they're looking danger of losing the crown unless Godso can make something special happen.
Oh no, that's high. How high? It's a no ball.
It's a no ball. It won't be out whatever happens. The no ball has been called. And, well, that'll be just 2 runs. They'll get the 1 off the bat. And they'll also get the no ball, so free hit coming up.
Well,
and
they'll probably look at it.
Well, it was.
But the thing is, once you call a no ball, you can't uncall it, right?
No,
because the call is made quick, and Klein, he's not going anywhere. Let's have a look. That's high.
Yeah, that's a no
That's
ball.
a no ball. That's waist high. So it's a good call, and it'll stay.
Yeah, you can't be reviewing these. I think you called them. It's different if you don't call them because you want to know. But that's been called. The catch has been taken. Look, you can see the batter straight away, Klein, when he's hit it. He's saying, hey, that's got to be another. I mean, that's a fantastic catch. Take nothing away from that. It's absolutely brilliant to take that catch. The ball's dipping on you. And that was Tom Keast. But a no ball is called. So that's 2 runs there. This is the free hit. 90 on the board. Free hit.
Free hit as well. Now you can really get ahead if you can nail this one. There's just 8 runs required. The Oranje looking on. Doesn't get too much of it. Russell, awkward one, but he will knock it down and keep it to 1. So now it's all about just trying to stay alive in the game. And if you can take it to the last over, maybe you bring the field up. But the thing is, I mean, I called this. This is the partnership that will determine the result. And right now they're motoring. It's hard to see these guys missing out in that last over if they only need a handful.
Yeah, you were absolutely spot on. And remember in your interview, Sebastian Brat said, we'd rather have batted first, but we'll chase and we'll win. Will they?
6 can tie the game. It's not a good ball. And they're going to make a late decision to go. We're going to have a run out here.
It's got to dive to get there. Does he get there? And they're going to go upstairs. Well, there was a little bit. Well, look at Kingma saying, what are you doing, boys? What are you doing?
Yeah,
and ki kar there. Pagal ho gaya, ki ho gaya. Well, I think.
Oh, this is so close. I think he's just out.
Just out. Yeah. Oh, it's just, well, bat on the line means out. And that's a shot for me.
Yeah, you can see that frame before that frame kind of tells you the story.
Oh,
see there, the bail's up, it's out.
Wow.
He's going to be gone. So, well, they do get a run from that. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
Well, he says no, but because of, oh, there. He was right. He should have stuck to the no call. Well, that's going to be big. It is going to be out. So they'll get 1 because of the wide. I suppose the key thing maybe there is that at least the batter that's in stays on strike. So Sebastian Brat will be on strike as the new batter comes in. But that could make the change. That could make the change in the balance. Well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Klein has taken his team so far. I knew we wanted to get them across the line. Look, you take the trade-off, maybe. You get the run, get an extra ball. Well, Klein, he's a hero of this team. He is such a nice guy as well. He's played through injuries. He's given everything for his country here. He goes for 19 off just 5 balls. I can't believe he only faced 5 balls. Seemed like he was there forever.
Look, there's big smiles on the faces of the Netherlands, but he's not done yet, you know. He's not done yet. The new batter's gone in. I think a lot now definitely depends on Brat. I mean, Alan Bass has gone out there. We know he can give the ball a big
he's on strike. I mean, he's on strike here, and he can win the game with a Maximo. And he goes up, he goes over. He's going to be out as well. Late drama on the cards. 2 wickets in the same ball, really, because the one before was a wide. And he went the uppercut, but there wasn't a lot of pace on the ball from Godsall, and he's done this time and time again. He fools the batter with the horizontal bat stroke. So we have drama with a capital D. It makes it 94 for 6.
Yeah, 94 for 6. And, well, it was Brat who was on strike. Remember, Klein, he got out going for the single. And that took Brat on strike. So this is why this is big. It is Sebastian Brat, the captain, that is out. So both the batters that put the partnership together are gone. This is sensational. This is game-changing.
It is. Well, it's Brat who takes his team within 1 Maximo of victory. And again, that partnership gets them so close, but they're going to need 2 new players. And a bit like before, 2 new players that haven't faced a ball, either of them. As...
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's Shiraz Rasool who's coming out. And look, he's batted as high as 3 during the series. And what do you do here? Do you try and knock them off in ones, or do you go for glory? You've got 4 wickets to play with. And Gotzel coming in. Again, 6 will win it for the Netherlands. Goes short, and he completely fools him with that slower one.
Good delivery. I mean, he's got to be brave, because this is the one he gets wrong for the no ball, but he goes for it again. But now he's flying with confidence, and that's really well bowled.
It's above the shoulder, but not above the head.
Netherlands are making it difficult. I mean, I can't believe the run out, and then, well, Brat, he gets under strike, he knows he's a set better, and he gives his wicket away. 2 new batters in here at the moment.
6 required still, 8 balls remaining. Rasul goes for it, gets some bat on it, they'll take the 1. Well, here's the thing, if the field's back, if you score off every ball from here, you win.
Yeah.
I think as long as the 1's there, I don't think I'm going for glory. I'd be super tempted, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to hit a boundary. If I get a ball, I think I can go, that's in my zone, that I can go 4 or 6, I am. But otherwise, I don't want to swing and miss. That's the thing.
This golden ball is still on, you know. This golden ball is still on. Or maybe they were right about golden ball being in the final. In comes Gotzel, last ball of the over.
And now another swing and a miss. Wow, that's Ellenbaas, who went for the big one. Came up short. So 5 required off the last over. The score 95 for 6. What a final it has been. And if there are 4 runs off this over exactly, we are going to golden ball to decide the trophy in ECC 22. And that would mean the batters would get an extra delivery. They'd need to get 2 off it. And if they weren't able to do that, the fielding team would win. Now, big conference about who to bowl here. Well, if you're in the crowd, let us know. What do you think of this final? Give us a wave. I know the party will continue on into the night. It's so loud down there. I don't think they're hearing us that well.
Okay, what's going to happen here? I mean,
who do you? They're going to bowl Chowan. Well, remember, Chowan's been their 10th over specialist when the game's on the line.
Why not, indeed? Why not? Well, look, he's provided and produced every time. You can see what Sebastian, he's shouting out and saying, hey, you know what we need, you know what's needed, come on. But I think that just puts more pressure on the batters out there.
Yeah, Field's back. I don't know. Yeah, I still think I'm just trying to score off every ball.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I'm trying to score off every ball. If I see something I like, for sure, I'm going hard. But you don't want to swing and miss. That'll really build the pressure. They're just 1 hit away, and even a 4 would tie the game. We're going to the last over.
Johann's been so good. Every time he's bowled the last over, England have won the match.
And he went for 19, but remember, he just got pounded 3 times by a batter that's long gone now. 5 to win off the last over of match 120, the final. Goes for it. It's going, and the Dutch summer is complete. The Netherlands 11 win the 2nd ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And what a moment that is. Rasul is the man that hits the winning runs. They do it with a maximo.
Oh, sensational. Balle, shaba, shaba. Ginna, sona, shaka, lagya, and they have gone berserk. The Netherlands are the champions of the 2022 Dream11 European Cricket Championships. The crowd has gone wild as well. They're jumping and dancing all over the place. But the players are out there. They celebrate in big style, as it is Rasul who smashes it big into the night sky. And what a way to win it. What a final that we had. It's been a low-scoring thriller, but Netherlands are the champions.
Wow, unbelievable. Viv Kingma, well, he's thrilled. He's probably the only one that can't run down the stairs, maybe along with Klein because of their injury worries. But what a summer for the Netherlands. They had a lot of top-class opposition visit the Netherlands. And here's the shot that did it. He took it on. He said, look, I'm going to go for glory. We've got wickets in hand. And he hit that sweet. And he knew straight away that's the end of the game.
Oh.
And what a hero. Shiraz Rasul coming in late in the piece. He hits the winning runs. And the Netherlands win with 5 balls to spare.
Look at the celebrations here. Let's stay on him if we can. I mean, the celebration, the first of all, there's a hug. The bat goes all over the place. Then watch, he loads it. Fires. He says, that's what it's all about. Look at the passion. Look at the desire. Look at these celebrations here. This is the moment when you know you are the champions. Wait for it. 1, 2, 3. Así. Vamos. Somos campeones. Sí, somos campeones.
You can just see what it means to the Dutch players. They are thrilled. I mean, they didn't even make the final last year, and they had a very good group stage. And you say that they were the only team as well. They were undefeated through the group stage as well. They thoroughly deserved their victory. Look, this week was played hard, no doubt about that. But I think it was also played fair. I think that the players really benefit from the shared experience. And I know the England 11, they'll be hurting, but it's the Oranje that are going to take the trophy in the end. And, well, Ellen Bass, he was there as well with a perfect view as Rasul sent that ball high, high into the Cardamom sky. And when it came down, the Dutch were champions.
Oh, it's absolutely marvellous moments. And look at that. What a moment it is for those guys. All the spectators, all the Dutch supporters there. And, of course, a lot of these boys, their families are there and their loved ones are in the crowd as well. This is a magical moment for them. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Well, there's Gole and Musa. And, well, Ryan Klein, what a day he's had today. And Kingma, well, he's been going through the pain barrier for his players. Well, that's a nice moment there. Well, hang on, be careful. Well, he's given Juan Carlos, the Presidente of Cricket España, a big hug there. Yeah, well done to Vivian. And look, Spirit thought for the English boys, Andy Richton, what a championship week that he's had. He's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, these boys are giving 100%. Bevan there, well, I think he's been the best fielder out there for sure. It's been a magical moment. It's been a magical championship. And, well, we see that trophy there. It will have a home pretty soon, and that home will be in the Netherlands as we have a look at these highlights. It started badly with this run out. That was crazy.
To say the least, I mean, Floyd, he's got more ducks than you can poke a stick at. Last year's MVP. This one wasn't really all his fault. They decided to go. And Mungo, well, he had such a good final for the England 11. He was on fire early. Musa took a chance first ball. He got 4, but he wouldn't make as many as he was looking for. And Richton rearranged his furniture. Good ball from Andy Richton. For me, he is a very, very good shout, I think, for that MVP award. We'll have to see what happens and what the judges decide. There's a few in the frame. Daniel Dorkaya would be one, for example. Sakib Zulfikar might even be in the frame. But, I mean, right now, you're looking at the highlights of the game. The toed and froed, it was coming, it was going, and you can see that we were excited. How could you not be? What an advertisement for European cricket.
Oh, absolutely sensational. You won't see anything better. You won't feel emotions like this anywhere else. You won't see 5 weeks of cricket anywhere other than the European Cricket Network. This was the Euros of cricket, and it's come together. What a finale it was. And you know the old saying, well, no matter what happens, no matter what changes, a lot of things changes in the ground, but the saying stay the same. Catches win your matches. Gole dropped on 4, dropped on 26, ends up making 32. That makes the difference. You've got to take your catches when you get the chance. Well, Bevan, he's taken everything that's come his way. He's been absolutely exceptional. And Gole, when he did go, he wasn't very happy, but I tell you what, he's forgotten about that. He's pretty happy here now. But, well, this was a key moment, wasn't it, when we saw 2 wickets fall within moments of each other, and we thought, well, right, okay, now it's all down to this partnership between the 2 men that were out there. And, well, even they nearly threw it away.
Yeah, I mean, Klein, he was just so good while he was there. Yeah, this new partnership was important, wasn't it? Klein went bang, 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 along with his captain, Sebastian Bratt. And I felt it was the partnership that would dictate the result of the match. And I think I stick to that. That was pure from Sebastian straight down the ground. But then, well, there was going to be some late drama because they went to take a wide. And you see Bratt, he had the stop sign up. And it was Klein, in fact, they had the stop sign up. He gets run out by the skin of his teeth. And you see the result was it was out by a hair's breadth. And then Bratt, he went the very next ball. So once again, we had new batters at the crease, and it would be a tense final few moments.
It certainly was tense, wasn't it? Amagotso, he bowled so well that 9th over. He picked up those wickets. And then they went for Chauhan, and he has pulled up some marvellous things for them. But it wasn't to be this time. It gets pumped into the night sky, goes all the way. Boom, plastic style, boom. Shaka Lagya, and that was a winning moment. And look at that, Shaba, Sari Bolo Shaba Kidda at tournament de Kiswada Kene Zabardasti final. It was absolutely sensational. And there they were. Well, the team, the orange team, they do it. They are the winners. You can't really begrudge them. Look, they were the team that they won every single match in their group. They really did. They were sensational. The only team to do that. They went unbeaten in the group, and then when it came to championship week, they were unbeaten, same as Spain were in the first 6 matches. But then they made some changes, and as a result of that, they did lose a few matches. But they came together towards the end with their strong team, and well, they've won it, and they did it the hard way as well. It's always hard chasing. You heard Sebastian Bratt talking about that, but they do it absolutely sensational as we have a look at that scorecard. And, well, it was a disastrous start with Clayton getting run out the first ball. But They needed something special, didn't they? And Boris Gorley, he did provide that. He made a fine 32 of 18. You saw he was very disappointed when he finally did get out after giving 2 chances. But then, you know, it was the little partnerships that Saqib Zulfikar, he played his part. Ryan Klein, well, that partnership between him, Sebastian Pratt was, well, it was key. But then losing both those wickets within balls of each other. Alan Bass came out, only had to face 1 ball, but it was Rasu who smashed the ball to the boundary. And with the bowlers, well, I think, as Vinny said, Mongo Russell was fantastic. Andy Richardson has been good all the way through. Definitely a contender.
After all the frustrations and delays, it's time to get back on the park here in Championship Week. Still 2 matches to go, the twilight match and the night match. The field is ready to go. The players are ready to go. I'm ready to go. Someone else is back too. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Buenas tardes and hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Of course, it is huge. It is day 2 of Championship Week, day 2 of 5. And in case you just joined us, we unfortunately had some big overnight rain last night, and it just forced the abandonment of matches 6, 7 and 8. So the points have been split for those matches. Good news is we had a fair bit of sunshine. The field has dried out to the extent that we will get underway shortly in match number 9. This one sees Scotland 11 taking on Spain. Both teams, I'm sure, are desperate for a win here. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Ian Ramage and the 2 captains.
Scotland, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Spain, the away team, you'll call. It's been called parry match. It's come down. Oh, parry match. You've won the toss. We'll have a ball. Okay, toss won by Spain. Who will bowl first?
So Christian Munoz-Mills wins it. He says, we want to have a bowl. There's some live shots now, and you can see plenty of blue sky. A few little fluffy clouds around, but they're more pleasant and menacing as we've had over the last 24 to 36 hours here on the Costa del Sol. We did have a very good run. Let's remember that as well. Never easy when you are playing 4 weeks consecutive cricket, playing 10 hours a day every single day. There's the 2 teams, and they both have identical records as well, Scotland 11 and Spain, with both teams really hunting for their first win. Scotland 11, they lost to Germany when they made 171, but weren't able to defend it. That was in the opening match. Spain, we saw them in match 2, make 144 against the English, but that wasn't enough to secure a win. So you look at the 2 teams. Alec Davidson's all there behind the stumps for Spain. Although always numbered isn't the sign as about for Scotland 11. Goddess, I was really impressed with Finlay McCreath in his first ever ECN match. It wasn't enough to bring them the win. Certainly brought them some very useful runs. Scotland 11 have elected to have Callum Garden behind the stumps. And he's quite an experienced player for not only his club Forfarshire here at the Cardiff Oval, but also with the Scotland 11. Scotland 11, 42% slight underdogs against Spain, but I really think this is a game that could go either way. Some of the other players to watch, probably Kes Sajjad, who's in pretty good form. Charlie Castle, obviously a guy that's had a dream summer on the international circuit. There's Alec Davidson-Soler, who's wearing those sunnies no matter if it's day or night. For all of you out there, I just want to say a big thank you. I know it's been a very, very frustrating kind of time, and I think you kind of get used to having cricket live all day, every day. I mean, obviously a lot of our fans following us not only in these kind of oval tournaments, but also around Europe, and obviously are desperate to know what's going on and have some updates. But the good news is the rain, there's no more forecast, whether it's today or over the next 3 days. So this field, although obviously still a little bit tricky in some patches, I mean, both teams are very keen to get out here in the middle and play some cricket. And also 2 teams that are slightly playing from behind, I suppose, as well, when you consider they did lose their opening games. But with some of these point splits and everything like that, this is still a wide open group. when you account for matches played. Pretty sad to Mr. Maximo with you, of course, and I'll have a little bit of company here soon. But for now, let's get ready for the first ball of day 2 of Championship Week. It's a big swing and a miss. Shiraz Iqbal being chosen to open the bowling here. Spain have got a few options. What they don't have is Mohamed Atif, who not part of the setup at the moment, but obviously he's a guy we have seen a fair bit of, and I know we'll see him again. And everyone's quite excited in the chat, so he should be. I'm excited. Bryant opening up for Scotland. This one goes very wrong. Attempt to cut it. Edison Soler just can't block it. Be a wide. So McBride out there with Lloyd Brown. I've got to say, Brown really impressed me, particularly on finals day. Some people can do a Finlay McCreath and just kind of come in and have a big first innings. And Lloyd Brown, you see the talent was there. National Under-19s representative. Oh, in the air. Not really timed. One hand, one bounce from Yasser Ali. It's the first run off the bat. Yeah, but Brown takes strike now. Certainly a very talented player. We saw him coming good when his team needed him, and that's why Scotland actually the only team not to top their table after the group stage in their groups that qualified. Brown's got experience with Eastern Province, former South African Under-19. This guy's played 8 first-class matches. Iqbal doesn't care about any of that, just wants to see him walking back. Happy just to take the one first ball. So, I mean, how will these conditions affect things? Well, hopefully not too much. You'd imagine maybe the outfield's a little bit slower, although we'll say, it's with the good ground fielding we see here in the Premier Division, we haven't seen the 4 rate very high at all. That shows you that the field isn't playing too many tricks. Probably just that area around the central pitch is the main issue. You'll see as if they're smart, they'll run on the pitch. Pretty close, it's going to be okay. Remember, if any of this ball hits the blue line, it's fine, and it's very tight. I believe the blue line's a bit fuzzy after the rain, but that's the interpretation. A little bit kind to the bowlers. I think probably bowlers deserve something back, given the way cricket's gone lately. Now this one, full toss, and there's the first boundary of the day. McBride just clips it away. Not a good ball from Shiraz Iqbal. One for the Carreras. Hello to everyone in the comment section. And it's not often I do this, but we knew that we were never going to get cricket until now. We've done that for about almost 3 hours. So I told everyone, hey, chill out, take a break, come back. Things are looking good for 6:30 local. Maybe just know what you got up to on your day. Not watching cricket on ECN. Takes this one on the up, and he's going to get it over the top. So back-to-back boundaries. One McBride had to work for a little bit more. Take us to the end of the over. So 11 without loss after 1. These are the 5 sides you'll see in Championship Week. Of course, England 11 had both of their matches washed out today. They were meant to play in the 1st and 3rd matches. Obviously, we're playing the 4th match here as our actual first match of the day. So they're already back at Sunset Beach. Netherlands 11, of course, we'll see them a little bit later on. They've got a big game against Germany. Of course, right now, we're watching the Scottish 11 and Spain go head-to-head. So I guess an unintended rest day for the English, who pick up 4 points because the points do get split 2-2 in the event of a no result. Adil Raja to bowl over number 2. Not a bad ball first up. Interesting. Brown's got the option there. If he fancies that's kind of length, probably drive up and over the top. It is a risky shot as well. Scotland 11 have had their times in this campaign where they have lost clumps of wickets. It's got them into some tricky situations. I suppose they are still here though. So you can understand and want to have a look at Adil Raja. Fraction short this time, pulled away, and that will carry Maximo. Been a while since we've heard the shout here at the Gardner Oval. Raja doesn't get away with the short ball. forward press that rocks back onto that back foot. Brown and puts it over the top for 6. Raja with a comeback ball. That's a really good shot. It wasn't really a half volley, just kind of plays it from the crease, plays it on the up, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Brown's starting to heat up here in the power play. Just obviously, it's a 10-over match. No time lost in this match in particular. That's a cracking shot from Brown. Yeah, it's just clever bowling by Raja. Pulls it back a touch. Really seen Brown wanting to get on the front foot and elevate over the bowler's head or straight down the ground. Of course, you know, questions about how we haven't been able to play today at all. Obviously, if you've been paying attention, the rain did stop kind of around about time play should have started. But there we go. That's McBride's attitude to it all. He does get on the front foot and lifts that up handsomely into the jungle. Maximal, 6 más. Raj is over, getting a bit out of hand. 17 now of 5. Good shot, because look at the line of the ball. It's not actually really in towards the stumps or towards the pads, but he's able to play it on the up. Even though it goes into the wicket, still a fairly straight bat shot. You actually look at the arc of the bat. But yeah, the main issue is around kind of the topography of this ground and the fact that it does retain water in certain parts, and certain parts weren't fit for play until now. Takes this on, almost caught. Fantastic effort from Christian Munoz-Mills. Does make the block. Raja goes for 17 in the over. 28 without loss after 2. So a lot of hard work's got in. But also a bit of help from Mother Nature to obviously help with the drying. Let's have a look at the table. It's a funny looking table because every team has at least 2 or 3 no results. And Netherlands have, in fact, all their first 3 games no results. So you can't read into it too much. I will say Germany and England 11 did get wins in match 1 and 2. So we haven't had a completed game. Good start here from Shiraz Iqbal. So bowling him out in the power play. Brown faces up again. This one in the air, but there's fielders around, and that's going to be gone. Christian Munoz-Mills does not drop too many catches. Brown does take on down the ground. Interesting because long off was back. I think he's actually trying to hit that over long on, but long off is where the ball ended up, and Christian Munoz-Mills ends up taking a fairly comfortable catch. So Brown doesn't fire in this one. He's out for 12, and the score is 28 for 1. Unfortunately for Brown, he will have to go. Spain has something to cheer about. 28 for 1. Kestajad to the crease. They're kind of settled on their order now, haven't they? I like the look of it. With Sajjad at 3, McCreath at 4. The only thing he might do is McCreath keeps going. McCreath is banging and maybe put him up to 3, maybe for a 4 is a bit low for him, but Sajjad also is coming off for 50. All right, well that's in the air. Can anyone reach it? Almost. Oh, and then he might have falconed it. That's a great effort from Yasser Ali. Tried to turn that into a catch. They almost get Sajjad first ball. Great effort, throws it. No, it's actually a kick. I thought it might have been the old noggin butt, but it worked out okay. Now this one kind of semi-connected. almost an amazing catch. Oh, well, Daniel Dorkaya. I think we're a long way away. We'll have to see if this was still legal. Flicks it away, but he just couldn't get it close enough to the supporting fielder. Let's watch it on the replay. That's fine. Does he throw it away? He does in time. And then look at that, just out of the grasp of Yasser Ali, who's covering some meterage early in this game. Fantastic athleticism, though, from DDC. Saves the boundary. This one straight here. Shamba has a good look. Says no. I think with this ball, was kind of swinging in a little bit. Probably hits him. Leg stump here from middle and leg. Have a look on the replay. Bit of skin seam. Very tight, but I can understand benefit of the doubt there. Probably hits him on leg stump. Maybe just slipping past the leg stump. May have taken a piece of it. I think it's good umpiring. Now, big walking wolf from McBride. Get the wide call. Let's go again. So if you just bring up to date with Championship Week, if you're just following along, had 2 completed matches. So yeah, Germany defeated Scotland in match 1, England defeated Spain in match 2. Big swing, miss McBride into the power play. Scotland 11, 32 for 1. Yeah, but after those 2 completed matches, we had 3 matches that got started yesterday, but none of them even got through an innings. So they were no results, and then we had 3 matches abandoned without a ball being bowled today. So yeah, we're into match 9, but we still only have the 2 completed results, and then we've had 5 matches straight that are no results. But one good thing for sure is that because it's double round robin, we'll see these return clashes. You know, obviously, with the rain, hopefully in the rear view mirror, we won't have any more issues like that. Change bowling now. Hamza Saleem Dar is going to bowl. First one, bit of width, but straight to the fielder, and it's gone. Simple catch there by Muhammad Ihsan. Down there at deep backward point, so they set the trap. Sajan falls straight into it. Decent start this now from Ikipo Roko. Second wicket picked up, and Scotland to 32 for 2 in the 4th over. Yeah, disappointment there. I mean, it's kind of shot. You normally go after it anyway, but just not able to get enough to get over the fielder. Obviously, the kind of contact took it towards the fielder. Has to walk, but one door closes, another opens, as I like saying. This is Finlay McCreath, who batted so well in that first game. It was the only completed game Scotland have played, obviously. It's against Germany, and on ECN debut, McCreath came out and he hit 96 not out off 35 balls with 12 sixes. Said sometimes people, even good players, take time to find their feet. Well, he found his feet straight away in McCreath. This is the first time we've seen him since. Hamza Saleem Dar. Goes for the kind of standing sweep straight away. Yeah, McCreath did get his team to 171 in match 1, but it wasn't enough to pull off the win as Germany would chase it down with a staggering 14 balls to spare. Nice little stinger on the upper arm for Finlay. I'll wake him up. Leg side, I think this takes any on the way through. Got a question from Petra about where's Ireland? Didn't they win Group A? Well, they were top of the table, Ireland 11, but of course every group has a finals day. Third day's finals, and yeah, you have to win your way through in the final. Scotland never just had Ireland's measure on the finals day in Group A. It was a very intense group. All right, high. This is a real skyer. Davidson Soler's under it. And he's taken it, made it look very easy. That was a mile high. Probably helps there wasn't a lot of wind blowing that around. So now the sunglasses do pay off for ADS. And it's a double strike for Hamza Salim Dar. Gets the dangerous McCreath, and he's back to earth with a thud. No score for Finley. And in the fourth over, we got all the threes, 33 for 3 off 3.3. And yeah, very composed stuff from the keeper. Yeah, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Well, there's Derek shining a bit in the sun, but he accompanies Finley off for the first time on ECN. Mohamed Majid in the side, very talented left-hander. But Scotland 11, we know, if you go dig a bit deeper into their group campaign, they did have problems, sometimes losing top order wickets. There was a few rescue jobs. Some batters like Uzair Ahmed, who we still yet see in this innings. Do like Callum Garden in their side. I think he provides a lot of batting as well for the Scots. That's a good start from Majid, but not a good start from Harms. It doesn't make the adjustment for the left-hander, Maximo. Perfect start from Majid. This is something that I think is quite relevant. Left-hand, right-hand combinations. I think even when you get to the pointy end, you're forcing bowlers to change their plans, to change their angles, to change their lines. Hamza doesn't make the change on that occasion. Letting the beard go a bit, Hamza, isn't he? At the moment. Good comeback. Just took him one ball, didn't it? Comes up very, very well. And straight across Majid, a guy you want to get rid of quickly. He's quite good in these situations, back to the wall. Rolling cutter, very clever, and also well blocked by Davidson Soler behind the stumps. It's a very good over. Okay, just had the one, Maximo, where he lost his line slightly. That's a good view of what Hamza does there. Rolls the fingers across. Majid tries to play across. At the end of 4 overs, it's 39 for 3, 2 for 7 off that over. Kroom saying here, Derek's probably loved all the rain, but back to his day job. Sure is. Well, the batters will hope that Derek stays away. Now we're going to have a very interesting bowler, Murad Ali, coming on to bowl over number 5. He currently holds the best ever figures in an ECC match, 5 for 6. He took against Belgium. Belgium lost 7 for 8 against Spain. It was in a group match. Ultimately, Spain were able to get the better of Belgium in the Group C final. Here's Murad bowling to McBride. Pitched up, hit, and hit well. Maximo! Southern cross field essentially in play with Christian Munoz-Mills, very straight, but he had to watch that one fly over the head. I just noticed, Kroom, that noticed your comment about catch assists. I told you, I am going to write something up. I'll see if I can get it past the powers that be, maybe for season 2025, to recognise 2 people that contribute to a catch. Oh, very well bowled, goes in. He's all arms and legs, isn't he, Murad Ali? But just watch this one. Comes out as an in-swinger with the seam slightly tilted left to right, and have a look at it go. And kind of locks up McBride, who thinks, is that going to go the other way? Is it going to be wide? It started very wide, but also he's got a slightly kind of interesting action where the arm comes kind of from wide and spears back in. That one will be a wide, though, doesn't come back. So McBride's got an interesting job to do here. Certainly a player you can't discount. Murad is a guy picked from his performances in domestic cricket. Obviously, the Spanish side is a bit of a melting pot. Some players playing their cricket in the UK. You've got someone like Daniel Dorkaya, who's played a lot of high-level cricket in South Africa and also regularly plays in the Netherlands. Does come back a bit. McBride throws the hands at it. Almost takes out Samir, who's minding his own business. But Maximal, 6 runs, brings up the 50 for the Scots. What do you think about how this might affect the scores? I do think just with the ball potentially being a bit heavier and picking up moisture, they might come down a little bit. Maybe not a lot. Still flying pretty well.
I think he's carrying
slightly slower as well. Not a good ball. Excellent keeping once again. It was off the gloves into the ground. So McBride will be kicking himself here. He doesn't put this way, or even if he misses, it'll be a wide. But just have a look at how far he's got to go here. And then able to get the left glove on. Davidson Soler has the benefit of already starting pretty close to the ground. But that's a wonderful bit of keeping. Protection out there. Scotland 11 started 42%. You can see with these 3 wickets in the first half, they dropped back to around about 22% as listed at the moment. So Spain will be hoping they can get their campaign back on track. Both these sides are going to go to a kind of no win, 2 loss, excluding the no results. Battle. Majid will get 1 ball of Murad Ali. Short, pulled, and 6. So not a great start. Majid able to pounce on that one. Murad Ali doesn't really get it right. So that'll be the end of the 5th over, and it is 59 for 3. When it bounces outside leg stump, that feels quite safe, even though it was a good shot for Majid. Credit to him. As we welcome you into the commentary box, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and a big welcome back to Rico Full. And Rico, look, can I just say, we've missed you a lot. I know you've been on a bit of a mini break. It was a bit longer than we hoped for. But I know you've been dealing with a family situation. We are just so thrilled to have you back and take us home into the finals.
Well, it's always good to be back, and as promised, I brought the sun with me, so we're all right. From here on in, we're all right. The sun is back, I'm here, and I think we're going to have a terrific few days building up to the final.
Obviously, it's fitting you come back for a Spain game, of course. You're based here in Spain, and Spain looking for their first win of... Watch out! Championship week. And that one was about close to get, and Rico never takes his eye off the ball. The one time he does, I'm having to go full Kevin Costa to get you out the way. Well, Rico, you are back, and the Grizzlies back as well.
Well, what a pickup this is. This is a sensational shot. And well, I was just adjusting. Make some adjustments to the box here and watch. Next thing you know, incoming. And
we had you back for exactly 1 ball before we almost lost you again.
Well, not only did I bring the sun, I bought the bulle is here as well, and that was a biggie. That was a biggie. What a shot. Look, he's a dangerous player, isn't he, McBride?
He is. He's dangerous in more ways than one.
Spain have picked up some wickets, but they want to see the back of McBride. Okay, high and mighty, but taken. What a good catch that is. That is such an important catch. It goes a long way up in the air. That's Yasir Ali. Makes it look easy, but this is not an easy catch. That goes a long, long, long way. Incredible strike. Well, high in the air. For one moment, I thought, is it going to clear him? It goes up, 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 but no, there's a safe catch. That's a big wicket, because McBride, the way he was going, he was looking on.
And how high that was off the bat, I was kind of with you. I thought, that's probably going to be out of here, but no real wind to speak of. This is something that normally does from this end carry, but this time just doesn't. And so, unfortunately, it's the end of the road for McBride to go 6 and out. Scotland 11 now, 65 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wicket to get. McBride will go. I mean, they've still got some good players in there. I mean, I know that this guy here, Ahmed at the other side, is going to be keen to go well. One guy we haven't seen out there just at the moment, and I'm not quite sure the reason for it is we haven't seen Cassell come out. Now, he's somebody who can come out and do a job. We saw him do well in the group stage. They're just holding him back.
I mean, Uzair makes sense. He's a guy that came out in a really tough spot earlier in the tournament and was able to crack. Well, it's like an 8-ball 44 at one stage. So you know he's going to be able to counter attack coming out at 6.
To start off with Hamza been absolutely fantastic. Of course, the other day he was in sensational form, bowling really well. I mean, he's up there with 11 wickets before the start of today, and that's only 2 behind the likes of Jeremy Martins on 13. And of course, you see here today, with what he's done here, he becomes the leading wicket taker so far. So great bowling from Hamza. That's a nice shot, gets it over the inner ring, and that, I think, they're just going to check this, I think. 4 has been signalled. I can see that Joe Foster at square wasn't too certain.
Yeah, I think this is 4, but it's also a very good shot, isn't it? And takes it on, just keeps his head over it, just pitching inside. There you go, 4 runs. Interesting game.
It's very interesting. I mean, they're losing wickets, but they are staying at a pretty decent rate. I mean, expected 150. If they get to that, they'll be very happy.
Yeah, that's interesting that that's expected.
There he goes in the same area. This time it's the fielder there. Can he deal with it? No, he can't. This will go all the way. Boom. Choca la guía. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba on the arbitro. That is 6 carreras. And this is exactly what Scotland need to do. They just need to think, right, we are losing wickets, but we're going to keep firing. And I like the shots they're playing. They're trying to take the ball on, and they're trying to hit it on the up video. I wonder if you noticed that. They're going forward into every ball. They're not going back. They're going forward.
They've got some of the balls they wanted the last couple of balls as well. Hamza, last ball of his spell.
And he goes for the slow one. He's down the leg side. That's going to be helped along the way. Bolle. 6 carreras más. That's just been beautifully picked up. Not too many signs there from the Scottish bench. They're not getting too excited, but they're getting the runs on the board, Vinny.
Yeah, and it's a great counter-attack. You wouldn't expect anything less. Hamza Saleem ends up being quite expensive in that over. Ends up going for 22, despite taking a wicket. Exactly what we thought we might get from Uzair. Goes .466. He's away, 81 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, look, if you look at the last 2 overs, Murad Ali, he went for 20, Hamza 22, and in those 2 overs, so 42 runs, just up 1 wicket. These 2 are key. I think Scotland, they're just holding a couple of their hard hitters back. This is going to be an interesting, very interesting contest.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably their order, though. I mean, they've got Castle up their sleeve. By his own admission, he'd be a kind of a bowling all-rounder or a bowler that bats in the lower order. But yeah, he does pack a punch. Here's Shafat Ali Saeed, who's going to bowl over number 7.
Interesting this ball. What do you can see this once more? Obviously, we have had a lot of rain. I know that even though the pitch has been covered, but there's a little patch there I'm seeing, and this ball, look, it just skids through. It never really comes off that deck.
He's also got a kind of low arm action. Shafat Ali Saeed got a bit of an observation though. Rain might have gone, but I think the bugs are here. Not getting blown away by any wind at the moment.
Well, that one is being barged, and it's going to be a real teaser. No puede. Well, talk about a shoulder barge to the boundary. Well, he has literally just barged this off the shoulder, and that's going to be 4-leg barge.
It just shows you how outfield isn't that slow. I mean, that kind of balloons almost off the shoulder. Have a look at it here on the replay. Or the arm, if you like. But when it got past the field, it just continues to roll. You thought, will it stop? No, it still makes it. Bonus runs, really.
I like the years here, though, from Saeed. He's keeping that ball going right across the left-hander. So, see Majid, he's trying to get something onto it. He's too preoccupied trying to send this on the leg side. Give yourself a bit of room and play onto the offside. You've got to be looking to go elevation over the offside if there's a similar line here. Let's see if Ali Saeed keeps it the same. I mean, 4 byes, but nothing off the bat so far in the first 3 deliveries. And it's going to be another, just going down the wrong line. Just have a look where the line that he's going down here. So he's not going across his stump, stays where he is, and he's hoping that the ball is in the slot. Clever bowling from Saeed. I'm liking this. This is exactly what Spain needed after those 2 expensive overs. So good comeback. And this time, well, I suppose sooner or later, we're just going to get one away, and that will go all the way. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And, well, gets that one away. So that's, I suppose, 10 off the over, 6 off the bat. Look at those scenes there. I mean, you can't even see. You just about see the tops of some mountains covered in that heavy cloud cover, but it is clearing up, folks. That's the good news. And I think he said it's quite remarkable that this outfield is still pretty quick. Last ball to come in this over from Saeed. It's not been a bad over at all, but can he finish it well? He wants to be stopping this going to the boundary. Majid will be looking for another biggie. And, well, it goes nowhere. Well bowled. It's a good over. It really is. He was unlucky with the one that actually got shouldered to the boundary. And one big hit. Only the 6 from him at 10 off the over. Spain will settle for that, especially after the last 2 overs were pretty expensive. These are some of our upcoming events. So coming to the end of the Euros of cricket, but not to the end of our season. Malta Beckons will be there at that beautiful ground. Also, we've got the Italian finals. I'll be there in Rome talking through those. And then we've got Spain in terms of the Spanish Encore. They're in Barcelona. And we finish back here at the Cardiff Oval, starting on the 6th of December. Yep, it's another big event. It will be the Euros of cricket. So look out for that. And look out for the bowler here, as that's a nice delivery in the slot. And they will get 4. Oh, that's sloppy. That is sloppy. I know that the outfield is wet, but well, Spain, they have set very high standards for themselves. And seeing this one go to the boundary, well, it's a little bit of an oopsie. That's gone right through the fielder. Needed to do better. That's going to be 4.
They've been pretty good, haven't they, for the most part in the field of Spain. Raj will be annoyed, to put it mildly. Comeback ball.
Well, this one should be taken, and it will be taken. Yasser Ali is in the right spot. Quite interesting after that misfield. I mean, Spain, you would have thought they'd be up and about. I've been taking that catch, but very quiet. No real celebrations from them. But I think they're very focused, but I think at the same time, they've got that wicket. They would have been disappointed with the boundary before, but they come together and they can get into a huddle and talk about it. That wicket they needed, but still, expected score still stays around that 150.
Yeah, it's Raja who, funnily enough, okay, would you spend 3 runs to get Uzair out? Probably. You know, it's funny how the world works. Not that you don't have to deal with another powerful hitter, but this is Charlie Castle coming out. But yeah, it's funny how the world works, but let's see if he can make a bit of an impact here at the crossroads this innings.
So we played well, didn't he, in the group stages. He was one of the key players, good all-rounder, contributed well with the bat at times. That's what he needs to do here. And, well, he's going to contribute very well with the first ball. That will go all the way for 6 runs. Well, you do pay for every part of the bat, so it pays to knock every bit in, and he's knocked in the edge, and the edge flies away for 6.
Yeah, the other one there we haven't seen yet's Garden, by the way. He's a guy we've seen batting top 4 before.
Well, the Spanish have had good days for their gardens here with the rain at the moment. I know they haven't rained here in ages. So the gardeners and the farmers are happy. The bugs are happy. The bugs are out in force. Now that the rain stopped, we're happy. Full of delivery. Plays it away. He's trying to get it in the gap. Should be stopped, and it will be stopped. Nicely done there by GDC. Yeah, as I was coming in, Vinny, I saw that almost another spectacular team catch from Spain, but just wasn't able to get it to the hands of the fielder. Of course, very difficult because under your footing, it's a little bit soft and damp. That would have been sensational, but wasn't. Didn't quite work out the plan. Raja, 1 for 28, was a little bit expensive in his first, went for 17. He wants to finish well with the next 2 deliveries. Has picked up a wicket though, that's important.
Could have come. I've got a feeling that the supercomputer might have had a few waters in the wires, because that 150 has been pretty resilient, the expected score. Just saying.
Good delivery. And it's a surprise element of this, and it's the one for the over. But yeah, it's well bowled. I don't think that Majid was quite expecting this, and you can see how late he plays it. By the time he realises it's gone past him, it's the one for the over. And let's see if he gets that Yorker jammed in, or will he go for the slower delivery? Not known for his slower ball is Raja, but known for those quick, fast Yorkers. outside the off the Majid, and that's been an issue here now for Majid. So I think Scotland will keep an eye on this. There's only 12 balls to go though. Majid, there's been a lot of dot balls there. We saw earlier he struggled really to get Saeed away. He struggled in this one as well. So the 150, be interesting to see if it still stays at 150, but at the moment, Scotland at the end of the year, they've got 102 for 5.
Yeah, 2 overs to go. 120s. Seems a bit light on, but no one really knows what to expect after so long off the park for a completed game. Seem okay for time as well. Spain, they're always pretty conscious of it, pretty experienced in the format, probably more experienced than anyone. Raja finishes 1 for 28. This is going to be Shafat Ali Saeed to take over.
First over, 10 came off, including those 5. But what I like about him is you can almost see here with this swing here, you can see Cassell, he swings at this, but doesn't seem to be any real hurry to get back into his crease. If you have a look at this, I mean, this is one the wicketkeeper did choose to have a go at the stumps, but just watch him here. He gets stuck out there. He's not rushing to get back.
Yeah, he's an experienced customer though. Cassell knows what he's doing. Probably puts the bat back and runs a single. Good players and switched on players, they never get out like that. Yeah. And they might look like they're not paying attention. They're corner of their eye, they're waiting.
He wants the throw from Soler, doesn't he?
Hit the stumps and take off. Yeah. He's played too much cricket, Cassell, at a high level to fall for that one.
He's worked on the leg side. It's a fielder out there who will hold on to the catch. It's another wicket. Well, Cassell, he's got the experience, but he can't get this one over the fielder. So a cheeky little smile there from our friend. There he is, Corey. He's happy about things at the moment. Good catch taken as Murad takes the catch. Another wicket goes.
Happy to get off the mark. I think Corey yelled mine. That might have put off Murad Ali out there, but Corey's off the field offering drinks. That's a good coach will do. This looked like maybe a slightly off-speed ball from Shafat. Cassell will be annoyed, doesn't get more of that. Sort of ball a few times, it's going to the jungle. Shafat's happy with his work, and Spain certainly on top here for mine. 10 balls to go in this innings. That's 103 for 6. The very capable Callum Garden comes out at number 8.
Yes, he's got too much time though, has he? He's got to get game straight away. Cassell just wasn't able to get game this time. Comes in, of course. Just remind everybody, it is World Food Day, and of course we in the European Cricket Network, it's something that we're very passionate about helping in terms of global hunger. Of course, we have our charity partner, Share the Meal. You can always check the QR code. Remember, find out a little bit more, and every bit that you do can help. Where would we be without food? Or certainly wouldn't be too many of us around if there wasn't. And of course, food is seen as a basic human right. And yet, 1 in 9 people globally experience chronic hunger. So it's something that you can all do something about.
Yeah, you're exactly right. World Food Day, something we've been kind of foreshadowing for the last week or so. It's a very important cause. Don't let share the meal.
He could be in trouble, and he was gone for all money. And it's being missed there by the wicket-keeper there. And Soler will be very disappointed. We saw him in the group stages being involved in a spectacular run-out. By his standards, he knows that shouldn't have missed this.
Pitching outside next stump. At any rate, may not be hitting the stump. So it's a funny one because you probably don't. You've got Majid there who at that stage is 18 off 12, not really hurting him. I know the value of the 7 wickets there, but he gives away a run. Garden gets his chance. So he's done exactly the same as Cassell. You wouldn't read about it. So it's busy out there. Murad has grabbed another catch. So he's been very sure down there at Deepak Square. Garden has to potter around and head back. He's out for only 105 for 7.
Well, Shafat Ali Saeed, I mean, he's come on at a time when Scotland, they were going well, but they wanted that pace on the ball, didn't they? They wanted the pace, and they were finding that they were clearing the boundary fielders. But by bringing him on, they've taken the pace off. He's bowled pace off very cleverly. The ball's not coming onto the bat, and the Scots, well, they're trying hard to clear the fielders, but they keep finding their hands. At that time there, you saw that Callum Garden just trying to give himself a bit of room. He skipped outside the off stump so he could get good leverage onto the shot, but it never worked. It still went to Murid Ali, who takes another cat. So he's doing very well out there at the moment in Spain. Looking good. With 7 balls to go at Scotland. Well, let's just say it's not 150 anymore. They'll do well to get close to that 120.
Supercomputer's woken up.
He's bowled so well. He's bowled so well. He's been a joy to watch. Just look at those figures. 2 for 9 of his 2 overs. That's been absolutely fantastic. And remember, he came on to bowl after we saw Scotland take Murid Ali for 20 and Hamza Salim Dar for 22. Back-to-back overs. 2 overs went for 44. Then after that, well, not a lot has happened. We've seen 2 overs of 10. That one there, only going for just 4. Absolutely sensational. Great fight back.
Yeah, well, the Spanish bowlers, obviously Murad's over went a bit off the rails. Are we getting a bit of DDC here? I think we are. Okay. So we've seen DDC bowling a bit, but let's say he's a part-timer. And this is because they don't want to go back to Murad Ali. It's funny, I mean, Murad's had 1 bout over there, but also maybe Murad's not super comfortable with the run-up, the approach. Obviously, he's more out-and-out pacer. But DDC's got the full beard as well. The big boy. Here we go. Over number 10. There you go.
That's what he got. I seem to remember that last year when we were here, he seemed to come on and bowl right at the end of the last over, and it worked well. The only time they didn't do it, well, we know what happens.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but normally when it comes last over, it's more out of desperation than of planning. Anyway, hey, he's strike 2. Tell you what, we say, give me the number 9 all day. DDC. He's actually a talented cricketer. We know that. He also bowled a bit for Pak Care, I think, when he was playing for them in the ECL. He's just thrilled he hasn't got whacked yet. He's also back of his mind wondering how long he can keep this up for to come.
Well, look at that. Oh, wow. Talk about seeing the middle stump do a cartwheel. This was sensational. Well, Christian Munoz says, all right, you kept telling me you can bowl. I never thought you were going to do this. This is sensational. This is spectacular. Have you ever seen this stump do a triple cartwheel? That's what it looked like.
We need to get that stump down to the lab and find out what it's made of, because it might be made of plywood. Look at this thing fly, and if you said who's going to do the best cartwheel of the ECL, you would never in a million years say Daniel Dorkaye. It's a triple axle.
I'm telling you.
That's ridiculous.
This is amazing. Watch this go. Oh, spinning around big time. There is no better sight for any bowler in DDC. Oh, that is just sensational. That is amazing.
Oh, 3.5.
Wow.
Oh, 3.5 spins before he hit the ground.
Wow. Well, you're never going to hear the end of this. And DDC, well, here he comes. He's got 2 dots and a wicket. And this one is high, but there's nobody back there. It's going to be 6 runs. And I think that one almost goes into the cube there where the camera is.
Oh, well, you know, back to earth.
There's Martha. Martha says, I'm good, don't worry.
She's like a lurker back there with the wardrobe choices she's made today, but you can't really blame her. It's a kind of mild day. Still can't believe that.
That was just amazing.
Cartwheel. But then, yeah, reality check, edge for 6. 2 to come.
Come on, folks, around the world. I know the world is watching. When's the last time you saw dismissal as clinical as that? I haven't seen a stump do that in ages.
No, that was freakish.
And he's the middle peg.
2 to come.
Oh dear. Well, back down to earth for DDC. He got carried away, didn't he? Dot wicket, and one of the most spectacular wickets that you'll see when the stump not just cartwheel, he did the triple somersault, but then after that, he's gone for 6 and 4. Well, maybe it's Khan who's hungry for more. So a ball to go. Can they get another boundary and finish on 120?
All right. Last ball, here we go. Or not. Yeah, it's been pretty decent over. 10 off it. This is the only game that I think DDC might ever play where he'll say, it doesn't matter if I make a duck. I'm taking something away from this that I'm very, very pleased about.
Wow. That was amazing. That's gonna be doing the round.
Yeah, well, last ball, take 2. Oh, it would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be 4, so it's probably not the greatest finish. But hey, they'll take that 15 off the last, and Scotland kind of splutter to 121 for 8 off the 10 overs. And so that means Spain will need 122 off the 10. Look, you'd imagine they'd be big favourites, but Scotland, they've got some good bowlers. You know, you've got international class guys like Charlie Cassidy, got big Adrian Neal in there as well now. Obviously no Hogarth, although you feel these conditions probably wouldn't be too excited about the conditions. But look, I think it's a very, very interesting total. Probably maybe 10, 15 under par, maybe 20 under par, you could argue, but still game on, runs on the board. Scotland have to defend them. 121 in the first innings on our return to live action from the Cardimer Oval.
Yeah, well, you can see that they get to that 120. There's some very important hits right there towards the end from Khan. So he's given them something. Spain know that they bat well and they play the way that we know that they can. They should get this victory here. That's what they've got to be focused on. But look, the conditions have changed here. And maybe it becomes a little bit more bowling orientated. Maybe the bowlers and the Scottish bowlers can get this group to do a bit if they can, and they can get some of those early scouts. Of course, we're talking about the ECC. We need to try and get him early. Yasser Ali and Hamza Saleem Dar. Get those guys back early. Then, well, game on. Yeah, game on, literally. We were just excited it was game on after waiting around a long time for some cricket here on day 2 of Championship Week. Scotland 11 went out with McBride and Brown early. They were kind of tracking quite well, but then there'd be a couple of wickets that would fall in fairly quick succession. Brown, again, very talented player, but he would have to fall for 12. We saw pretty good catch here by Christian Munoz-Mills off the bowling of Sharaz Iqbal. And so, yeah, Scotland 11, it was just one of those kind of innings where they tended to lose wickets at inopportune moments, and that probably restricts them from making a very big score, but still something that's quite defendable. How about that from DDC? Did all the hard work, almost pulled it back. Yasser Ali couldn't quite be positioned in the right spot, but did save a boundary. But yeah, Spain for the most part, they hold the catches. Some interesting bowling choices. I think Scotland will feel that they're a bit disappointed not to have more than this, but still we've seen 121 hold up here before. Yeah, I think they will be disappointed. You're absolutely right. I mean, with the way they started and the score and the rate they were scoring at, they just lost wickets at the wrong time. And it was the spell here, which was quite sensational. I mean, just have a look. So we saw, first of all, a couple of these big hits. So this is when Spain started losing the ball. That one nearly took me out, and I needed you to give me the old heads up. Yeah, well, welcome into the box. But then, just like that, wicket would fall again. Yasser Ali would take some good catches. But it's all about changing the pace off, and I think that's what Christian Munoz-Mills did really well. We changed the bowling. He bowled on Saeed. I think he bowled absolutely brilliant. Ali Saeed bowled really well. I think Adil Raja came back and bowled a good, clever over. And even DDC, well, let's just say, the first part of his over was quite sensational. We've never seen anything like it. Yeah. But it went a little bit pear-shaped towards the end. Still, I mean, to be honest, I'm here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to see this cartwheel in super slow-mo one more time. But Murad Ali, pretty good couple of catches from him. Spain, let's be honest, they came out and they looked a bit flat in their only other completed game. That was against the English. And, okay, there may be some reasons for that. And the players have travelled. Most of them have travelled to come back. But, yeah, DDC then created something that is pure beauty here. Just let not spoil it. Watch it. Oh. Yeah, that is good. I like the bit of the way, he's noticed the way the stump rebounds off the ground and takes off. I know, yeah, exactly. It's a proper somersault. I'm going to check it, but I think it's 3.5. But anyway, and he got a real reality check as the cube was under attack. Marta almost wore it. And Scotland 11 walk off with 121. A bit underwhelming, but certainly very defendable in slightly unusual conditions here at the Cardimer Oval. Yeah, but we'll see that scorecard here. And once again, Scotland will look at this and say, oh, just never got started. But Bride, we know that he can hit the ball very well. But he found at the safe hands of Yasser Ali at a bad time, really. If he stuck around, I think Scotland would have got to that 150, But then you needed Majid, 18 of 13, but he missed a lot of deliveries, didn't he? There's a lot of swinging and missing. So he'll be disappointed with his strike rate. And it was Ahmed, he scores 20 there of 6 balls that he faces, 2 sixes and 2 fours. But at the end there, Rafi Khan, he's 14 of just 3 balls. Could be very, very important with a strike rate of over 450. So there is your mid-match summary. Scotland, after an explosive start, well, they just kept on losing those wickets thanks to some good bowling there from Spain. 121 for 8 to Spain. Well, equipo España aquí en la casa. They need 122 for victory. I'm Rico Full. It's good to be back. I'm here with Vinny Sandu. We'll be right back with the reply from Spain in 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana Andaluthia, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and thanks for watching the European Cricket Network. Now we'd like a minute of your time to give you some more information about our official charity partner.
Hello everyone, I'm Virginia Villar and I work at the World Food Programme, the largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger worldwide. Today, I want to thank the European Cricket Network for their wonderful support. With global hunger on the rise and humanitarian crisis flaring up in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine and elsewhere, the work of the World Food Programme and your support is more critical than ever. Cricket is an amazing sport. It unites millions across the globe. Every run scored, every match played, and every fan engaged brings us one step closer to a world where everyone has access to the food they need to survive, to thrive. Together with the European Cricket Network and with you, we ensure no one goes to bed hungry. So many of you have joined us on our Share the Meal app, helping us feed millions more people. Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on the sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Thank you very much to Virginia there from, of course, the Share the Meal, something that we are very passionate about here on the European Cricket Network. It is our charity partner. Today, of course, is World Food Day. Where would we be without food? And we would certainly not be at Starbucks, grocery stores or restaurants. We wouldn't, in fact, be anywhere for long because we need food to live. Food is seen as a basic human right, yet 1 in 9 people globally experience chronic hunger. It's a day of observations to draw attention to the plight of hunger. So today, join us, fight in eradicating hunger. That's a very good message there. Just click the QR code, find out more, and do what you can to help. It's a very important cause on this World Food Day. And of course, not long ago, it's also a day about food waste. There's a lot of food waste out there. Let's do our bit about eliminating the amount of food that's wasted. I mean, how can we be throwing food away when so many people are starving? First in reply, hit hard. It should be stopped. It will be a bit of a full delivery to start off there. Adil Gaffer with the ball. Need a breakthrough needed early. That's what Scotland needs. We've got a support there from Gaffer. Come on, Gaffer. Come on, Gaffer. As the actual line starts to fade from around this beautiful Carnamo Oval here in Andalusia. Gaffer again. Short, and that is being drilled harder. What a shot that is. That's 6 runs. Oh, Gini Jordan shot Maria. Other Changi Chaper Mari. Oh, he's absolutely clobbered this. Oh, you could not hit that harder. Yes, at rally. He's ready for it though, isn't he? He gets that little shuffle across, gets himself in position, and he's absolutely walloped it. The first boundary, the first maximum. The reply from Spain. Yes, here. There with Daniel Dornkaye. It's a short but wide and will be called a wide by Joe Foster. Say hello to everybody in the chat wishing me well, coming back. Well, it's great to be back. And so what is there from John? All right, John Heesum. Not that I thought I called you Heesum today, but if I did, I apologize. But John, I got it. From today, mate, from today. On World Food Day, John Beeson. But it's lovely to have you watching. John Gray's there as well. Hello to Dave, and I can see that the Premier League Cricket Club is watching as well. Nice to have you all with us. Julian Dawson, James Stewart, the gang, lovely gang is back. Hello to Queen as well. Loving your company and loving you. You're watching from around the world, and the musty. It's not good. It's actually another one going to come. Watching by fan code. It's up in the air and he's going to clear the fielders. It ball just plugs a little bit in that soft part of the ground, but doesn't stop it going for 4. That's the brutal. With intent. And of course, look, one thing that's very important and it's worth mentioning is a lot of matches, I know Vinny was touching on this before I came on here, a lot of matches have not been played. A lot of abandoned matches have teams picking up 2s and 2s. Can you imagine if Spain pick up 4 here? If they chase this down in 7, now they're capable of doing that. That would be huge, it really would be. By the way, but this time it's straight to the field. It doesn't quite get this one in the gap as DDC. But yeah, I mean, it's something that's got to be on their mind. I mean, to do it, 122, you're going to have to go some. But we have seen it. We've seen some amazing scores in this Euros of cricket. Just have to think about when Scotland and Germany started things off in Championship week. Goes for it, and that's disappeared. That one ain't coming back. That was in the slot, and DDC, he has launched this. That has gone a long, long way. Well, good luck, and be careful going up there. That is crunched. Good hit from DDC. So both batters found the boundary. Got a couple of good shots in them. Be ready to get this partnership go all the way. 216 matches since a golden ball. Vinny, what's going on?
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. We're waiting. Obviously, it helps when you get games completed. But hey, look, still hopeful. We got really close to having one because we only ever had one. I actually showed it the other day between between Belgium and France. But it went really close. I'll tell you I'm sure you remember. I know you were commentating the game. It was qualifying 1 back in 2021. Castle's going to probably operate off his short run again. It was pretty effective for him yesterday. But yeah, if you remember, it was Belgium that looked like they were going to do the English 11. And in the end, it was an overthrow that gave the game to the English. There was a front foot no ball in there as well. This is not a good ball. First up from Castle. Just didn't look completely comfortable there, did he? It's short, down the leg side, whacked away. Good start in this for Spain.
Yeah, not a good ball at all. Everything wrong about it, really. It's short, it's down the leg side, it's just holding up there. And Yasser, who played a thunderous pull shot earlier for 6, takes that away with ease. That's better. That's better. I think when the pitch is going to be a little bit like this, Vinny, I mean, the ball will do a few things. I think as a bowler, what you got to do is just get the ball full and straight. You saw DDC demonstrate that. Get it full, attack the stumps, and just hope you can get a breakthrough. That's what Scotland are trying to do here. Take it on, and they'll get there quite comfortably. Castle did the side foot back to the keeper. Good running.
Yeah, look, it's actually very good running when you think about it. If I was DDC and Yasser, I'd probably be trying to run the pitch, though. I just think that's probably a better option. Also, if you do have to slide your bat, you can trust the surface a bit more. And Castle's battled well back into the over. See if he can win it.
Not with that. Full toss, wide outside the off, and that's another one that's been smashed by DDC. He just helps us along the way. It flies over extra cover for a big 6. Not a good ball again, this from Castle.
You know, being able to hit 6s over cover, it makes you such a more dangerous player in this format, probably any format, but that's the channel a lot of bowlers trying to bowl. DDC makes it look so easy. Cracked off the bat.
It's better length. So you can see all he's trying to do. He's trying to nail that Yorker, isn't he? He's got it wrong a couple of times, but that's better in. So not able to get that one away. Big match this though, isn't it? When you look at the standings, both teams, same number of points. Spain just above Scotland in that run rate. So you would imagine that whoever comes out second best in this one is really going to struggle to make it through, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because we're actually, after tonight, we're approaching, or we are at the halfway point of the matches. And even though it doesn't really feel like it, 33 with that loss after 2. Here is the table, and you can see that these two are behind by 1 point, basically. But I mean, the Netherlands and Germany are going to play next. Let's see. I mean, if that's a very unpredictable game. So I just think this is very close. I mean, I suppose you have the benefit of knowing that you just need to make the top 4 to survive to Saturday. Obviously, you want to be in the top 2 to get that double chance. It's very important. Here's Neil coming on in the power play.
It's whipped away, nobody out there. That's going to be 1 bounce 4 runs. Yeah, you can see that a lot of bowlers, just the same way as Castle, deciding that he's going to have to sort of just cut down his run up a few paces and trying to land the ball in the right areas. That one's going to be whipped away here. That's one thing about the Spanish, they don't hold back, that's the way they play.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they've got the batting all the way down, really, at least number 9.
Well, that's gone. Gets a little feather on this, so the height of Neil gets this ball to come up. Did he see, as we were just talking about, he has a lash at it, gets a little feather. He's going to give his wicket away, 37 for 1. That's a big player to send back early.
Yeah, well, you'd imagine, Neil, he's the kind of guy who will get extra bounce coming from that height, and this just kind of grazes the top edge of the bat. Cricket's a funny game. If DDC misses this, he's fine, but he gets a little edge. He doesn't even wait for the umpire's decision. He says, nah, I am gone. So a little bit of luck. Nice catch by Garden. Neil, so you make your own luck, and he gets a dangerous DDC for 22. Spain, 37 for 1.
It's a good wicket to get. You need wickets. You saw that's exactly what Spain did, even though Scotland at the beginning part of their order, the first 5 overs for scoring goal. Spain were able to pick up those wickets, and Scotland could do the same. That's stunning.
Wonderful. Maybe it is made of cheese.
That's got me worried, because you know that Marzy's with this. Wolfie himself.
Oh, yeah, Wolfie.
Marzy's, well, that looked like a full move, Marzy's going to start howling any minute.
Oh, well, Neil will get a chance now. Interesting choice here. They've gone for Shafat Ali Saeed at number 3. He was listed at 3. They're preferring him to maybe a Hamza Salim Dar and Isan. Isan, by the way, is 9 runs away from 5,000. So, not getting a hit yet.
Good shot. He's there for one thing, isn't he? And they move the field, they bring the long on up, and next thing you know, boom! And that is gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Saeed. I always think of him as kind of, as an all-rounder that you think about a bit lower. But he's a guy, when he's been asked in high-level matches, T20 internationals, on turf, and kind of everything, that he's done a really good job when he's been put even up the top of the order. He's a high score of 56 in T20Is. Yeah, he's a dependable kind of character, so he could kind of fit in anywhere up the order or not. Has a couple of 50s in the format.
Oh, well, that one's gone well wide. I mean, I just noticed when he went back to his mark there, he had a bit of a smile on his face. Not sure what that was about, but yeah, this is pretty wide now. Where does it go?
Maybe it's just below. Will stand as a wide though.
This one, maybe signal as a wide. So they're saying that this has gone over his head.
Well, let's have a look.
It's not the tallest, maybe. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, it does. You could argue also he's slightly bent. I mean, umpire's got to make the call live. He sees daylight between the helmet and the ball. That's why he makes the call.
And well, now he just rocked and rolled back onto his own stumps, and Saeed will go for 6. And it's a good comeback from Neil. Just look, I like his approach when he knows he can't be charging in. He's saying, right, the best thing I can do is just try and bowl wicket to wicket. He tried a couple of short balls. That was the one that was slightly picked up, played all around it, and cannons it back to his own stumps.
Not quite the beautiful cartwheel of the first innings. This one's more of a dog's dinner, but Neil won't care. He says well batted on the way off as well to Shafat Ali Saeed. So he doesn't waste too much time, Saeed. He comes in and he goes 6 dot out, end of him. And it's 45 for 2.
Oh, this is what I was saying Scotland need to do. Equipo rojo, vamos a españoles. Vale, ahora éxito una más. So the 2 down. They'll come together here pretty well. Hello to Luke Belgium as well as in the chat. Hello Luke, Christopher Ward is also joining in. The chat has been quite remarkable, and look, we have to say big thank you to everybody around the world that's been very patient with us as we've been fighting with the elements here with the weather. It can be frustrating for us as well. Thank you for sticking around and welcome back. And well, I think we're going to be all right here now, Vin.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Hamza comes in. A little bit surprised they didn't go from at 3 only because I know how Corey loves a left-hand, right-hand combination. But they seem to be travelling okay, don't they? With the rate down below 11.
is its army. Well fielded, and looks like that was Castle. Fries it in to Charlie. End of the over, not a bad one at all. 13 come from it. There's almost a couple of wides in there as well, but there was 2 wickets as well, so Spain. Well, this says, por dos.
Yeah, I think if you keep taking wickets, then you got a chance. And yes, they bat long, but you're just hoping it's one of those innings where no one really gets on the heater and just hang in there. If you're Scotland, the minimum, obviously 1 point is the minimum, but really it's the win that they're after. A couple of magicals in the middle, helping out a bit for Team Scotland. 15 off the last. That was after DDC had a pretty good start to the 10th over.
Scotland, I'm noticing, been a couple of players that performed very well in the group stages are absent. Of course, certainly will miss some of those. Of course, Jack Hogarth was their leading wicket taker with 11. They also are missing the likes of something like Cameron Melly from their side as well.
Yeah.
But I think all teams have been affected a little bit, haven't they? It's a sort of a slow cutter, which has been called a wide. Let's have a look at this again. I think, remember the wide, if it's over the head with the batter in their sort of upright standing.
This one did seem quite wide, if I'm completely honest.
It really does shoot up. Yeah, there's no doubt about that one.
That's a good call, an easy call. Hey, yeah, Melly was good for Ireland.
Melly was very good.
But he obviously won this championship win. Canada not being able to win the final. Scotland just had the wood on the Irish, didn't they, on Pies Ace? This one's interesting. This one just below their shoulder, pushing it. It's got to be careful there, but Pride did have an over goal off the rails spectacularly.
This one is in the air and over the fielder there at mid-wicket. 6 runs. Yasser Ali. This one it's slightly slower, but he gets good amount of hit on it. Gets the meat of the bat, and it goes all the way over that fielder who's out there on the boundary. 6 runs.
Picked the slower ball, didn't rush his footwork there, got good position to put it away. I was going to say McBride had an over that happens to all bowls, but he had an over that went for 41. It's the most expensive over so far, including one that slipped out and went about 10 metres wide of pitch. But, you know, he's the captain, he's an experienced customer, he knows, don't get too up, don't get too down, just continue to keep competing. That's what this format's all about. Let's see how he goes up against the left-handed Hamza Salim Dar.
One thing, of course, they're very keen to do, and it looks like they will do that. They'll take it past the 7 overs mark, so they will get a point from the contest. That's if they go down here, and that's very important. The last thing you need, especially when you're neck and neck with the team, the same number of points these two, remember, you don't want to give them a big advantage if you do go down to them. That's worked away, really tidied up there. A few people were surprised why Scotland are here. A lot of people thought that it was going to be Ireland, but remember Scotland, they finished second behind the unbeaten Irish with a 2-2 record. In the group finals day, they really shot the Irish twice to beat them in the qualifier 1 and to go through to the final. Ireland did get past Portugal. Delivery, got one. Ireland got past Portugal, and that meant that the two would do battle again. And but it was Nessa Jard's 40 that helped the Scots to 142. Super bowling from Charlie Castle and the captain Christian McBride restricted Ireland to 120 for 7. So it was a 22-run win against the Irish. That's why Scotland are here. And at the moment, though, they're getting plummeted a little bit. There's another short delivery. And yes, it puts it away. I get the feeling, Vinny G, that the plan here from Scotland is to try and keep the ball that heavy length. They're not pitching up. And the thing is, though, if you get it too short, something like Yasser Ali, who's such a good puller and hooker of the ball, is going to make you pay, and that's what's happened. 61 for 2 then after 4.
Yeah, Spain 15 and over, cruising at the moment. Scotland need to do something to turn around.
Do you need something? We saw how Scotland got hit a little bit about Spain. Remember that Spain, they suffered a surprise defeat to Finland in the group stages, but that seemed to make them stronger. They went on to win the group after that in dominant fashion. Got some really good performances there. And the rain-affected finals day, both the eliminator and the qualifier 1 would be abandoned. So Spain, as group winners, would go straight to the final. And we need that. Belgium had to beat Finland to get there. Belgium, they were able to do that. Finland had an amazing tournament. Picked away, fielder. Now, put a little bit of mayonnaise on that fielder, on that bit of fielding up there. And in that final, of course, Belgium against Spain. Spain restricted Belgium to a low par, 121. And Salim Dar blew them away, taking 3 for 8. Spain coasted into Championship League. Player of the match, Hamza scored also 46. And Mohamed Babar returned to the show in spectacular fashion, scoring 57 of 17, which begs the question, are we going to see a bit of Babar in Championship Week? Hit high and over the fielder, 6 more. And they're just getting it right at the moment, aren't they? They're hitting the ball around 52 metres, but it's enough.
Yeah, it's good enough, and you would see spin at some point. Rafael Khan likes what he's brought to the table. But it's a pretty good catch off the field. Pretty could ditch the best in time, maybe do a swap.
Oh, too short. And the sound of that one tells you a story. That one's going all the way. That's not ending on this side of the ground. It's going to be another big 6. And Yasser Ali turning it on at the moment. That's the other thing about the Spanish. Somebody always seems to click for them.
Yeah, that's true when they've got so many batters up and down the order. Yasser Ali's the one turning it on. The other thing is, going here for bonus point, 15 balls get 48. Off the table, is it?
It's not, no, especially with this hitting like this. And I was saying that Scotland looked like we were going to try and secure that. That's better delivery. Change of angle. Rams in that sort of Yorker length delivery. So just the dot here. Looks like Corey's doing a bit of that dance.
The chicken dance, but I think that means he wants new gloves. You can imagine you might need new gloves with quicker in these conditions.
Oh, that's a great shot. Hamza. Oh, he's in some form, isn't he? Hamza Salim Dar. Of course, the other day, I just mentioned in that against Belgium, 3 wickets under 46. And this one, you don't bowl full tosses to this man because he'll make you pay. And the old Hamza would have gone lashing at that across the line, but he's learnt so much. Hitting right through that ball and hitting it for 6. Fly tip. Got to get down. And the fielder does. That's good work there from Uzair Ahmed. It's just a single. It looks like that. Those gloves that Yasser Ali was asking for do come out. So we're at the halfway point here. And Spain going along nicely, going along, looking good for the win. I wonder if they can get the 4 points here.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a big boost, and it would kind of counteract that loss in the first match that they played against England 11. Okay, they've got some washout games since then, but you know, I think they'd be pretty keen to try and give it a shake here. But he's out of here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full back in the action. Rhinos off today. We'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, we're a good time crew to take you through not only night 2, but days 3, 4, and finals day on Saturday. It's creeping up.
Here comes back. That's a good delivery. He's been good. That's where he got his second wicket. And Hamza just manages to block this one out. Good over here. Should really secure Scotland something from the game. That's what they're hoping for. Still 40 required of 11. Short. And chips it over. Castajard, who's there on the 45. It's going to be 4 runs. It's that shorter ball again. So, like I say, I think Scotland definitely, they've been working. Their plan is to go with this shorter delivery, not allow the batters to go straight down the ground. Thing is, go too short, both batters. Both of these two anyway. Yasser Ali and Hamza Salim Dar. No issues at all dealing with it. Changing the field now. Castajard goes back on the line. He's on the 45, so they're still going to try that delivery, get the feeding. Got 4 men on the leg side, all of them on the boundary.
All right, Neil round the wicket. He's smart, Neil. He's already got that awkward height. It's not really the pace that is ever the thing that puts the batters off, so he's just not worrying about pace at all, but he's just trying to get location.
Location, that's everything now. He's got to deal up here with Yasser, who's made a great start, 40 of just 13. Neil, first over wasn't bad, got 13, but he did pick up those 2 wickets. I'd like to add a few more to that. All right, up in the air, opportunity, if somebody can get there. It's not an easy one, but that's a great catch. That is a fantastic catch from Christopher McBride, and it comes at this very sort of important time in this match, because you get another wicket, you break that partnership, new batter comes in, you can, you're definitely taking it past the 7 over mark, but number 2, you bring yourself back in the match now. McBride does so well. I mean, this has gone high up in the air. Look, he literally had to charge in from, it's almost like he's doing a 100-meter dash, gets there and then holds on to the catch. Good catch, and Neil takes his 3rd wicket. And Spain, 87 for 3 now with 2 balls for Tommy Smith. The 6 over, Yasser Ali, the batter who was in, he goes. And I also think it's an interesting time, Vinny, because it's a time that a new batter that's coming in is having to adjust to this in different light. When we're sort of in that changeover period between natural light and the floodlight. So it's Ishan that comes out. And remember, Einar being the first player on the European Cricket Network to get 5,000 runs.
Yeah, only 9 required. Neil's been great though, hasn't he? 3 for 18. His team are fighting sharp. I mean, surely it's enough for the point, but you just know with these Spanish batters, any one of them could come out and hit a flurry of boundaries straight away.
Oh, it's a short one again, and it's going to get worked away. An interesting tactic, because we saw that was the plan to the left-hander. So against that short ball, they're not shying away from it. But this time, McBride is just a little bit too fine. Though he's on the boundary, can't get there. Now that one certainly will be signalled as 1 for the over as well. It'd just be interesting if there was any signal given to the one that the short one that was bowled earlier to Hamza.
All right, last chance for Neil.
In the air, and it's going to go for 4. So both sides behind the wicketkeeper. You saw the hook shot go for 4, and now this one sort of like a bit of an edge that will also go for 4. Well, I think he's trying to get the attention of the umpire. We finally do get it. 4 will be signalled. And it'll be over. There it goes. You're going to pull the wires out here. And Vinny's created his own little dance here now.
What do you call it? If you had to signal 2 4s in a row, how would you do it? Fun fact.
That's one way to do it. 95 for 3.
I'm out of breath. You probably don't know why, because I don't know if it'll make the camera. But anyway, so they need 27 off this over if they want the point. Have to be a big one.
You can see that a lot of those midges out. Of course, we haven't had a lot of hardly any rain in Spain for ages. So now that the rain has come, we all know that means that the mosquitoes and all the little flies come out. Well, Castle's gone back, and this is not being hit out of the middle.
That's a luck factor, really. It could have gone anywhere. It could have easily gone down the throat of Majid out there. Castle, a little trump card for Scotland to have. It shows adaptability of bowlers as well. And Castle, he's actually pretty comfortable coming off this run. I actually thought it worked for him yesterday as well, because he just was rushing. It was kept the tempo of the over up. If you could get a dot, you're kind of facing up, so how much quicker. This. He'll have to pick it up and walk all the way back himself. But that was like the one at Warrior. I don't know if you saw it. It kind of, the ball almost stopped, then he took off for a run and backfielded into the stumps to be bowled.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Spain watching on. Settle for 3 here.
Slower delivery, but he picks it and he sends it big. Well, that one's going up towards the old Tesla building. Good, powerful strike from Ishan. Moves to 14. It's a good guy to come in. It's a good guy to come in at this point, isn't he? It's going to be a wide. Ishan, there you go.
How about this? 5,000 runs now. He's passed it. First ever ECN cricketer at 5,000 runs. Rico, congratulations, Mohamed Ihsan. He's a player. We'll talk about him in a second. He doesn't let us down here, and he won't. He'll get 6 more. We'll keep that road to 6,000 ticking. Maximal for Ihsan. He's a player, we first saw him for Pack Eye Care, and he was a player with a lot of potential. Probably had a few, maybe called bad habits he picked up, or just little things he had to improve on if he was to become a next level cricketer. But since then, he's worked his way into the Spanish team. And not only is he a wonderful batter, but he's also a very good keeper. Pretty average bowler, as we saw this before. As the runs keep on coming here, Isan belts it down the ground. But he's also a wonderful guy and a great ambassador for Spanish cricket.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's somebody like a lot of players in the Spanish team right now. They've got the talent, they've got the ability. But yeah, he had a few flaws, and he knew that. But he's worked hard. He's worked on his fitness, and that's key. And he used to be very much a player that liked to play over cow corner, very leg side oriented. But just look at that last boundary, just hit straight along the ground, timed to perfection, 4 runs. He's come a long way, and it's no fluke that he's the only player so far on the European Cricket Network to go past 5,000. So congratulations for Badania up near Mohamed Ishanu as he goes past that 5,000 mark. This is the match coming up tonight.
It's be a cracker. Netherlands 11 versus Germany, with Dutch wins off selecting to bowl. When they last played, it only lasted 10 balls. As the rain came in, that was match 3 yesterday. Germany were 35 for 1 run, had a good start. Pride, second over. Nobody back here. That's going to be 4. So Hamza just dotting the I's and crossing the T's here. With this going into an 8th over, though, we know Scotland hold on to their point. Now, that's crucial.
Yeah.
I just feel like every point could matter here. By the way, Isan, this is his 190th match on ECC. So that's also a record, by the way.
Well, we talk about Hisham. Let's talk a little bit about Hamza now. Hamza, he's not that far away himself. I'm guessing he's probably on.
He's in low 4,000.
300-ish.
He didn't play too much the ECS Barcelona earlier this year, which kind of put him back a little bit. But they were neck and neck for a while.
We know all about his abilities. He's scoring highest runs, individual score. He scored on the network. He's a Salim Dar. He's really improved on the bowling front as well. I think that's where he used to be a bit wild and wayward, but how good he's come along. That's a lovely shot. That's beautifully played, and a little bit of the old about this, and the is a pain for Scotland because that would be the match. He's been done and dusted with a beautiful stroke. And Ishan, well, we're talking about how good he is, and Hamza Salim Dar are both of them quite fittingly in the middle as Spain, well, they make easy work of it in the end.
They do, and you're right. You've got the 2 very prominent names as far as quantity goes as well of ECN cricket. I mean, Hamza himself has played 154 games, so not too many in the 150 club. But yeah, in the end, that score doesn't really hold up for Scotland. We'll say I think they probably lost this with the bat, the fact that they just couldn't get anyone to make a meaningful contribution. Okay, McBride made 35, but kind of needed someone to make that big 50, kind of own the innings. Some of the players got slightly bogged down. I suppose Majid, they're 18 off 13, not out. You look at that and say, all right, could he have gone a bit quicker, or could someone else have stepped up? But I mean, he could only do what he could do. But Spain, hey, they get their first win of Championship week. It leaves Scotland slightly exposed, doesn't it? A team that we'll see back tomorrow, of course. They'll be taking on the Netherlands in the early game, and then they'll actually take on Spain in the return game in the middle of the day. This is what's coming up next. We're about half an hour away from being back with you for this, with the Netherlands 11 taking on Germany. Netherlands 11 haven't had a completed game yet. They've had 3 washouts, so they're really itching to get out there. Wardak comes into the German side. He provides some variation with the ball. They were very pace heavy, and they got spanked by Scotland for 171. Luckily, their batting caught up. Jamshed Khan also coming off a 23-ball century yesterday. I said, Jad probably had a bug in his hair, but I don't know if he was aware of it. But you can understand there's some of the creepy crawlies thinking that's their natural habitat. It was pretty natural habitat for Spain as well, as they made pretty light work of this target of 122, but the fact they couldn't do it within 7 means they'll have to settle for the 3, and Scotland will get 1. That was a rare moment of celebration as Daniel Dorkaya went for 22, but still I think you'll remember this game for another reason, that beautiful cartwheel. Yassir 40 batted pretty well. They decided to go for Shafa, give him a go, went 6 and out. Then Hamza Salim Dar and Mohamed Ihsan would essentially finish things off. And Yassir's batting as well. Let's not undercount how important that was. 40 of 14 balls, 6 sixes.
Yeah, and that's good signs for Spain. They need all batters to click at some point. We've seen DDC do it, we've seen Hamza do it, Yasser Ali now finding his form here as well. Then Ishan coming in and hitting the ball sweet and crisply as he did there towards the end of Spain, showing that even sometimes without some of the other big players not in there having troubles. Well, that was Vinny's hand in doing his version of signalling back-to-back fours, and maybe a catch-on.
Yeah, maybe not, but I had fun doing it. Castle couldn't quite be as effective as he hoped to be here. He ended up with 2 overs, none for 32. Good striking. That's the thing. Look who we didn't see back. Munoz Mills, Shiraz Iqbal, who's got centuries in ECN cricket. Likewise, always Ahmed. And then you've even got someone like Adil Raja, I think, who can whack it around. So, look, Spain, they certainly came out of the gate pretty slowly. I think by their own account, they were a bit disappointing against the English. But, you know, they've settled in now and still have plenty of matches to make a difference. Neil was also a pretty good performer, by the way, for Scotland there. But it was in vain as Daniel Dorkaye and Yasser Ali got the Spanish off to a decent start. And then Hamza Salim Dar and Isan brought it home. 40 for Yasser Ali. It was 6 maximos, not a single 4 in that 40. Batted very well. DDC 22. 30 not out and 20 not out for Isan and Hamza Salim Dar, respectively, with Isan bringing up his 5,000th run in ECN cricket, the first player to do it. Neil head and shoulders above the rest for me, Rico, 3 for 26. And in the end, it's never easy to defend 120 these days, no matter what the conditions on the Cardamore Oval. And Scotland 11 will have to go back and just maybe think about a few things, maybe with their batting order. Maybe you can throw a Castle up there, maybe a couple of spots higher, maybe a guard. And admittedly, they didn't make too much of an impact and did get an opportunity in that game as well. We'll take a break. Back in about 25 minutes as the lights are on and we are home. And your home of cricket entertainment tonight. It will be the Netherlands and Germany locking horns once again. And this time, we're going to get them going 10 and 10. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Back with Rico Full. Make sure you're back here because match 10 isn't too far away. You're watching ECN and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Hunter and Luthea, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's great to be back on the park here. Day 2 of Championship Week here at the Euros of Cricket. Coming up, match 10, and the lights are on. We're ready to go with the Netherlands 11 taking on Germany. A little bit earlier in Ramage had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Netherlands, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Germany, as the away team, you'll call.
Dream11.
It's been called Dream11. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball.
Okay, toss from the Netherlands, who will bowl first?
So the Dutch win. Their captain, Sebastian Braat, wants to bowl first. And look, these two teams, they did play yesterday in match 3, but it's a match that only lasted 1.4 overs. Germany were 35 for 1 at that stage. They made a very, very good start, but it was only a start. In fact, it was also the finish. It was the first of 5 games that didn't have a result in Championship Week, but we're back on. We're expecting to stay on now. So these two teams match up very interestingly against each other. Let's see if the Germans can handle the spin attack of the Netherlands, which we know will be pretty important as this week rolls on. Rico Force, so great to have him back as well after a few days without him. Rico, I know you're looking forward to this one. I can tell you Germany will be batting first again against the Dutch after they've been sent in match 10. Let's get over to you in the commentary box now and get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and it's time for, as I like to call it, here in Andalusia, Fiesta de Noche. That's right, the floodlights are on. Well, the pitch, well, it's taken a pounding, hasn't it? Let's face it. And when it does rain in Spain, it chucks it down. We've had a fair bit of the wet stuff in the last few days, but let's hope that we've seen the last of that. We just saw a very good match between Spain and Scotland. Spain victorious in that one. So here we go. Match coming up here. Match number 10 in this Championship Week. Look at the moon. Looks absolutely stunning. That's fantastic work from Spring Media. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Bravo, bravo. I was just about to say that Spring Media is not just about the action that they capture when it comes to the bat and the ball, but also some of the beautiful scenery around here. That was just brilliant. Well, I hope we're going to save that to end the night with, really, because I think that will be quite fitting. What a night we're going to have as well as Germany are taking on the Netherlands. Netherlands, well, you know, they haven't been able to play a game yet here in Championship Week. They've had all their 3 matches, unfortunately, abandoned. Germany, they haven't been able to play, and that was quite an impressive one in match number 1 when they beat Scotland. Scotland, 171 for 4. Finlay Macbeth must have thought that he's given his team the win with his 96 of 35, but Jamshad Khan had other ideas. He scored a century, 107. 25 balls to give Germany a win with 14 balls to go as well, so it was comprehensive. But unfortunately, after that, the weather played its part in most of the other matches that we've had, so they'll be pretty keen to go out there. Now, one thing we know about Germany is well, they have had some real battles out there in the dark. I remember in Group B, they had a good match against Hungary. It was Sadiq who was playing the match with a fine knock. 86 not out, 31. We know that Fayaz is a player, Fayaz Khan, who scored a century for them as well. So they've got some good players, and with Jamshad Khan in there as well. And also Robert Singh, who yet to fire really for me in this tournament. So keep an eye on the German captain. So ready to go. The umpires are ready. It will be Ben Fletcher to start. Remember Ben Fletcher? Yes. He's taken a hat-trick. He'd love to perform for his team here. Now, it looks like he's going to go with his full run here. Now, I wonder, we're going to see a lot of pace bowlers on both sides. I wonder how many of them will stick to this full run, or how many will go to the shorter one, because the outfield, it is pretty soft. It is going to be a little bit slippery. Let's see how Fletcher goes with his first. Oh, it's high up in the air, but that's going to fly away. And, well, where's this going to land? It's gone right the way over us, I believe. That is going to be 6 runs. Well, if you're going to swing hard, that's the way to do it. And Shahid Afridi, they go with mini boom boom at the beginning of the innings. Well, he's got a smile on his face. He likes it. He didn't know too much about it, but he likes it. Oh, mini boom boom. I'll tell you what, there was nothing mini about that. That went a long way. Welcome, everybody, around the world on World Food Day, of course. And if you get a chance to check out our charity partner, Share the Meal, and see what you can do to help on this day. It's a good day as any to help so many people around the globe that are struggling with world hunger. Fletcher again. And this one is in the same area. Doesn't get this one as good as the one before, but it will still go for 6. Back-to-back 6s. Well, that's Jason, who after his little spell with Switzerland is back in the ECM blue. Part of the blue crew and doing a little bit of the ball fetching there. Just coming into the light from the darkness was Jay. All right, good start. 2 balls, 2 6s. Not the start Ben Fletcher wanted. I think he's going to change his line, hasn't he? I mean, he's trying to angle the ball in to go across Afridi, but at the moment he's just putting it into sort of around about the sort of shoulder area, and he's just able to whip this around. And Germany, with that start, those 2 balls, they've just gone in front on the win predictor, 51% to 49. It's a good comeback. And he does change his angle, so he does now decide, okay, if I can't get the ball in the right area coming from the way out, I'm going to come from the other side of the stumps. And this time, left arm round serves him a little bit better, though Afridi, in all fairness, really, if he wasn't trying to send that one to the moon, he's had a good shot of the moon, by the way. I hope we're going to keep seeing that moon in Spring Media, because I think it's lovely, especially when the big 6 is hit, because I could say that's gone up to the moon. Well, that's where Afridi was trying to hit that one too. But they will cross over and get a leg by. Jamshed Khan on strike. Remember, last time we saw him in a completed match, he scored a ton. Good delivery. And well dug out. We'll take the single. Yeah, remember, Germany did start this fixture. Match number 3. Remember, teams will play each other twice in this championship week. Germany, they were batting first, got the 35 for 1 of 10 deliveries when that match had to be abandoned. So this is second time we're trying this time around. We should have no issues. Fletcher, good comeback after being hit for 2 big 6s. No ball call this time, so got a free hit coming up here. I think this has got to be a foot fault. Umpire called it early, so Fletcher overstretching. It's Sebastian Brad. Let's have a look at this, see what we see here. Yeah, you can see that the foot slides, and it doesn't, it's hard to tell from our shot there, but it doesn't look like he gets anything, whether on the ground or raised above that line. I think the foot slides, so tight one, but he gets caught on the umpire. It's a good comeback, good slower delivery, that's well bowled, intelligent bowling. Expect this to be a very good contest. Who should pick, people? Who should pick? I mean, I think, the way I see it, I think if conditions were different, then I think you probably would have to, you'd probably feel that the pace attack of the German bowlers could play a big part in it, but they'd have to adjust. It's another slow delivery, grunted, gets it past the infield, but not past the batters in the boundary, who whizzes it in. That's Aaron Jane, who does the fielding. And that's the first over, 17 without loss, and it's a fine time to welcome into, well, the best spot at this Cardamom Oval Cricket Ground. It's the commentary position. We have a great view of this. It's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Happy to be here. Happy to have you back as well, Rico. I know everyone's saying much the same. Hello to Chris and Bradford, and maybe his dad's watching as well, and the trip. You know, it's funny. Sometimes you don't realise how good something is till it's gone. I know a lot of people getting a lot of messages saying, come on, where are you, where are you? I will remind you that there are already well over 1,000 matches we have put on, probably over 1,300. But hey, can't control the weather. One day we'll be able to. It's I was wondering who they go to in the second over, and they've gone for Ellen Bass, who they've kind of wanted to bowl a second over, hasn't really worked out most of the time. And this first one's a blast. Now, someone should reach it, but good luck catching it. Oh, excellent catch. Wonderful catch. Sekanda Zulfikar, you know what he does here? He gets behind it, keeps the ball actually in front of him. It's a very good bit of outfielding under lights in slightly greasy conditions. Jamshed's a danger man, coming off a 23 ball ton yesterday, equal third fastest ever, but in this one he'll go for just 2. It's 17 for 1.
That's an outstanding catch. That's the only way to describe it. You can see the way he's taken this catch. He never actually gets himself in the ideal position, but the way he's monitored that ball, he's had to cover a lot of ground. He finds it, gets his eyes fixed on it, and even though he's not 100% right under it, he takes a good catch away from his body, and he removes a very good and in-form and dangerous batter. Jamshed Khan will go just for 2 of 3 balls.
The key here to this catch was you don't want to be what I call deer, maybe not deer in the headlights, but deer in the moonlights.
Yeah.
You don't want to get caught under it, and then at the last moment you have to make a big jerky movement. He basically stays behind the ball, and then he's actually more comfortable coming forward and seeing it. Maybe another day he's too far back and he can't adjust, but that's a very good catch by Sekanda. Oh, a slower ball, a bit gundy, but doesn't have to worry about getting hit to the boundary. We'll cop the wide as we have Musaddiq Ahmed coming out at number 3. So basically 3 or even 4 ready-made openers, Germany. So this doesn't hurt them too much. Afridi, though, in that 10 balls, I think yesterday, one of them ended up halfway up the hill, and it was a pure strike. Anyway, Ellen Bass gets the early strike. What can he do? Musaddiq this time.
Good areas from Ellen Bass. Not trying to bowl too far, just keeping his rhythm, keeping the line right. Musaddiq is a very good, technically correct batter. I mean, when he's in form, he looks good and he plays all round the ground. So I know they've removed the dangerous Jamshed, but Musaddiq is somebody they want to see the back up pretty quickly as well before he gets in.
Ellen Bass dealing and dealing here under lights. It's a slow one again. This one might be over the shoulder, but he still had that to play with. But it's interesting, you think short, especially under the lights, you're probably thinking, oh, it's going to be on me quickly. But it's a good call. It's not over the head. It's over the shoulder, though, so that's the one for the over. Just want to say hello to Binge Watcher, and nice to see Luke saying, yeah, they organise a free breakfast for some less wealthy people and families. A big success. Never seen so many happy kids' faces, especially. That's really what World Food Day is all about. And, yeah, spread that positivity.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, well, if you want positivity, that's a positive strike for you. As Musaddiq gets his first runs, and it's a stunning shot over the leg side boundary for 6.
Yeah, probably had an inkling he wasn't going to go back to the slower ball again. So sweats on the pace on delivery. Good contact, very good contact. Wasn't necessarily an easy shot to execute. Just does a bit of gardening out there. Don't I tell you that was one of my, when I would, after I'd retired, play on artificial pitches. If it was a social game or something, I would pat it down. But I'll tell you why I didn't. That one's hit pretty well, and that will get away from the fielder. So Musaddiq Ahmed goes 6 and 4. Of course, he's hungry for more. World Food Day, by the way. I'm going to go extra hard on the empanadas tonight. Of course, I'm donating 1 meal for every empanada, and I think I might get the double figures tonight.
Okay.
But I was saying, I used to, if I ever played a AstroTurf game, I would tap imaginary spots down as a sign to assert dominance that normally I play on turf. I do recommend it as a tactic. Uh-oh, rolling cutter, he does pick it. This one gets away the other side of the fielder. So Ellen Bass was still not the worst over, does get the dangerous Jamshed, but he also goes for 15. And Germany out of the blocks, 32 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one, because I always remember when we used to get touring sides coming to places like La Manga and Sporting Outfest. And of course, you know, there's certain batters that it's just part of the routine. You know, some batters are always adjusting the pad strap, others are always taking the glove off and putting it back on, or the helmet. But a lot of batters just like to tap the ground.
Yeah.
You're
For no
not
reason.
officials, you think, well,
What
why
are
is
you
he doing
tapping?
that? There's
Yeah.
nothing to tap.
Exactly. Hey, look at Spain. They're up to second, although, of course, they've played one more game than some of the teams below them. Scotland kind of in the danger zone at the moment. They've got a big day tomorrow, I think, almost like a make or break day for them. Afridi faces up on 13, facing number 13, Fletcher, and he gets a big, filthy full toss. It won't go the distance, or will it? It's a good take. Don't think it's going to be out. I think everyone knows that's a no ball. But it's a good boundary stop, at least 3 hits to come with Musadik on strike.
Oh, that was high. I mean, he does well to get bat onto that. It's another fine catch, by the way, because he didn't really... I suppose he had to catch this, because otherwise there's a chance of going over the boundary for 6 runs. So it's a good catch.
Joe Foster at square leg almost broke his neck. How quickly that his neck went up to try and track the ball as well. He called it wide. It just took off a bit too much. It did seem to bounce more than you'd expect. Let's have a look at it.
I don't think that's a ball. I think he's bending too down. If he's standing upright, I don't think he's going over his head.
I'll say it's
Tough
a 50-50 call.
At this time of night, tough call.
He's not that bent. And there's, whenever you see daylight between helmet and ball, unless he's really crouching down, maybe slightly bent. Tough call. Means the free hit's still in play, but he'll get away with this. Or maybe he won't. It'll be 4-leg buys, and Crows, very good keeper, just couldn't quite make the distance over there. As Adil Khan looking a bit sheepish. But hey, sometimes you hit him, sometimes you kick him.
Yeah, it gets a bit on this. It gets past the dive there, acrobatic dive there for Noah Crows. It's going to be 4 more. So Netherlands, they're not liking this period of play at the moment, because it is Germany that are finding the boundary fence at regular intervals.
Fitty game. That's the way I like them. Well bowled. Maybe slight cutter there from Fletcher. So I didn't know this, actually. A team that we've covered before on the network. Veni Vici in the Netherlands. Apparently Musadik's playing his cricket for them. And we've seen it before for KSV Kummerfeld in Germany, where he scored a very impressive century back in 2021. That was actually in Kiel. Nice to see. That's one good thing about Europe, the geography. You know, players, they can catch trains. They can play in even multiple countries sometimes. Now, Afridi, you know you're going to get from him. There's a reason he bats in the power play, and that's to pretty much go at everything. So, a few people asking if it's raining. I can assure you it's not raining. There's maybe a bit of a haze around the ground, but that's more just the spillover from the lights. So, no, it's perfectly clear. We will tell you when it's raining, because it'll catch us by surprise. Probably come into the dream box here.
That's a wide. Again, it was pretty high as well, but I don't think it was nowhere near as high as the first one. He's got to be careful, hasn't he, Fletcher?
I don't think it was close to being a no ball, but actually it's just on the pitch. If it was off the pitch, it's likely that we're looking at no ball. But anyway, Fletcher, that hat-trick we're talking about, the catch from Shariz Ahmed to finish it off. TV didn't really do it justice. It was an amazing catch.
Gets dragged down into the leg side. We'll take the single this time. Well, Afridi just hasn't quite. I mean, remember how it started? He hit 2 balls for 6. One he didn't know much about. So he was on 12 of 2 balls. You can see what he's moved on to 15 of 7. So they'll be keeping an eye on him.
Certain players, I think, are unretirable out. And feel like Afridi. I wouldn't be the one to tell him. That one struck nicely, kind of in the slot from Fletcher. And that is put halfway up the hill into the dark. Musadik goes maximal, 6 runs.
Ginna Sona shot Maria up and Musadik ne beautifully timed. I mean, just it's not the worst of deliveries actually, but look, he picks it early. He knows it's a bit short. I think it was slower as well. Definitely was the slower delivery, but Musadik gets down on one knee and he crunches that beautifully halfway up the top of that hill.
Very interesting game between 2 teams that ordinarily would play very different types of cricket. It reminds me of if you got kind of a Major League Baseball team, you took them to the back streets in New York and they tried to play a game of stickball. Yeah. Because these German, although someone like Mustik's played a good level of cricket, but the German competition is certainly very different in character. Still, having said that, a lot of teams, a lot of very talented cricketers there, but it's just it's a bit more, I don't know. unpredictable. Oh, this time is pounded into the night by Musadik, and Fletcher, his second over goes a bit off the rails, goes magical for 22, and Germany bring up the 50 with that shot as well as 54 for 1.
What a shot. What a shot this is. Oh, that is just clinical. And that ball, well, it has flown many a mile for a massive 6. And the sound of that really did echo around Karma Oval. Smashed away. Must say, I mean, I know that I've seen the German kit before in the group stages. I haven't seen too much of the Netherlands, but looking at them out there, I'm really loving their attire. Loving their tops. I'm liking the blue sleeves with a little bit of yellow on the tip. They're looking dashing.
I think it's the first time they've worn orange trousers at this tournament. I know typically the full team will. They got a little bit of the old peacock on the pocket. Peacock pocket. Can't say that quickly. And I also detect it's a slightly darker shade of orange than the regular orange they wear. These are my observations. For me, it's a win. I like it.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I like this guy as well, Shiriz Ahmed. By the way, his batting's come a long way as well. He's always been a brilliant bowler on that. It's getting more and more opportunities with the bat. Right now, spin to win, I think from here on in. Wasn't meant to rhyme, but here we go. Over 4. First one goes very wrong. First, the old bar of soap ball first from Shiriz. He doesn't bowl too many Gundy ones, but Faridi is going to want to try and put this free hit into outer space. Do not take your eyes off the TV. Free hit incoming.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show what the conditions are like here. It's not easy. I think a lot of that heavy cloud that we saw, the mountains have come in. It makes it a little bit damp, a little bit moist. So Ahmed, free hit.
He reaches for it, he gets enough. That's a really good bit of ball striking for Afridi. He was drawn out outside the off stump. So Shiriz ends up having to pay for it with an elongated 7.
That's quite an exceptional hit. When you consider that ball is very wide, it's taken all the pace off it. He's reaching for it, no power going into it from his body. That's all from the arms, and he's crunched it. Good hit.
I don't think there's any way he's playing that exact shot if it wasn't a free hit, but it just shows you what he's capable of. Anyway, Shiriz, he's a smart customer. He'll put that out of his mind. See if he can get it right. That's more like it. It's pushed through a bit. I know there are some questions about, okay, when it gets later in the night, and we saw Sweden actually beat the Netherlands. They only lost the Netherlands have suffered so far, and that was in a slightly later game.
6 over match, wasn't it?
Yeah, 6 over match. And, you know, when it gets a bit tough to grip and just maybe the pitch skids on a bit, and maybe the Netherlands spin attack is a little bit easier to conquer. I love they've got 4 very different spinners that they can go to. But like I said, the conditions are pretty tough for spin bowling at this time, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. We saw that on the way that first ball came out. Of course, he's not the only one to see the balls that slip out of his hands.
Maybe a wrong or push through. It's a really good shot from Musadik. Just lets it come straight onto the bat. That was definitely either a top spinner or maybe one that's out of the back of the hand. Let me see if I can pick it. It's maybe the slider, but just played it almost like a slow medium.
He's special, isn't he, Musadik? I mean, when he played that, he played a few knocks in the group stages, but that 80 he scored was outstanding, 85. And he just, you looked at his wagon wheel and he played 360. And that's what I like about him. That was just timed to perfection. And a great shot.
Yeah. Still, Shiriz have something up his sleeve here. It's like the same ball again. It's almost, it's not a real big over the wrist right to left turner. It's kind of pushed out a bit quicker. It's meant to be on you quicker, but there's no real discernible change in action. So that's what makes him such a dangerous bowler. He's had some very good performances for the full Netherlands side as well. Shiriz Ahmed, one of the best young bowlers in Europe. Bowlers, judging by how well they respond to challenges. Same ball, same result, slides it past Musadik.
Yeah, good comeback, isn't it? Very good comeback. Musadik is trying to get away. You can look at Freedy at the other end saying, oh yaar, chal, maar de. I think they're feeling that they need him. 168 expected at the moment. I think in this contest against the Netherlands, Germany probably feel that they need to be getting a 150 plus score and then having to be 100% themselves in the field. They know this is the big match. Netherlands, big one for them. It's the first one really that they may get completed. They've had 3 washouts in the Netherlands, so all the points they've got so far are from those abandoned matches, 2 points apiece.
Let's pull the over. Goes the same ball, but this time the pace isn't going to work. Imagine nicking a spinner for 6. Welcome to 2024 and ECN cricket is 72 for 1 off 4.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling here that Ahmed and also Musaddiq, they had a few words to say there as well. And sort of a close shot of that, both of them out there in the middle. Musaddiq probably had something to say back to what the bowler had to say, but nonetheless, Germany, good start. 72 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, look, this is anybody's game. Netherlands have a very good batting lineup as well. I think they're going to stick with spin for a while and get an extended run. Looks like Clayton Floyd is going to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, Clayton Floyd, you know very well, and another lovely chap, great individual, great to talk to him, and a very talented player. He didn't have the best of 2023 Euros, I don't think, with bat or with ball. He's looking to impress this time. Let's see how he goes here. So, spinner after a spin, 72 for 1.
And it's off the pitch.
Yeah, it's a no ball.
Yeah, he's hunting that tram line, but he misses the whole thing. First ball. Yeah, pretty good take by Crows, actually, taking that out of the dirt. Free hit, so he suffers the same fate as Shahriz Ahmed. Shahid Afridi wants to make it go the same way. Doesn't quite time it up this time. They'll get a single. Musaddiq's got the hot hand, though, gets the strike back.
Yeah, it's one thing that we've seen Clayton Floyd do time and time again. He uses his bowling crease really well. That's the beauty and the key to his success sometimes. It's where he's getting the ball to land more than where he's getting the ball to pitch. That sometimes he's secret. If you watch the line he takes when he's bowling, you can see that wicketkeeper there is very keen to set the right field. So, no Crows.
These are all good battles, aren't they? Floyd normally does like to toss the odd one up. Ephus, we call it in baseball. Just go, too good to refuse. One pushed up though. Well, you wouldn't believe it. This is going to go, and I think that's gone for 6 as well. It has. Maximal.
Oh, this is just, it's cruel to the bowler, Clayton Floyd. And the same way that we saw in the over before from Ahmed, has found the edge of the bat, and it goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, I mean, Floyd's getting for 6s now. It shows you the bat speed that Musaddiq is bringing to the table. And Musaddiq flashes the smile of a man who's just outside edge 2 out of the park. Anyway, Floyd, he's very experienced. Remember Clayton Floyd, first ever centurion in ECC cricket. And I do believe he's still on 3 ducks in a row, or the omelette. Hasn't had a hit in a while because of the circumstances. 4 washed out matches in a row.
Yeah, not omelette.
Next stop, Audi. 4 rings. Next stop, Olympic rings. That's not an edge, but that is 6. That's such a powerful strike from Musaddiq. Maximal.
Ooh la la la. What a hit. I mean, yeah, he's pretty close to that 50. When the 50 comes up, if the wagon wheel comes up afterwards, you'll see that exactly what I'm talking about. This is why he's so good to watch. He's an exciting player. He plays good shots. And when he hits it, oh, he hits it clean. It helps when the edges go to the boundary as well.
So, Musaddiq on 48. Jump wicket hasn't hurt Germany at all. Wants this one. Square, but off the end of the bat will move to 49. Now, you know, with Musaddiq up and ticking, yeah, there's almost no pressure on Afridi. If he gets out, hey, he's still got a player out there that's batting really well. He's still got someone like a Rohit Singh to come in next. Shouldn't run out of batting here, Germany. Let's just see how well the Dutch can restrict.
More changes now to Afridi. Feels like he hasn't been on strike for a while, just faced the 12 balls.
Clunked one earlier this over. Goes after the quicker one, but it's in the gap, not really timed. It's going to be a teaser for the long on and long off, but Cuatro Carreras pass. Already Germany up into the 90s.
Yeah, and now remember that after those first 2 6s at the start of this innings from Afridi, they went to 51% in terms of the win percentage. That has now changed and gone further up, 65 to 35 at the moment. So Netherlands definitely need to pick up a wicket too here.
That one is definitely 6. So Floyd goes for 25. Too convincing, too not so much, but still the 4 Maximos come in the 5th over, and Germany 97 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, cracking start. Jordan is back in the commentary position for what we've seen. We've seen the fireworks. We've seen a lot of things the last few days. We needed something to brighten things up, and well, the Netherlands kit is doing it, but the fireworks from Germany at the moment. But just goes to show how dangerous this German side is.
Yeah, well, the 2 overs of spin have kind of got the journey so far, so I think normally they would have planned to kind of go spin all through overs, probably 3 to 8 or even 9 or even 10. But it looks like they're going to Sebastian Bratt here. Yeah, I mean, Essex had your little mini break. We've seen Spain qualify, obviously. Yeah. We saw, we haven't even got into Babar and what happened in the Group C final. And then, of course, the Dutch qualified for Group D. Our first ever no result in the final, unfortunately. But yeah, Championship week, here we are. Still 3 more days to go. This first one slightly too straight from Bratt, and he's helped away into the jungle. Maximo! It's 50 for Sadiq Ahmed off just 17 balls. He's come out fighting in the night for the Germans. He also brings up the 100 with that 6.
Sensational. All right. Yep, he's had a bit of luck. He's found the edge of the bat a few times, which has gone to the boundary. But it's a sensational knock from a very talented cricketer. And it doesn't look like he's done yet. I mean, look at that. That wagon wheel tells you the story. He's not a one-sided player by any means. 55 of 17. Ball Padanya. Sadiq of the half-century Puri Gully, but he wants to go bigger, I'm sure.
This is the one that he has had a couple of loose strokes, and he's gotten away with them. Hasn't had one for a while, I say that, but that's one that you probably can just stand still and bat. Probably don't need to make it harder than it is. He's batting so well. They hate to lose him right now, Germany, because with Sadiq there, they could go kind of 180 plus. That's more like it. You wait, you see, you hit, you choose the right shot. That one bangs into the fence 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Gets a little bit of extra width. And this time he's not just charging and swinging blind. I think that's what he's got to say to himself. Look, I can play these kind of shots. I don't have to be charging and just swinging hard. Play each ball on merit. That's a thunderous cut shot.
Right. So you get the slower ball here, even those variations are a bit harder. That's what he does, though. The reason I said it's a bit harder is because of the slight moisture in the air. Obviously, the moisture that's still in the ground, kind of under the surface, that the ball keeps rolling around. And Seb executes that one really nicely. To the come. He basically tries that one again. Had the fielder there, but the fielder had to watch it. Maximo! And he's after the ball. Let's have a hunt as Sadiq swings his way into the 60s.
Well, that I can tell you has crunched into probably one of the boxes that we have protecting the TVs, because that made a crunching sound. What a lovely shot. So, again, it's that slightly shorter ball, and Sadiq this time, he's not coming down the track, swinging at it hard. He just rocks back and plays another super cut shot for 6.
All right. Last ball of the over. This one could be magical too with another boundary. Sadiq on fire. And it's full toss. He's annoyed he doesn't put that away. Finds the fielder. Does retain the strike though. As Bratt keeps the over unmagical. 17 off it. It's 114 for 1. Yeah, so Mohamed Babar obviously was unavailable for the Spanish group stage. When they made finals day, he drove 1,000 kilometres from Barcelona. The first game was washed out, but Spain straight through to the final. He hit 50 in 2 overs, ended up on 70, and essentially won them the final. Got back in the car, he drove 1,000 kilometres back to Barcelona, and he sent Corey Ruckers a text saying, "Thanks, 360 euros for fuel. Please pay in 48 hours. Thanks, coach."
You know, I watched some of that innings, and he looked better than ever.
Yeah.
Some of the shots that he played, I mean, with so much timing and power, he looked better than ever. Now, do we know if he's going to make an appearance in Championship week?
I'd say car's in service.
I think
if they make Saturday, then he's going to be on the open road.
I think he's waiting for the 360 to come through.
I'm sure I've paid it already. All right, in the air. And caught. Nice hands from Bratt. Not an easy catching night. Sadiq gets a full toss. It was big, it was juicy, but the stroke a little loosey as Bratt will hold on to a bit of a stinger. it's Sakanda Zulfikar. So, yeah, another medium pace option. Not really someone we've seen a lot bowling this tournament, but he gets a wicket first ball, 114 for 2.
Yeah, it's that slower delivery is very much similar to the ones that Sebastian Bratt bowled a couple off. One was missed by Musadik, one was dragged onto leg side, but not able to get the power on it. Sebastian Bratt, well, we know all about his capabilities, especially when it comes to catching. He is a sensational catcher of the ball. He's a good catcher of the bat as well. Musadik, well, 2 catches in one bit of action. One is the batter catching his own bat, and then the other was Sebastian Bratt seeing the end of him. He goes for a very fine 66 of 23 deliveries.
Yeah, 114 for 2. He looked in really good nick, didn't he, Musadik tonight? He's frustrated because he's thinking, hey, that's the one I should have hammered out of the ground. To be fair, you know, he had that little bit of luck. A couple times he charged wildly down the pitch, didn't make contact. But for the most part, looked very good. Now here's Fayaz, and he's going to get a bit of a gift first up. That's going to be a no ball +4, and another free hit to come. So this is something we've seen 3 different bowlers now. Maybe a little bit of a slip out of the fingers. You can actually see there's a little bit of dew as well. You can see footsteps on the field, which is telling me that ball's a bit slippery. It's kind of finds out the hard way.
Well, Fayaz, we know that he's another centurion that we have seen on the Euros of cricket. We have seen 13 centuries. Fayaz Khan scored the 11th.
Yeah, but in a losing cause on finals day. Be wide, so the free hit stays in play. That was after Hungary whacked 216.
Yeah.
And actually that game, 403 runs, equal highest scoring game ever, 403.
3 or 4?
403.
3? Okay.
Don't make that up. Go like that. 216 to 187.
Oh, high. Going, but fielder comes across and, oh, well, don't forget, was the free hit. That's quite sensational, actually. I
mean,
went a long way up and it just moved and moved and moved.
Well, maybe Ellen Buss is trying to get out the way of this. We'll give him benefit of the doubt because it was a free hit. I don't know that he knew it was still a free hit, but yeah, if you were trying to catch that, you've got to try and get behind it and come in a bit like we saw Sakanda do earlier. Oh, that one shocks, rocks Fayaz a little bit.
Well, you might think he's a spinner, but he can certainly bang the ball into the deck, can't he?
No, well, I mean, Sakanda is a genuine medium pacer. You know, when we have Saqib bowl, if he bowls, then we'll see the leg spin. Let's have a look at this one. Does it get a little bit of the helmet? Off the shoulder, maybe takes a little bit of the back of the helmet. Maybe they want to give him a little check. Maybe they think it's a glancing blow.
The helmet certainly looked like it had rocked backwards. I think it did catch the back of the helmet.
It did catch a little bit of it. Obviously not too concerned about it. Freedy back on strike. Bangs that miles in the air, and I'm glad no one's under that because that could do you an injury. Maximo, boom, boom, whacks one into the dark.
You know what the worry is with Afridi? I mean, he gets another Maximo here. I honestly don't think he's middle one yet. I don't think he's middle one. Early on, he hit a couple of 2 6s, which was on that 45. This one is kick going down the ground. I don't think he's middled it. When he middles one, where's he going to end up?
Probably up at the Tesla Centre, I'd imagine. Sakanda. This is down leg side. That previous replay of the 6, a lot of people might have thought that their TV just had the sleep timer activated because it was a black screen for about 7 seconds. And all we just saw was it was like a tiny little pixel of a ball in the night. That one is a bit of a backstop. Can anyone reach it? Not quite. Excellent smother from Musa. Almost like a rugby player charging down a kick. He wears it, but he stops the boundary.
Oh, that's Musa. Well, that Grizzly got moosed. And I'm liking this from him as well because he realises when he's committed, he's not going to take the cat. So what he then does, he changes his approach and he literally throws himself at it to smother it.
You could see the surface moisture when he landed. Even he's made a kind of mark on the Carlton Roval, literally speaking. Exciting innings. Last ball the 7th. Oh, wow. This one's up in the air. Can anyone reach it? Oh, Fletcher does, but he can't hold on. It's one. There's no keeper home. There's no one taking the position. Fletcher will be disappointed. Wasn't an easy one at all. Does only cost him a single, though. And that's the end of the 7th over. It's 132 for 2.
Yeah, Fletcher he did it. You would say he did all the hard work, actually, by getting there, but he weren't able to hold on to it. So Fayaz Khan gets alive, gets dropped on 7. And this is what's coming up, of course, tomorrow, day 3. So we're going to see Scotland and Netherlands, that's a big match for the Scots.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Scotland have a big day with no wins and admittedly some points because of no results. But to take on the Dutch, and then they'll take on Spain, the return clash of match 13. Match 15, Germany versus Spain. I'm looking forward to that. It's a rematch of the Spain in the rain game, and it's the night
in
game.
the night.
Yeah.
And in the night.
We were talking about that earlier.
It's going to be an interesting contest. Ahmed.
Yeah, Shrews gets another over. This time he's on the money for ball one. Fires whacks it out for one. Yeah, I know there's a lot of kind of things flying around about, players getting fired up at each other during that game and this and that. But you've got to realise, it's a really competitive game. Yeah. That was the game that decided who got to stay and who got to go. So, I'd much rather the players be more fired up than less. But it can spill over. I think in the end there's no hard feelings there, and it should be a really good rematch. Really well bowled. You know what? If there was a perfect ball, it's probably this. It slides out. It looks like it might be a spinner, but by the time you realise it's not, it's too late to swing.
Wonderful delivery. Absolutely perfect. And Afridi, well, he's asking the question. And when he goes back and looks at it, you know, it looks silly. That was spot on.
If I'm Afridi, I'm batting further outside off stump. You know what his plan is. Make him change his plan. That time he can reach his big boy, Shahid Afridi. Well knocked down on the point boundary, just a single Elmbus does the job.
Oliver Elmbus does really well because that ball just deviates slightly, but he doesn't overrun it, and he does keep his balance well. And that part of the ground, which we know can get quite sticky and slippery,
so
it gets wet.
I'm just thinking what my tactic would be. Tisha is there is a point where if you batted too far outside off stump, he would fire one of the stumps, and it'd be pretty hard to deal with because he's got this slippery kind of, I don't know, it's called like a zoota. I don't really have a word for it, but it's the flicked out quicker one. But it's not like a seam up quicker one. It just flicks out of his front of his hand a bit quicker. That one. And that's going to cost him 6. Well, this has happened a couple of times now. His quicker ball just might be a bit too good. Fire's got fast hands, goes maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, they've dealt with that well, haven't they, the Germans? They've played that very well. And actually, since Germany are playing, what do you think of the appointment of a German to be the English football team manager? Very interesting. I know that we got some pods that follow the football on the chat.
It's already been discussed.
Do you like it or not?
I'd say this is 21st century. I suppose brains are blind.
At least he'd be able to help him when it comes to the penalty shootouts, you reckon?
Interesting take.
Interesting appointment. But anyway,
take the stumps here or not? No. Just okay. No, close.
I think this is a good call. Very good. I like the way the umpires thought hard about it and in the end thought, I think it's probably missing more than it's catching anything. So
I think it's a very good call. I mean, you could argue once if of the seam was on the fuzzy, but slightly fuzzy, these blue lines now. I think you're right. If you're not sure, should be a wide. Well, we
good call.
Even with the replay.
Good umpire.
That one's a wide as well. It's just outside the line. Good take by Crows. It's very tight to keeper. Sometimes you don't notice him because he's so good. In that the fundamentals are so good, and you know these are slippery conditions. We even saw him take one and bounce off the pitch in front of him, almost a half volley. It's the kind of understudy, I suppose, to Scott Edwards, the Dutch captain, full team at the moment. Off to Armand soon. Finally goes a bit straighter. Goes through his. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't rocked this out at the stumps a bit more. I think he's a good chance of maybe getting an LBW or a bold. Considering when he has had a lot of success out in that tram line, but they've thrown the hands at it, and it's almost like they get a pretty safe shot at scoring runs.
Yeah, I think with that straight one is that you get it slightly wrong, and you know you get into the boundary. So
but you
can see why he's trying to sneak them in.
Yeah, I get it. Every so often you have to keep the batter honest. That's what he does there. Right, here's Boom Boom. Last chance, it sure is. Full toss, hit high. Yeah, that one is going to leave the building. So, Maximo. That's one that I probably want to check for height.
Yeah, it looked high, Vinny. It looked high. And let's have a look there. Well, the umpire's got to make a call on this one.
It's a tough
Is it
one.
Dipping down below? I think it's about waist. But he has got that back. He's got the leg bent, which I think probably saves the bowler.
They have been consistent. You're basically saying if Afridi's standing at the crease, is that hitting him fully in the trousers or is it hitting him in the belt? probably the trousers, probably an uncomfortable place. But anyway, still cost him 6. It's 149 for 2 after 8. Jay Afridi's batted through so far for 47. Other thing is, not normally in trouble with the clock, but they just need to make sure they get through this last over reasonably quickly. It looks like they're going to go back to Sakat. No, in fact, no, they're going for Arnav Jain. And he's a spinner, so that should be quick, but you might have to get the ball back first. Maximal for Vias first up.
Madre mía, qué golpe, qué fuerza tienes esta hombre. Boom, shakalagia, que guay, que genial. Y este golpe es muy grande. Adiós, pelota.
Yeah, first one from Jane again. Just standing little stuff from Vias. Look at that clock, 3:16, should be okay. Yeah, Crow's having a bit of a go, saying, hey, what are you backing away for? Thinks maybe that's a bit of gamesmanship there. Now stands, delivers again. Maximo, perfect reply from Fires. We'll say they'll probably give him 20 or 30 seconds for what happened there. They were constantly managing the clock, but next ball disappears as well.
Well, Fires is not paying too much attention to what's being said around him. He's just concentrating on belting the ball for 6. That's another banger.
Jane on. 2 balls, 2 sixes. He'll only get this 9th over, Arnav Jain, out of this spin quartet. We haven't seen Sakib Zulfikar used tonight. Obviously, oi, that is about as close as you can to wearing the ball as an umpire. That was mission improbable, but slightly possible for Nilkesh.
Nearly. Oh, well, Keshi, how did he get out of the way of this? This was oh, look at that. That's proper Matrix, I'm telling you. That is the real thing, the real McCoy.
You know what? They say it's all about the base, but there's a little bit more junk in the trunk of Nilkesh. He's wearing that, probably saving a boundary. It screams to the side screen, though. 4 more. Oh, good reactions. Nilkesh under attack again this time. Should only be a single. I think they quite like Fires facing up to Jane because he's winning this battle so far. Just getting a big chase.
They know they need big ones. Remember, Germany, the one match that they won right at the beginning against Scotland, they chased 172. So, and they did that with 14 balls to go. So they bat deep and they bat well.
That one's going to go as well. More pain for Jane as Boom Boom goes Maximo. Brings up his 50 off 20 balls. Had to wait a long time. Had to kind of take a back seat for a while, but Boom Boom still delivering here in match 10.
Fruity, well, he gets them all on their feet as they applaud his half-century. Just like Musadik, he brings it up, and he's a little bit more one-dimensional, but he knows that, we know it, but he's effective. And he brings up a very fine half-century ball. Pero felicidades to Fruity. Sí, eso es, Fruity. Mini Boom Boom. Tienes 50 carreras, pero no terminado ahora. Tienes más.
All right, high. This time, might still get there because he's such a strong man. Shade Afridi goes boom, boom. 29 off the 9th. And Germany 178 for 2.
Sí, claro. ¿Quieres más? Y tengo más. 6 more. And Afridi. These two well set. Fires have just come out there and done well as well. On a day that we celebrate 2 big names on cricket. Of course, on this day, 1975, Jack Callis was born. He's possibly the greatest all-rounder in cricketing history. With all respects to Gary Sobers, it took him a while to find his feet, but with a masterful match-saving 101 in Melbourne, 97-98, announced the arrival of a batter of real class.
He does, I mean, I know it gets spoken about. You could argue he's not spoken about enough, Jack Callis. Anyway, the 6 is going to keep on coming here. Fires goes bang. They do go back to Secunda, but in the 10th, 184 now for Germany. And, yeah, I mean, we could be looking at 200 here. You tell you what, if it is 200, who knows? We might be looking at our biggest ever chase, or like our first ever 200 chase. Netherlands still 14% to win this game.
The number of boundaries that have been hit in the last, last 8 deliveries. Quite crazy. Well, if you look at the last, what we've got there, last 9 balls, 8 of them have gone to the boundary. and we're talking sixes.
Yeah, we are talking sixes. And look, it looks like finally found the Grizzly. Ball retriever needing a bit of help. Probably want a new ball, but probably when they throw the new one out, it gets wet anyway. It's not really, it's not rain, it's just surface water. First time we've had kind of genuine dew. Edged and gone. So Crows will do the job. Fires goes for a pretty quick fire, 39. Nice glove work from Noah. As the counter Zulfiqar will pick up the second wicket.
Yeah, I mean, a good sharp catch taken there by Crows. Well, Crows do fly, and he flies to his right and takes a very good catch. This is going pretty quickly.
It does give another meaning to as the crow flies, as the Crows flies. But, put your own twist on it. Nice innings though from Fires, just what the doctor ordered. 39 off 13, 306 boundaries in all. 4 Maximos, 2 4s. This will bring Jivan Button out. Interesting, they go for a left-hander. That's been really impressive when we've seen him.
He's been the guy they've called upon when they've been in trouble, and he's always delivered.
He's even gone up to the top of the order and done a good job. They've kind of
had him opening, yeah.
Yeah, they originally scored runs, I think it was number 8. Anyway, see how he goes here. The first one gets under. Freedy wants somehow to get the strike. He won't be able to get it.
Good areas to the new banner, who just wants to see ball hit ball, but if you push it a little bit wider, and gets him to miss it. Just a couple of dot balls here, which, well, we were talking 200s a moment ago, remember?
Time he does get a piece of it. Should just be a single, but hey, maybe not a bad thing. I think if I'm a Freedy here, I'm not taking a single. Just I'm thinking strategically. I know Buck might do it, but I feel like I'd pay 1 run to have Boom Boom on strike one more time.
Gets the single, so Freedy, see if you can get a few more of those boom booms.
That is a mile high, and once again, won't have to worry about running. Maximals, Ace Mars, a Freedy to 65, Boom Boom, creating the booms here with 1 ball remaining. Germany 191.
Yeah, how many times, Vinny, do we see, or have we seen matches where we've seen 3 batters go past the 50 mark? It doesn't happen a lot, and that's a really good sign for Germany.
Well, that's flicked away, and that'll be another boundary to finish. It's yeah, we'll have to see if this is 4 or 6. Yeah, the thing with Boom Boom, he's one of those players that can really miss-hit sixes, and yeah, so the fact he can do that just makes him all the more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, well, nice little, well, look at that headgear. This looks like he's going for a little swim afterwards, maybe. But anyway, it's done in the job. I think he'll wear that more often. Let's see where this ends up. I think that's it's a close one, isn't it? Probably just before the rope. I think that's probably going to be 4 runs. And it is signalled by the umpire, who was left all by himself out there to signal the 4.
He'll get
set to go get the ball.
But hey, so it will be 195 for 3 after 10. And, you know, the thing about Boom Boom, he is a big friendly giant as well. So he's quite an intimidating character. I'm sure he gets fine up on the field sometimes. But, you know, he just loves his cricket, loves the platform. You know what? Netherlands 11, they own the biggest chase on ECN, and I'm not prepared to count them out of this. This is a German attack that can go very well, but they are also an attack that went for 216 in a game on finals day against Hungary. So, look, the Dutch know they're behind, but I think they're also quietly confident they could make a little bit more history here in Championship Week if they can pull off this 196 chase. It would actually be 13 more than the existing record that they set in 2023. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this first innings. And yeah, it started with the ball that kind of went over our commentary box, then one went hit straight, and the jump shed went early 2 or 4, but the Germans, they do have confidence that they've got a long, strong batting lineup, and then we saw with the 66 from Musadik, Fires with a fighting 39, that they weren't taking any prisoners. Musadik in particular impressed me with his stroke play.
Yeah, Musadik, he's impressed, I think, all the way through in the Euros of cricket, because not only in the group stages, but he's doing it here in Championship Week as well. He's just a very talented, wristy player, plays all around the ground. And when you combine him with the firepower of someone like Jamshid Khan, Shahid Afridi, who clicked this time, and also Fayaz Khan. They're a good outfit. They're a good, solid team. It'll be a good test, though. You make a good point. It'll be a good test to see how they perform in these conditions, because their pacers might just struggle with the soft ground.
Interesting. It probably gives a bit more credibility to the theory that the Netherlands spin attack isn't as potent at night and with potential dew and grip issues. Having said that, the Pacers had similar problems with kind of mis-executing a few balls. I thought Sakanda did a pretty good job. He came on. They just didn't really think that Sakib was a viable option, even though he's such a talented leg spin bowler. So they go for his brother. Fletcher couldn't quite hold on to that one. Shariz was kind of more good than bad, but what were his figures in the end? He ended up with 2 overs, none for 35, and that's kind of was the theme of the innings, that Dutch had some promising signs, but most of the good points went to Germany. That wouldn't have been a good point for Nilkesh, who shows exactly where he almost wore the grizzly. But yeah, 10th over was time to party, wasn't it? We saw Shahid Afridi going past 50. It wasn't done yet. This is the 9th, actually. They ended up having 5 boundaries out of 6, went for 29. And Sakanda had some thinking to do. Again, I liked his efforts with the ball. Did come up with that wicket of Fayaz Khan, but still a bit of a bang-bang finish. 10 off the last 2. And Germany finish with 195.
Well, it looked like the bat phones were working there. I think that was a Fayaz
I think it might have been.
who was making a call there to Afridi. He said, yeah, nice one. You got your half century. Well done. Get us another couple of boundaries before the end of the innings. And he did oblige there towards the end as well. So a good finish. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Like I say, I mean, that's very impressive. Afridi 69, 66 from the very talented Musaddiq as well. And Fayaz Khan, as you'd always expect from him, a very good all-rounder, chipped in with a healthy 39.
Yeah, and as far as the bowlers went, you can see that no one really went for not runs. Ellenbaas actually the most economical, took 1 for 15. 2 wickets for Sakanda Zulfiqar. Again, he's a viable option with his medium pace. But yeah, the spin didn't really provide too many answers, although, like I said, they might win 2 balls and over, but there were probably 4 boundaries in such an over as well. But hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and the Dutch will get the right of reply here. They've got some very talented players. It'll be a bit of fire on fire, I think, when we return, with Germany trying to defend 195 and the Dutch hoping to make more ECN history. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, back with Rico Fulham. We're back shortly with the final innings of Day 2 of Championship Week. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Paramatch, the Huntana under Luthea, and Victorinox. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Join us in celebrating World Food Day on the 16th of October. Share your meal on sharethemeal.org and let's hit hunger for 6.
Hello and welcome back to Cartama Under Lights. Well, the rain's away and we are out to play here in match number 10. It's Germany versus the Netherlands 11. The Dutch sent in the Germans, and the Germans said, yes, please, fill your boots. 195 for 3. Interesting in slightly wet conditions because, okay, we know the ground's taking a lot of water, but it's more the dew factor at the moment. I think that's more of an issue. 136 or less. If the Germans can restrict the Dutch to that, then they'll take all 4 points. I don't think the 7 overs is on the table with this size total, even with that power pack Dutch batting lineup. But yeah, I do think that, yeah, you see the footprints at the bottom of the screen there, give you an idea. I have just noticed over the last couple of years that it does get a bit wet. It tends to favour the batting side, which isn't something you'd normally say. But I think the bowlers have trouble with control. The ball gets harder to catch. And the ball's just been flying out there. We saw so many balls fly. In fact, we saw 21 Maximos in the first half of this innings. But if there's one team that doesn't mind a big chase, it's the Netherlands. Let's not forget. They hold the record for the highest chase in ECN history. Here's a guy that would hold the record for most games commentated if I would just get out of the way. Is Rico Full, who's with me in the commentary box. Yeah, what do you think? Pretty interesting. The computer basically says there's a 1 in 6 chance or thereabouts that the Netherlands can pull this off.
I think if I'm thinking on cricketing terms, we know that Netherlands, they are good enough to do this. They've done it before. I also think that Germany, it will be a real good test for them and how they hold the ball. We saw that most of the Netherlands bowlers did have issues. There was a few no balls out there, a few balls that have slipped out of the hands that didn't even make it onto the pitch. It will be a factor. The dew is still there. So it's all about how they start and control, because one thing that we do know in Netherlands, if you bowl badly, they'll punish you. So Germany have to be good.
Verhagen gets the opening spot. And now Verhagen, he's going to have a tight single first up, not picked up. It's a case in point there. Have a look at you can see the footprints everywhere, so that dew's definitely intensifying. He's out there with Musa Ahmed. So yeah, Verhagen was actually the straight man, if you like, to Zakir Zulfikar in that qualifier too last year, where Spain got knocked out in mid, so he barely hit a ball in the middle of the bat, but he was there and actually came up with a couple of good strikes when it was required. And this is Zadran, who's a fiery customer, steaming in this first over.
It's going to be a tight. No, can't get there. I was going to say, I mean, you would have thought on this surface, you're running along like that, you just dive, don't you? It'll take you close to it, but I think this one was always going to beat him. You see here, he's probably, just about a metre or so short to where it was. 4 runs, first boundary, and Musa, he is away. Musa Ahmed, he loves his time here at the Cartama Oval, and I think he enjoys playing here, enjoys batting here. I think he's definitely one of those batters that likes to play this format. He relishes these shorter boundaries, and he's looking to cash in here if he can.
Clean play, Musa. Good to watch too. Nicked and gone. Just probably played the wrong stroke there. Musa trying to hit across the ball. It was outside the off stump. Thick outside edge. Mandy holds on to the chance. An early strike to Germany with the Netherlands 11, 5 for 1.
Well, Musa, he might relish being out there. He wants to be there longer, but he can't be, thanks to some good bowling from Zadran and a great catch from Mandy. Again, another one that goes pretty quickly, but he takes it comfortably. Good technique is the end of Musa. You see, he just takes that step across. He wants to put himself in line with the ball that he thinks might be straighter, but it's actually fired across him. Great bowling from a man that we know very well, of course. And this guy, and Zahid Zadran, has taken 2 hat-tricks already in this championship, and one of them was a 5-er. So that's the end of Musa. It's not going to be his night.
And so there you see Crows taking an off-stump guard. Now, he's a guy that's shown he's not afraid to get funky from ball 1. He's very good at both the reverse kind of dink or deflection or ramp, whatever you want to call it, and the regular one. You see what he does. One legs up. Miss. That's a spicy outswinger from Zadran.
Yeah, look at this delivery. Loving this ball. I was talking about whether they'll be able to control it. Not only is he controlling it, he's getting it to move around like that. It's a beautiful delivery.
It's one you're happy not to hit when you come out first ball. Swinging the ball at pace. That's very talented. Crows, this is going to be a really interesting innings for him. Interesting problem for him to try and tackle here. Right off the end of the bat this time. Get through for 1. Yeah, but you're going to love watching Crows live. You know, one day he's actually said, I was having a chat with him the other night, he said, I've really learned a lot and I'm going to take this into my T20 game. There's the highest chasers. Netherlands 11 at the top. Chased 183 on the 20th of October last year. Well, this is the 16th of October. So yeah, it's almost the anniversary of that. The only ever 180s chase in ECN history. We're talking in over 6,000 matches. This is a 190s chase. Is it time? Oh, Nix, does this carry? That's the only question. He's been given out. Square leg umpire says, yes, it has carried. We'll certainly have a look, but Verhagen nicks off second ball. Zadran's got 2 at 6 for 2.
Yeah, there's definitely a sound, and I think that was very good umpiring because they look at each other, and you can see that Nilkes Patel needed to make sure that this ball had carried. Joe Foster gives him the nod and says, yeah, definitely carries, and is being given. Let's have a look at this. So there's definitely a noise there. Does it carry?
Yeah, for me it does. And it's right in the end of the gloves.
Let's see here.
It's always, I mean, replays are funny, but for me, it's gone past his fingertips and he has his fingers under it.
Yeah.
Mandy was sure he caught it. And you see him scoop up under it. So I think for me, it's a good call. There's certainly not anything. Well, I don't know. They're calling him back here. This is very interesting.
Wow.
I don't. If they've given that out on the field, there's no way that you can overturn that.
Well,
I don't agree with that at all.
I mean, it's one of those, isn't it, where the more you look at it, the more you start to, your eyes play games with it. But it looked like, I mean, if you look at that, I mean, that's one that I think the umpire who's at square probably has the best view of this. When we're looking at it face on like this, it doesn't, you're not looking at it in the right angle.
That's a catch. You can't convince me otherwise. Does it go in the middle of his hands? No. But does he get it in his fingers? Yes. And to overturn an on-field call with that evidence, that's I'd be very upset if I was Mandy, and for good reason.
I think I mean, you'd be upset if you're the wicketkeeper, Mandy. You'd be upset if you're the bowler. Germany would be upset, but I think the umpires. I don't think the umpires would be very happy with that. Umpires, the on-field umpires worked as a team. The decision's given, and you can see why it's given, and then it's getting overturned.
Loosely, if it had been given not out on the field, I still think it's a pretty clear catch, but I can see that you might feel there's a bit of doubt around it, but there's certainly nothing to me that you can be sure it hits the ground. I think it was in the gloves were together as well. Good shot here by Crows. It's going to be away from the fielder, and it's going to run away for 4. And 4, I think they're pretty sure about that off the field, and that's what I'll go with. I don't know, I'd see what everyone... Those replays are funny because you often see what you want to see. So I do I also get that it's not the...
Yeah, that...
At night, the picture gets blurry and all this, but just my keeper's instinct said that got in the gloves, and the gloves weren't apart either, so it's not like I think it would have hit the ground in between his gloves.
The point that you made, the way you went down and scooped it from underneath, and the way you see the gloves come up, so that's a very interesting call.
Anyway, there's no cry over spilt milk. Verhagen gets another chance. Meanwhile, Crows is setting about the monumental task of trying to chase down 196 Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's playing shots on merit. He's been given width, and he's getting himself in a good position and playing it away. I think this will be a good time for Fires Khan to find that deadly Yorker that we know that he does possess.
Yeah, Fires doing their job with this second over. This one actually gets back in between that and Powder Crows. Yeah, look, final point on that is that it's always problematic trying to judge catches with a two-dimensional image and you only got a certain frame rate as well to work with. And quite a lot of replays give you more questions than answers. That for me, on the balance of compared to some that I've seen, and just having played the game for a long time, that seemed like a clean catch to me. The fingers come up underneath, and even if it was given not out, I'd consider overturning it. But to overturn an out to not out on that, I don't think that the process has really been followed there. Anyway, the umpires see what they see, and I suppose they're the ones that make the decisions. But meanwhile, Fires is bowling a decent over. If you can bowl an over of 15 or less here, you're miles ahead of the game.
A big time. The first over only went for 6, so this one he's going at the moment is pretty tidy as well, 16 for 1, and that rate is just climbing. I mean, it's already at 20. So Netherlands, if they're winning this match, they've got to be scoring over 20 and over. So in other words, they're going to have to do it going at a magical pace.
Well, rare kind of off over for Crows. Having said it, usually 4 and 6. There were 4 drop balls in it as well, into 2 overs. 16 for 1 after 2. By the way, and rightly so, chat has been pretty bullish about the Netherlands' chances kind of heading into this innings. But let's think of the other side of the coin. Germany, especially with this start, they are a chance of getting all 4 points here. And if they do that, they go 2 points clear at the top of the table at the halfway point. After this is the halfway point of the group matches. And they're in great shape. Remember the Netherlands, I think it was 137. They'll need to even keep their point. Interesting.
Well, let's see. Verhagen, he gets given a second chance. You don't often get those. Let's see if you can make it count. Zadran. And drags this out onto the leg side. It's just going to be a single. So Zadran does come back. And I think it's a good move to get him to come back. And you see that one, just bringing that ball in to the batter this time. So getting movement out there, the German bowlers.
Final thing I'll say is the keeper's reaction was genuine and absolute no doubt. He wasn't such a man. He's a pretty honest guy as well. I know that there are sometimes it might touch screen you might not know. We know that now in the modern game, but he's got things under it. Anyway, I'll take my keeper's hat off. I'll put my commentator's headset back on. And right now we're seeing Crows' unusual start to his innings. Now the one thing about Crows here is he hasn't funkified his innings yet. First time we've really seen him batting from this end as well. Wind's not really a factor here. I'm a bit surprised that he hasn't taken one of those deflections on yet.
Just saw him have a look at the fine leg boundary.
It's time. Nice Dandel. He hits this beautifully, and this is why he doesn't have to do it. I was actually calling for more of this in Group D, but that is about as pure of an elevated straight drive as you could ever hope to see.
This is picture perfect. Yeah, take a picture of this and frame it because it is glorious. Have a look. Click, click, click. Smile, please. What a shot. That is right out of the textbook.
Maximo with truffle sauce. That was classy from Crows. That run, that happen very often. Rolling cutters out. You wouldn't believe it. No luck for Crows. Inside edge, onto the body. Could have gone anywhere. Rolls back onto the stumps. And it's a classic 6, but it's a slightly messy dismissal as Crows walks back for 17. And the Dutch now have lost another wicket early in this chase. It's 23 for 2.
Zahid Zadran does it again after we saw probably the most glorious, one of the most glorious shots we've seen in the championship. There's the cutter, and it just goes straight back on to the stumps. He's trying to work this away on the offside, and you can see what it means to him. It's a big wicket, and it's only one way to come back when you're being hit for a humongous six. That's to come back and knock the pegs over, and Noah Crows, and he played his part in that as well, as he got a big chunk of that onto his own stumps.
Yeah, but 7 dot balls out of 11 is very not Noah type of innings, but that's the game, isn't it? Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. It does give an opportunity, and tell you what, if you had to send someone out there in this situation, how about this man? Sikandar Zulfikar is 92 off 21 in qualifying to set up that highest ever chase of 183. And they do need basically 4 a ball. For me, I think this is the new point of no return in ECC cricket at the Cardinal Oval. Yeah. But otherwise, Dutch might need to just reassess on that 137. Sikandar. That ball shows you that he's willing to take at least one.
I've been very impressed, I have to say, with the control that both Zadran and Faiz Khan have showed so far. I mean, we know it's not easy. We know the ball is wet, but they're getting the ball, they're getting the grip right, and they're getting movement as well. That's been very impressive. They're getting that ball to swing around.
Nice ball of power play. Spicy one this time. Get one. At the end of 3, and the Germans well on top. Maybe on 4-4 here. The Dutch on the back foot, 24 for 3. What I will say is, you know what? These German bowlers, they run in as hard as anyone. If anything, the pitch has got wetter and the outfield's got wetter because of the dew. They are just showing that a lot of the demons are kind of in the mind.
Yeah.
You know, they are running in, and okay, they might be a bit more used to it. Have a look at that first innings. The worst over was 15. Have a look at that for consistency of scoring. It's not often you see something like that. The worst over 15 in innings. No surprise they get 190, 195 again.
Yeah, they just, I mean, we saw that most overs were going average of 17, 18s, 19s. Oh, let's have a look at this. Netherlands 113 or 42 for a point, 16. Going at over 16.
That's basically a slightly above par rate to even keep their point now. Yeah, getting a 4-pointer in Championship Week could be massive. Here's Basir who's bowling. And just on cue, he's the first person that has a problem with the footing. I can understand the first ball though, being a bit apprehensive.
Yeah, well, I like the fact that he's bowling. He's got good variations. I mentioned, of course, Jack Callis was born on this day, and on this day, in 1978, another great player, and the all-rounder Kapil Dev made his Test debut in Faisal Hat. A bit more on that in a moment. It didn't go to plan though, as he took 1 for 96 in that match, but things would get better for him.
Big inning first up from Basir. They're going to throw at the stumps. That would have been out, but probably wasn't too close to the target.
Yeah, so not the best of starts for Kapil Dev on this day in 1978, but Kapil, of course, would finish with 5,228 runs, and he also did take 434 wickets. World record until, of course, later Courtney Walsh went past him. So Kapil Dev gets a mention on this day today, as well as Jack Callis. Might change in the angle from the bowler. Obviously doesn't seem to be liking where he's landing. So he's coming now around to the left. He gets a bit of movement up in the air, fielder after it, and it's going to get past them all. It will go to the boundary. Looks like it's going to be 4 runs. And I think that might be 4 here.
I felt it was 4. Again, the fielders would know. It shows you, it just kept carrying. Remember Verhagen was on borrowed time. We thought he might have been caught behind. That one shows it bounces just inside the boundary.
Yeah, you can see that the coach of Germany doing his rounds, speaking there to the captain, Rohit. It's down the leg side. Doesn't get all of this. Verhagen is still there, but he's struggling really. And gets a single there. 7 or 5 deliveries. It's going to have to do something special here. If they don't get themselves back with a big over here, really, I think they're going to struggle, and may even struggle just to get a point.
Yeah, that's the way it's looking. Dutch have had 4 consecutive washouts, including the group finals. I know it's still got time, but it feels like the point is more a realistic target at this stage. Scores wide here. So if we get a single, that's kind of the way things are going at the moment for the Dutch. We'll say they were 2 or 1% against Spain before they turned it around, but yeah, it's just one of those nights at the moment. And look, even though we always a bit of discussion about the, did they get cost a wicket there, but really, obviously Verhagen hasn't gone unhurt yet. Germany's still sitting pretty, and I don't think that's going to bother them so much, whatever happened with that call. See ya. Let's just angle it in, swing it away. That's the cutter though. This is miles in the air. Well, let's see how they are in the high ball. This is a real testing one. Oh, good effort. Perfect club selection though. Rohit, part of me thinks he was relieved he didn't have to play on this, but it's maximal 6 for Verhagen.
I think you get the same feeling I did. Rohit Singh, yaar, मैं नहीं फर सकता. लेकिन चल जा चक्का लग गया. Because yeah, right. I don't think he wanted to be in the play. We was trying to keep that one in the field of play. So Verhagen does get another big one away. That's a good sign. He's had a few issues getting bad on the ball. He's 13 off 6. Zulfikar just got in there, 37 for 2. I think that's he's updating, doesn't
it? I actually think it's not the over yet.
Yeah, probably one more to come.
Yeah, he's going to come back and bowl the last ball. That's good that obviously that match has been passed on. Locking at the moment. So yeah, still a ball to go, but see 13 plus this off the over.
So 13's come from it. Can he finish well, Basir? I think he definitely has struggled with his footing. So hasn't felt comfortable. He's the only bowler to do so, but we knew that there would be issues for some. Even though that Fayaz and Zadran didn't show any signs of it.
All right, here's the end. Even though it feels like the start of a new over, here's the end of the 4th over. See, I think his main tactic here is get natural left to right movement with his action. Left to right for this screen. Angle in, take it away. Verhagen's ready for it, and the last ball is going to cost him 6. So make that 19 off the over and 19-2 Verhagen as the Dutch 43 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed those couple of boundaries to finish the over. So that's more like it, but of course the rate still is right up there at past that 25. This will be a serious run chase, but I think at the moment, Netherlands, they know, a little bit like Scotland, I think, against Spain, and the only other match we've been able to bring you today is just get a point. That's the most crucial thing, get a point. You don't want to give up all the points here to Germany.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it means that the Dutch lose their point, goes to Germany, put Germany in box seat for double chance as well. And a few teams playing catch up. Germany were at least benefited by the fact that they had one less rain out than other teams. And if they've won both those, they're in great shape. Here's the deal card. Tear away. First one. Swings a lot. Swing up the lines here. But again, I'll just reiterate this point that he's running in as fast as he can, more or less, and he's bowling heat first ball. And I will also say some bowlers, if it's slightly damp with the landing, it affects some more than others. They don't know exactly how they land, but these Germans, they haven't been too bothered at all.
This boy, we know he just likes to bowl as fast as he can. It's uppish, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs inside the gap between the wide third and the point. And that's what Sekunder's got to do. He's just got to flash hard at this. Khan's got the dot ball in first up. What a great take that was, by the way, first ball there.
Yeah.
From Satchimandi. He's really impressed.
Great keeper. Yeah, really good keeper. Having to deal with some tough stuff here. I mean, when we notice it swinging after the stumps, it's probably seeming like it's going 3 times more from his vantage point. This one just pulled back and then slightly in. Well pulled away by Skander Zulfikar as he finds the square leg boundary as 4 runs to the Netherlands, bringing up the 50 with that stroke.
Yeah, these two just starting to get into the rhythm. Verhagen took his time, but he's now hitting the ball pretty well. Skander Zulfikar, we know all about what he can do. Certainly, we know that he's a man, remember, who broke those Spanish hearts last year.
Oh, gutty ball really. Once again, Mandy's got some work to do down the leg side. Hello to everyone, and people might be wondering what's with 85 when they need 144 to win. 85 off 33 is for them to keep their point. Remember, if you can't exceed 70% of the opposition's total, lose your point. 4 points up for grabs every group match. Generally, it's 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser, but if you win by a large amount, and that's what we call large, then you get to steal the other team's point and take all 4.
We know that they can chase. We know what they did last year against Spain. We talk a lot about that. But don't forget this year in the Group D, in qualifier 1, they played out a sensational match against Sweden, chasing 168 with 4 balls to go. So a team that give up a chase, so they're going to stay well switched on here.
The bonus point, it's not too hard to understand, is it? We had a point.
Oh, that's too high. Just, he said, I can show you the bruise, umpire. I can show you the bruise because that is just too high, and so could be nasty, couldn't it? So this is the first time that we've seen the last 2 overs the bowlers have trouble. Basir did, and now Adil Khan, that one slips out of his hand.
And it'll happen from time to time. Vargan wishing he was caught behind if that had gone wrong. But anyway, gets a free hit here. He can really tee off at it. Just hits it. And they keep it in the field of play. The catch doesn't matter. Doesn't catch anyway. I was going to say, remember the first day of the season when we were trying to explain the bonus point? And I said to everyone, trust us.
Yeah.
It's not as complicated as you think. I think viewers who watch all the time, they realise what a great innovation it's been as far as obviously giving teams something to play for. Always there's net run rate to play for, but there's something tangible that Netherlands can take out of this game if they can reach that 137, and it could make a big difference. All right, high. And Basir wants it. No, Mandy wants it. And he's going to let it get away. You know, he got in the right spot, but he just couldn't get the gloves together. I think maybe he surprised himself with how close he got to it. That's a rare error from a very good keeper. Let's look at the hands here, see? The hands didn't have the pinkies together. It was actually a slight technical thing. I think the judgment was there. End of the 5th over. I think they only got 1 there. Maybe they got 2. But anyway, we'll find out. I'm going to go with 57 for 2 after 5. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Here with Rico Full back in the house. As, believe it or not, our 4 weeks is coming to an end. This Saturday we will have our 4th ever ECC champion, of course, in this top division. And what a 4 weeks it's been. It seems so long ago now, but it's only about 2, I think it was 2 weeks tonight, actually, that we crowned the Greeks the champions of the Challenger division. So it's been insane, hasn't it?
It has been insane, and well, I know when it came to the Euros of cricket, especially that Challenger division, as this one's been played well, picked up well, but straight to the field, it'll be a single. Yeah, I mean, Greece was the word for Challenger division, and Greece was the word when it came to the football as well. What a time Greece are having. Don't forget, they a couple of days ago had that famous 2-1 victory over England. So Greece certainly making some headlines at the moment, not just in the cricket but in the football. But yeah, will we see a new name on that championship board? Will it be Netherlands again? Will it be England? Will we see somebody new? That's the question. Certainly when you have a look at some of the teams that we've seen, that 4 runs, good placement, Cuatro Guerreras from Zulfiqar having been dropped earlier on 14. But when you look at some of the teams, I mean, we looked at Spain earlier, and Spain when they're playing well, especially when you think that they could have the likes of Mohamed Barber coming back. You look at this German side, and some of the cricket they're playing, we know Scotland on their day can be pretty exciting and thrilling as well. It certainly could be any one of these teams.
And, you know, a lot of people saying, oh, Scotland probably aren't going to make it. You never know. Think of the run they made towards the end a couple of years ago in Championship Week. They went really close to knocking England out of that tournament as well. I think they got within about 15 runs. They were it was Kessajard actually that was able to pull out a big innings. But yeah, right now, Netherlands 74 of 27 points. Keep an eye on that run rate required for that, 16 and over or so. It's been there for a while. Mini Boom Boom getting the ball here at over 6.
Fruity Now, Freedy, we know all about this guy, all right? He could have some issues sometimes. There you go, right on cue. I know what I'm talking about, people. Every so often, the Freedy, he goes for the Yorker and he ends up bowling a few full bungers. But we also know that he can come back with an absolute gem. Well, that's a warning for a Freedy.
Sometimes I miss not playing anymore, and other times I'm so thankful I'm retired, because getting a ball like that from a Freedy, which is at your heart, which slipped out of his hand. And like I said, he's a big friendly giant. There's no intent in that. But anyway, Zulfikar is going to get the free hit.
And he hits it pretty well as well, doesn't he? As that one disappears into the night sky, over cow corner for a big 6. It's a goodness, Zulfikar. As I said, these two are not going to give this up. The rate is, all right, it's steadily going up, but it just takes a couple of massive overs to bring it back to, well, what you would say, a realistic chase.
Yeah, I'd actually say they're about 50-50, or maybe slightly better than 50-50 for the point, if we had the supercomputer on the point. I think the supercomputer remembers Sikandar, and that's why it's 1%, and the lights aren't going out on that, because this guy, you know, what is the rate? 28, 29 and over now for the win. But yeah, look, this point is huge for both teams. It gives Germany some breathing space at the top of the ladder. Yeah. It makes it more likely that they'd be able to grab the double chance. So Germany are the kind of team that nobody wants to play right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they have their good days, they're bad, but they can beat anyone on a given day. Oh, to himself. Boom Boom has a crack at the stumps, misses. And would have been out by a lot. Zulfikar was on the back foot. He actually hit himself in the back foot, I think, as well.
Yeah. Varhagen also, I think if we see the replay of the batters running here, Varhagen also goes sliding down because he doesn't know if the throw's going to come to his end. Let's watch here, both batters. So there's the running. Watch Varhagen. He goes, he slips, down he goes. Yeah. But if that hit, yeah, that was going to be the end of
Run on
Zulfikar.
the pitch, though. Run on the pitch. Everyone, listen to me. Run on the pitch. You're less likely to slip. Varhagen gets caught kind of a foot in each. A bit like trying to run on an Olympic track and sand at the same time with 1 foot on one foot on the other. So, yeah, run on the pitch. It's a public safety announcement coming your way from the ECN commentary box. Afridi is dangerous in more ways than one. Last ball to 6 coming up. Varhagen
he's going to get lucky.
Wow, that one was a stinger, and Verhagen's luck runs out on 22. That was straight at the fielder who knocks it up. He's got the burning palms, does Jeevan Butt, but he takes the catch. 72 for 3.
Well, Jeevan Butt, he's already got there's one finger that's bandaged up. We'll get the bandages out because he's going to have another one. This was motoring. What a catch this is, because he does ever so well. First, he takes all the pace of it, and then he takes it, but watch, he's not afraid to let him know it hurt him, because that was travelling. That was absolutely walloped.
The pain was instant, but he just had to put off his reaction about a second or a second and a half to take the catch, and then he reacts. So, yeah, Butt's going to probably walk off the field with Verhagen, I think. 72 for 3. Here's Shariz Ahmed now. Rico Shariz last year, he was more of a bowler that didn't really feature too much with the bat, but his batting has certainly leveled up. Now, by the way, it looks like they are going to take Jeevan off the field. So we'll have the substitute fielder on, which I think will be Mohammad Asif. He's going to go to the same position. Right. Wide first up as Zulfikar will be facing up, because that was the end of the over. 72 for 3 becomes 73 for 3. 4 overs remaining, 64 required now, so 16 and over. This is a very important partnership, I think, if Netherlands do want to walk away with a point here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, are you a little bit surprised that we haven't seen the likes of Clayton Floyd out there already, and maybe even the captain himself, Sebastian Brown?
Yeah, yes and no. It's interesting. It's going to be a wide, I think, for height. It's also probably down the leg side. But the thing is, Floyd's coming off 3 ducks. So, yes, you'd think he might come off at some point, but I can understand they go with a different combination. Brutt's always been used as a kind of a backup. You haven't really seen him batting above number 6, even though he definitely could. Yeah, it shows you, it says a lot about Shariz's batting, that now he's batting ahead of someone like Brutt and even Floyd. Side. That's ill-directed delivery by Adil.
Yeah, the Adil, I mean, he's quick. We know that. He's quick. He's got pace. just you can see at the moment, just struggling to keep the ball in the right areas. And I suppose when you've got a big score on the board like 195, you can afford the odd mistakes, the odd wides. But a hat-trick of wide so far from Adil Khan at the start of this over. Well, that's another one. We'll make it 4 wides on the spin. I think Adil, he's got to just do something different here, and whether he's got to just try and grip the ball differently. So you can see Rohit Singh coming over to him. Rohit, of course, has been captaining this side for a while. He knows the players very well. Just offers a few words to his bowler and says, come on, concentrate. Maybe just cut down the pace a little bit. But it doesn't look like he's struggling with his footing. I think it's just his release point is wrong.
Adil, the one that hasn't quite found his rhythm, right in the air. Someone should reach this Rohit out there at deep cover, and it goes down. And once again, it's a classic grain of rice coming from the clouds, and Rohit's a very good fielder. Got there with 2, but he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, just look at his footing here. Again, he's leaning forward. He needed to take that extra couple of steps forward, get right underneath it, but he doesn't. He's missed it, and that ball actually bounces and gives him the kiss on the back of his neck.
Yeah, you know, he's actually...
He'll have to explain that when he gets home, won't he?
Potentially.
And then a kicky.
Misjudged it. It was actually further right than he thought. Adil, though, that's 5th wide in the over. So this is all helping Netherlands kind of creep up on that 137. Adil needs to find a way out of the over here.
Zulfikar's had some opportunities, been dropped on 14, been dropped on 26. So while he's out there, we know he can hurt you. Let's have a look. Slower ball, and that's been picked beautifully. That's been timed to perfection as it crashes into the European Cricket Network fence. Stronger together. Well, you've got to be stronger together. And just a reminder, we can all be stronger together. Remember, it is World Food Day today. And do your bit by joining forces with our charity partner. Share the meal, scan the QR code and see if you can make a difference to the millions of people that go without food in the day. 1 in 9 people suffer with chronic hunger. Slower ball, and unlucky, well bowled, cleverly bowled. He's just trying to get out of this over, isn't he? He's Adil Khan, trying to do everything he can to just get out of the over. Struggling big time. 2 balls to go. Balls back to his mark. I'd say 2. Yep. 3 to come. All the wides. 5 wides in the over. Right, now he's got to have more issues because he's now got to try and get it right to the left-hander, Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed, first legal ball, and he's going to get a piece of it, but not the whole thing. He will get 1. They're going to stick with 1, and as Zulfikar comes back, so they've got that rate down below 15 and over now. Well, now it's exactly 15 actually, but it feels like a big point. Okay, let's kind of think ahead. We don't really know which way this table is going to go because it's very unpredictable and they're all very clustered at the moment. But who knows? This point could be the difference between the Netherlands getting a double chance or Germany getting the double chance. And we're watching it right here. So a big 3 and a bit overs to come. It's a deal. Slower ball, waits on it, picks it, finds the gap, and puts it over the fence. Maximal for Skander Zulfikar up into the 40s. It's not quite the kind of job of chasing 183 to make the final, but still, if he could steer them to this 137, I think his team will appreciate it.
Yeah, played away. Yeah, and the point, so, I mean, we're talking about this point and why it's so important. Netherlands at the moment, 4th spot, but they're on the same number of points as Scotland. So that point is so crucial. It will take them, at least it will give them that point advantage. Otherwise, they'll stay on the same, and everything's to play for tomorrow. And remember, this is key also, as that one's been crunched away beautifully by Skander Zulfikar as he smashes another big 6. It is the end of the over. 99 for 3. But yeah, remember tomorrow, the 2 teams that find themselves at the foot of the table, could be here Netherlands, or looking like it's going to be Netherlands and Scotland. They play each other twice tomorrow. So those matches are going to be crucial. And you can see here, this is what's happening tomorrow. So the first match in the morning, match 11, Scotland at the moment sitting at the bottom of the pack against the Netherlands, who will could probably finish just 1 point above them. Not only do they play once, but they play twice. So the big match coming up. So So Scotland versus Netherlands. You've got England play Germany. And of course, that one will certainly have a good feel to it. Spain, Scotland. Scotland got some big matches coming up. No bigger than that one that starts tomorrow. That's played beautifully. Handsome shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And nicely played. So that's the first boundary there from Ahmed. So just starting to get the momentum going. They took their time here, Netherlands. But with the Secunda Zulfiqar being dropped twice, he's still there. He's making Germany pay for those. But love the way he got into position to play that away. Very nice shot there from Shariz Ahmed. Afridi. Comes Saeed Afridi. Well bowled. Very good ball. Well located. But Afridi, when he bowls like this, he's a different beast, isn't he? He really is. And we haven't seen that deadly Yorker from him yet. So see if he can keep this nice and tight. 1 for 19 so far. See that Ahmed just trying to get him away.
All right, 34-16. These took the crease in match, and Netherlands should get there. Well, watch the clock. You always have to watch the clock with Germany because they've got a pace-heavy attack. They've included Waradak in their side tonight as a left-arm spinner, but they don't really want to use it unless they have to. But yeah, should be okay. 5.5 minutes to bowl 9 balls.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that on a night like this, when they're well on top, they have that option you mentioned to use the spin. They haven't gone to it yet. You would have thought they could have maybe broken up this pace attack. Now, whether we see him getting an over in before the end of the innings, we'll wait and see. Freedy, this time he's getting that full ball right, isn't he? He's getting it not quite the Yorker length, but he's not offering a full toss either. The batter's not able to find the boundary.
Sure is. Needs 1 out of the screws, doesn't he, at this stage? 1-4. Only faked 4 balls, to be fair to him. Netherlands 11. Interesting. I'm still a bit surprised we don't see Brat's a bit higher. I think he's one of the guys proved he can come out and hit 6s from ball 1. That's turned away, and that's going to go away for 4. So, yeah, a bit more of the old touch rather than brute power here from Shariz, but still a very good shot. Moves into double figures.
Yeah, I think with Sebastian, he's probably thinking also, Vinny, and one thing that's very key here. Netherlands, this is the first match they're actually playing in Championship Week. You know, they've been unfortunate with 3 matches abandoned. So I think he's keen to get the batters out there batting. Because though he probably may feel or have felt tempted to get out there, he's probably said, no, I've got to get these guys playing because tomorrow is a big day for us. So I can understand that.
Last ball for Afridi. That's the good Yorker. Squeezed Mandy will throw. I think he's safely home. So could we have the old BP thriller here? Rico for the point. 27 required off 12. Zulfiqar retains the strike. In fact, it won't be Shariz Ahmed who's going to retain the strike. Score now 110 for 3.
Top over there from Afridi. No issues this time with the full toss. He's kept it under wraps. He's kept the ball right up there. Did go for 2 boundaries, but you'll take 11 off the over. And well, the result of this one is done in terms of who wins. Question is, well, can Netherlands at least pick up a point from this contest? To do that, they need to get to that score of 137. So you can see that means that they need 27 of 12 balls. Gain at 13s, and this guy is pretty difficult to manoeuvre as well. Fayez Khan comes back for his second.
Takes it on. Does he get enough? He does. Nice shot by Shariz. He plays that one very well. Just leans back. Whacks it over wide long on. Maximal. 6 carreras. And certainly firms Netherlands for the point. 21 off 11 now.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out, Vinny, that Fayez Khan and some of the German bowlers, they had issues against a particular left-hander in the group stages. Remember when they were trying to bowl to Zima's Deploy? Deploy was carting them all over the place when he scored that century. So it's the same old story here. So you've got a left-hander on strike, and Fayez Khan gets pegged for a big boundary. Let's see the comeback ball. Oh, no ball. That doesn't even catch the pitch. So, yeah, there's issues here. Fayez Khan I noticed this when they played Hungary. He didn't fancy himself against the left-handers. He was all over the place, and he wasn't the only other one. So interesting times for the German bowlers, and this is something that some of the other teams may be having a look at when they play Germany. Remember that all teams do have some talented left-handers. Verhagen has gone already. But you've got this Ahmed out here now. I know Spain have got some powerful left-handers, so could be a little weakness we're seeing here in Germany.
Trying to fetch this one. It's a very interesting call, this. I mean, I wonder if when it passes the crease, it
looks all right to me, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I got to say, I tend to agree, and it could be a bit caught this stage.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. I mean, see what the umpire is seeing. I mean, he does go across his body, but I think this sneaks inside. So, yeah, it's a tough call, really.
Look, what I will say is it's kind of naked eye. I thought it was all right. Maybe got a bit of line, but I think you'd say it's in that zone where you're not sure. If you're not sure, then you can probably say it's a wide. The clock, 90 seconds as well. I reckon they're in trouble. I want a shot. Throws himself physically at the ball, sure is, and puts it into the jungle. Maximal. Well, they could be getting 5 penalty runs here, the Netherlands, because I don't, they'll stop the clock while the ball's getting fetched because it's 9th over, but that's an extraordinary shot. Imagine now that Dutch are going to get there.
He swivels on the pad. Look at this. This is the, on the pad. That is, now that one definitely would have been another wide, but he's clobbered it big time, Captain Caveman style. He gets 6. That's a good shot. And Netherlands now certainly looks set to get to the 137. And, well, they're going to be probably going to pick up perhaps some penalty.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. The clock's been adjusted here, so
they're giving allowances, and people always say this, but this is happening all innings. Just notice it tonight.
Yeah.
They've had to get another ball out there. They need to get it ready for play, so they've added maybe 20 seconds, and they've stopped the clock. So it's a clock that's constantly being managed. Fires with the comeback. Is there a nick on this? Umpire was about to call wide, and now he won't.
It was a funny one. It's a funny one. There was a little sound. I picked up something. I couldn't 100% say it was bat. This sounded like something. And I mean, it could have been just the movement from the batter. Batter doesn't look behind. That's always a sign when the batter's not looking. He just puts his head down and carried on with it. But they were convinced.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's about the same as the wide that was called earlier in the over. But yeah, so they're 2 50-50 calls. One went to the batters, one went to the bowlers. They can say they even out. Still think they're struggling for time. You've got 3 balls. You've got 30 seconds. That'll help. And again, Fires, he's not really aware of it, is he? He's not really aware of it. And so he drops the ball. I think we're heading for pens.
Yeah, well, the clock is ticking.
You said penalties as well when you talk about the German new football coach of the English team. He said the penalties. And as soon as you say the word penalties out loud, it's like Macbeth. It means you're going to have them.
Germany. There we go. So, now he's... Well, I wonder if he'll get some time back here, because this time it's the batter that actually says, hang on a minute. So, yeah.
Don't think going to save him. Need a wicket here and someone to sprint to the crease.
Oh, shot. Outstanding. That's a cracking stroke. Hits the trees and rolls back down. What a shot that is. Beautifully played. Well, they do stop the clock now. When it comes back, is it going to stay on 4 seconds, or will it get a few more?
I think it's pens. I know you're trying to make an allowance because of the ball. Now they're going to wipe the ball. Now the clock's gone.
It's gone. So the old buzzer sounds. And let's see here. Nilkesh Patel is signaling the 5. So there you go. 5 penalty runs will be added to the score. So Germany, that's the issue they have when they go with the seamers.
Yeah, Germans always clock watch with their attack. Well, make that 5, another 11, because that's maximal for sure is. And in fact, that I think will get the Dutch to the point. There's the 5 penalty runs. And yeah, I mean, something that Germany, I actually mentioned at the group stage, they could get away with it because they were kind of rolling through teams. But if they are going to go 10 overs apace, they need to all have a bit more urgency. They can do it. They can all do it together. Yeah. Everyone just needs to have that bit of urgency between balls to get back to the mark quicker, and don't put yourself under that pressure in that 9th over. And okay, it hasn't really cost him here. I think Netherlands probably going to get the point anyway. But in a big game, in a semi-final or a final or an eliminator or something like that, giving those runs away is not something you want to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the thing about it is Germany, because some teams do take a lot of time where the captain and some key players come together, they have a chat before setting a field to a particular batter, and then they go back again. Well, they don't do that. So they're burning time in areas where they shouldn't be. And that's something that they've got to work on, because in a closer match, it can certainly hurt them. Slower ball, but it's a full toss, and that will be smashed away on the leg side. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
50 for Zulfiqar as well, and brings it up off 20 balls. Been a good knock. I mean, it's been a tough situation. I mean, he's the main reason that they reached this point. They cruised to it, actually. But again, he's good under pressure. You know what's a good quality about Sikandar is when the going gets tough, he wants to be out there. I think I mentioned last year in the final, they put Levin in ahead of him. He was trying to almost physically get out there because he wanted to be there when his team needed someone to step up. Well batted.
Okay, now this one may not have the distance. Fielder takes a good catch. That's nicely held. And that's Adil Khan. Holds on to it to Sikandar Zulfiqar. He does his job, doesn't he? He gets his team past that the second target of 137 to ensure that Netherlands, they will at least pick up a point from this contest. And he gets to a 50 before he goes. And that's one positive really here for the Netherlands. A couple really. One is it's a high run chase to get to 137 to get a point. And also that they get to see Sikandar Zulfiqar go out there and score some runs. He did have a couple of chances. He was dropped on 14 and on 26, but he gets the runs on the ball. So well batted. And I think the Netherlands will be happy that at least they got Sikandar. He's finding his form at the right time, because I think he's going to be very key for them.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Sakib gets a hit. Didn't see him bowling tonight. They didn't fancy that his leg spin would really be a good bet in the dewy conditions. Sakib's also a brilliant batter. Saw him at Western Shield stepping up. Just chops his first one out for one. Just catching up on the comment section, I saw Ian saying apparently he's got former professional footballer Nigel Martin, the goalkeeper, who played in the Premier League for Crystal Palace, Leeds United and Everton. Apparently he's playing Premier Cricket next year as a wicket keeper, 18 years after he retired. Interesting. Yeah. He retired from football in 2006. Jeez, must be recent. Advanced age. Okay, he's 58. Well, that's not that old, is it?
Nah.
We've had a 77-year-old play on ECS cricket. Anyway, here's Basir. Inside. Well, Sakib's overcommitted. Well, let's just say they weren't on the same page. They weren't even in the same library, Shariz and Sikandar. Just trying to squeeze every single run. And unfortunately for Shariz, his quite stylish 35 will come to an end. It's kind of too keen, like when you're trying to impress someone on a first date, and I think that's what Sakib was there. And unfortunately, he leaves Shariz to pay the bill.
Yeah, it's not smart cricket, really. I mean, Zulfiqar has only just got out there. You got this, what you would say, the set batter on strike, 35 of 13, and then you proceed to run him out. So that's not a good look, really, Netherlands. But he's batted well, wasn't he? I mean, you mentioned that that he's certainly going ahead of people like Clayton Floyd and Sebastian Bratt. It's well bowled. It's a low Yorker, just slightly fuller than what you'd want a Yorker to be, but the batter still has to dig it out and gets a single. So, all right, Clayton Floyd now. Vinny was saying that he's had 3 ducks on the spin.
He's
he's
got the omelette.
He's got the omelette.
Ducks. He will be blocking this for one. Anyway, Clayton, good luck. And by that, I mean, hope you get another one. That's runs. That's 6. Maximo. I didn't mean it. I love Clayton. He's former MVP. He feels a lot better. So his team. One thing about this Dutch culture, it's good culture they got in the team. You know, like even you'd see other teams, you know, in that run-out situation, maybe, you know, some bad feelings. Clayton sees the funny side. But, you know, they say, look, it's all good. We're all here together. We're a team. We're trying to get the job done. They're going to end up with a decent score here. Potentially 160 with another boundary here. The last ball of day 2. Coming up from Basir. Floyd, confidence riding high. Striking 600. Well, maybe we'll have one more, because that one looked like Paul Clayton, another average ruiner for him. Well, this one, I got a feeling, actually, that it might have been a wide, but I think the umpires have said, no, we're happy with it.
Going to be another run out to Clayton. We'll go here. Once again, I don't think there's any need for it. No, I think it's a good call. I think
he's on his tiptoes there. If he's standing, I feel it's 50-50. I'll give you that one. And Nilkesh, to be fair, he's probably been out there for a while, so he said enough's enough. And yeah, Basia will grab the stat. Floyd will probably not appreciate the run out. But hey, that's the way it goes. But you know, the Dutch, let's just think of it in the big picture. They do end up getting past that 136, which meant they do get their point. They end up going down by 39 runs in this one, 195 to 156. Credit to Germany, and all credit to Germany. Though it looks for a long time they might be able to get the 4 points. They'll definitely settle for 3. They go to the top of the table, and we're exactly halfway through this championship week group phase now. With the second round to come, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how things pan out.
Yeah, it's going to be. You're absolutely right, because I don't think there's too much to decide between the teams, really. I mean, you've just seen here that Germany, they do win. They win by 39 runs, but Netherlands, they still get to 156, and that despite having a little bit of a shaky start. So there's more cricket to come here, and I think we're going to see some, breathtaking performances. The weather will get better. I think with that, we'll start to see that the batters find their form again. And the bowling department of Germany, credit to them. They didn't seem to struggle as much with controlling the ball as we did see from the Netherlands. And it was a fair number of wides there, 8 wides in total. But I think their bowlers got to give them credit. They stick to a plan. They bowl fast. They keep the ball in the right areas. I think the captain and the management will be very happy with what they've done here today. And beating the Netherlands, it's just reward for a team that over the last few years have put a lot of practice into changing their style and their game. But it was the Pacers again that would do the damage. That was a catch well taken there by Sachin Mandi. And it was Zahid Zadran once again who was terrorising the batters with his pace. This was an interesting one.
I still think that's one that if I'm keeping, I'm really not happy with that, especially because we've given out pretty confidently on the field. They saw something that I think a lot of us didn't, but hey, that's the way Cookie crumbles. And as it was, Verhagen didn't really go on to hurt them in any serious way. It ended up making 22 off 12. Did play a couple of nice shots in there. Tell you what, this was really unlucky for Crows, who edged that one onto his body just after hitting such a stylish 6 straight down the ground. And the big question became, hey, this 196 record is not going to happen with the start they had. They had to kind of set about just keeping their point. They needed that 137 to do it, and Sakana Zulfikar helped them get there.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that was an outstanding catch there from Jeevan. I mean, he doesn't really know too much about it. He's going to have another finger bandaged up, but he holds on to the catch, and Verhagen in the end was pretty unlucky to get out in that fashion. Germany, they did a lot of things right here, Vinny, but one cause for concern and something that definitely have to work on is that time. They cannot be conceding penalty runs.
Yeah, and that needs to be spoken about. And sometimes it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter too much. It costs them a little bit of net run rate, but yeah, even, okay, that 5 runs, let's say Germany and Netherlands, you would imagine there's a good likelihood they might be really close together on the table, and the fact that you've given 5 runs to your opponent, could matter in the end. It was a little bit of Suicide Squad towards the end, wasn't it? If you had to compare it to a movie. Shariz had to go, but he just ate it and said, all right, you go out there, see what you can do. And in the end, it was good to see Floyd. I mean, silver lining, Floyd gets a hit, and he gets a surprise when he sees Sakib basically breathing down his neck. And look, that's also because the Netherlands, they are just hoping that something might go wrong. There might be 1 or 2 extra runs there, and that they essentially... they've got no downside except, personal stats, but that's a sign of a good team. They're putting the team first. 54 for Sakana Zulfikar. Couldn't quite pull off the colossal chase here, but 21 balls in that half century. He batted really well. Shariz, I think, after not having too much to strike when he was first there, batted really well, 35 off 13. Verhagen, maybe we thought, had a slice of luck early on. He ended up with 22. Extras there, including the 5 pen, 16, something that good teams won't do is fly too close to the sun as far as the clock goes. And Germany did give up the 5, something they can work on. Zadran, though, didn't worry about, a bit of moisture on the surface. He ran in and bowled thunderbolts, 2 for 14. His figures best of the bowlers. Wickets also for Abdul Basir and Shahid Afridi. in that innings. So Germany run out winners in match number 10 by 39 runs. And yeah, a very entertaining game. A lot of people, were expecting Netherlands to maybe push that. I suppose they do in a way. But I think that Germany, they have that feeling right now that teams are more scared of them than they are of anyone else. And they're a team you just don't want to. They're the hot team right now. Yeah. England 11, I will say, we didn't see them on the park today because both their games got washed out. They were very impressive yesterday. They didn't look rusty at all. And we didn't get to see that Germany versus England 11 clash in match 8 that we really wanted to see, but we know that we will see it again over the next couple of days. Speaking of tomorrow, at least, we can tell you there's more cricket coming your way with day 3. And in fact, you'll get to see that England 11 versus Germany clash in match number 12. But we start with a pretty interesting match between the Scots and the Dutch. The Scots have a big day. They're the only team without a win now. They are only 1 point out of the 4. And they're only 2 points out of second place. They're only 3 points off top. That's how clustered this table is at the moment. So it's moving day for the Scots. If they don't get a win tomorrow, it's going to be very, very tough for them to make a run at it, I think. So we start at the regular time tomorrow, which is at 9:45 a.m. GMT, which is 11:45 in Central Europe, and 3:15 p.m. in India. Been so great to have you with us, as always. If you are watching on our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, please like the video and subscribe and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out all the stats, the standings, and the matches to come. You can even reflect on the teams that we've had to say goodbye to in the Euros of Cricket. It's been great to be here, but obviously great to have you back, Rico.
Great to be back, of course.
So many positive vibes coming your way. It just feels like home to hear your voice again and to have the ballets flying. I bet you're as excited as anyone about what's going to happen over the next 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, let's just take a quick look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, the first match, Scotland taking on the Netherlands. 1 point separates the two teams. That is huge. Everybody likes the sound of England and Germany coming together in any competition.
And now there's another storyline to it.
And you know what? England versus Germany, we can't have penalties, but we can have a golden ball.
Do you think that the English team will maybe try and grab one of the German coaches to try and kind of follow that trend? Trends are everything these days.
Great cricket coming tomorrow. And then, of course, the one we're waiting for, in the night again, Spain versus Germany. Spain
and Germany, but not Spain in the rain this time. That'll be a really good rematch. Look, thanks so much for joining us once again. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, on behalf of everyone at ECN, the European Cricket family, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full Rhino back tomorrow as well. Enjoy these highlights of the 2 games we did get to play on day 2 of this championship week, and we'll see you tomorrow for more cricket on ECN. For now, hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia.